No games yesterday, but we do have a few games tonight. First, the Red Wings host the Washington Capitals at home at 7:30. The Wings extended defenseman Ben Sherratt for 3 years yesterday. Then later tonight, the Pistons are on the road to face the Phoenix Suns. That's a 9 o'clock tip in the desert. Also, if you're a fan of unique Super Bowl prop bets, BetOnline has some interesting ones you can check out. The Sportsbook offered bets yesterday asking whether Stephon Diggs will have more receptions than Baby Mamas. He's got 6. If the crowd will sing Country Roads or Sweet Caroline first, and whether Bad Bunny will expose a nipple at halftime. At the Crowell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. Both guys behind the glass rocking Red Wing gear today.
Oh, yeah. Fired up. Fire up wings.
Good morning, John.
Good morning. How are you this morning?
Good.
Yeah. Sorry, a little scratchy this morning.
Say.
How was Heather? How are you?
I'm okay.
Yeah.
I think I'm getting sick.
Are you?
Thanks for sharing.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm so hot.
Oh.
Oh.
Well, think much of yourself, do you?
I just I had to take my coat off while I was driving here. I rolled the windows down.
You got the hot sweats.
Oh my gosh.
Did you eat? Did you break protocol and
I did
and
not
have steak?
eat meat. No.
maybe this is the moment.
No.
She's like, she was going to celebrate my birthday without me. Well, let's just see what this steak thing's all about.
No.
No?
I've never had steak. I don't think in my life.
In your entire
What?
life? Like, not even as a
maybe as a kid. I don't remember if I do. Oh yeah. I mean, I did.
Have you ever had a hamburger?
Oh yeah. I've had a hamburger.
Okay. Well, now I can.
Oh yeah.
Calm
I've
down
had
a
a
little bit,
hamburger and chicken and bacon and.
Yeah, you just choose at this point. That's not what
Yes.
you want to do.
Which is fine.
Yeah,
That's
fine.
Yeah.
You might be the only person who was hot coming into work today.
I couldn't. Well, that's why I'm like something's wrong because I am like.
Full body sweat.
I mean, I have to do something after work, and I have a nice dressy tank top out there that I'm thinking of maybe going and putting on because I am hot. So stay away. Don't get too close.
Okay.
I don't want to get you sick if I'm sick.
I can already see it now. Our Twitch chat wants the cameras pivoted in the studio.
Yeah.
gosh.
Yeah. Let's see what Twitch is saying. Normally I have that up already.
You're good, John. Get yourself settled. We wanted to talk about how cold it is. It's funny that you
I know.
were talking about how hot it is. This is not your typical winter, or at least not a winter we've had in years. There's just no relief. It's
There isn't.
frigid.
It's cold. And I just got a notification on my phone that going into tomorrow, like we may have the kids home again because it's supposed to
Say it
get
so.
frigid tonight.
So not a snow day, but a cold day.
Yeah, another cold day. It's just putting the kids on alert right now, putting parents on alert in case you need to organize daycare. It's another one of those the feels like, which I don't buy into the feels like because the temperature is what it is. But
You don't believe in feels like?
no. I mean, I believe in the wind chill, but how is the wind chill different than the feels like? That like we have so many different things right now. It just drives me nuts.
But no, you understand, like not all 30-degree days are the same, right? Like there's a reason
But it's
feels like
30.
is a thing. No, but if
but
it
if it-
feels like 18.
Okay, it may feel like 18 to you, but it doesn't. It may not feel like 18 to me. Don't
Okay,
tell me
John.
how I feel.
Okay, John. It's a thing though. Humidity.
I've been married long enough not to tell somebody how they feel, and enough times.
But we talked about this a week ago. Humidity plays a factor when it's really hot, when it's really cold. If it's windy, feels like is a thing. You can deny it if you want, but it's a thing.
Okay, yeah. When I walk out there and it's 75 degrees, I could be like, man, it really feels like it's 85.
Yeah.
It may not feel like that to you. Don't tell me what it feels like.
I think we need to apply feels like to other things like days.
Yeah.
Feels like a Saturday.
Okay, yes.
Could you imagine the meteorologist comes up and tomorrow will feel like Tuesday?
Well, meteorologists, I mean, they're guessing anyway, so yeah, sure, why not? Add that to the list.
Don't tell me Friday's going to be a Tuesday. But how cold it is,
Yeah.
it's unavoidable right now. Like, I'll tell you, I went to the Wings game Tuesday night, and we try to save on parking, so we park in one of the free lots, but it means you walk a little further. Boy, I got to tell you, the walk back You can't even feel your face. You're in the huddled mass of people walking like penguins, just waddling back to the garage. It's brutal right now. In the morning coming in, I mean, I'm thinking of anybody that has to work in this.
Yeah, it's brutal, especially if you got to work out in it all day long. Mail carriers, guys on roofs, if you're in construction, whatever the deal is that you're outside. I'm not going to sit there and say it feels like anything for you. That's a completely different feels like.
Probably feels like death.
But we also get to this point of the winter where it's been this cold for this long, and you do adjust to it, and it doesn't feel like as cold as it if this cold snap had happened in early December.
Oh, it's smack you in the face.
Oh yeah, everybody would be like, "Oh, it's the end of times," and now it's just kind of like you get adjusted to it, and you're like, well, it doesn't feel as cold as it did.
Right, but February's next week. There's normally a little relief that comes once we get through January.
I kind of always felt like February is that coldest month.
You think so?
Yeah, just because that's when to me it starts dragging on,
yeah.
and maybe everybody's getting there earlier this year. It feels like it's dragging on. I'm annoyed with the feels like.
I can tell it's still under your skin. Like today, I had to get the garbage out. Didn't take it out last night. Forgot. So here I am.
Uh-huh.
One more thing to do in the stupid coal is.
Did you slip and fall?
I did not slip
No.
and fall, John.
All right. There you go. You won.
Yes. 248-539-9797. If you are dealing with cold fatigue, we'd love to hear from you today. Mention the guys wearing Red Wing gear behind the glass. Ben Sherratt extension broke at the end of our show yesterday. Actually, as we're walking out, I hear it in one of the updates. John, I liked this deal. I know it was a contentious debate online. A lot of the analytic people didn't think the Sherratt deal was a good deal. I liked it. It's a guy who's playing the second pair well enough while playing with a rookie, and he's going to take a pay cut for the next 3 years. So as the cap goes up, as his role slips, he'll probably be a third pair guy by the end of this deal. I think it made all the sense in the world. He's one of the few guys on the team that plays to his size. He's one of the few guys on the room that's a vet, that is a leader on this team. I mean, would I prefer it's a 2-year deal? Yeah, but I like that they got the number $1 million lower moving forward. That's a win to me.
Yeah, I think it is as well, especially if and I don't know how this plays into. We're all focused on the trade deadline. Mm-hmm. And we know that there's some cap room, so they can be very active. And whoever they're going to add, what does that mean for next year as the cap starts to take shape with the Sherratt deal?
Yeah, ideally, he's a third pair guy as he gets into his mid to late 30s, which is what they signed him into.
Right.
But if that was the plan all along, well, you're going to have to address that second pair in a meaningful way, whether it's this deadline or this offseason.
Right. So no matter who you add, if you're going to add somebody to the top pair or the second pair or whatever, and you bump Sherratt down, all right, now it feels like if you're going to be paying him in future years as a third pair guy, I mean, it's I don't necessarily know that indicates that they're certainly going to do something at the trade deadline, but it frees it up so that whoever comes in is if it's a first pair guy, now all of a sudden you got a spot for him and you bump everyone else down to one.
Yeah, I think he's staying second pair this season. I think if they're going to bump someone down from that pair, it would be Pelika because he's the rookie. But then the goal would be, well, Pelika can't be a third pair guy forever. He bumps up. Sherratt's moving down. You add a vet to that second pair. That's the long-term vision here.
Yeah, it just feels like a chess piece was moved into a favorable position. It wasn't a checkmate. It's just, you're moving a pawn around.
Yeah, ultimately, Sherratt's not a game changer, so I don't this is a great deal. I'm not going to say that. But it felt like a savvy, smart, good move for Yzerman yesterday.
Yeah.
And by the way, I thought about when we had Yzerman on early in the season, he brought up Sherratt unprompted, noting how well he had played to start the season. So that was just kind of rattling around yesterday going, yeah, I bet you he's staring at this going, he's having the best year he's had since we brought him in. Mm-hmm. He's been a stabilizer in a year where, hey, we've had to shuffle some things around. So they rewarded the guy.
Yeah. And, I mean, he's a guy that, especially as when you have this influx of youth, you need that veteran experience to remain around, and guys that have either been in the postseason with other teams, guys that understand what March is supposed to look like, feel like.
Yeah.
And I think he's
Feel
one
like?
of those guys.
What does March feel like, John? Here's the other point. Sherratt was second on the team in ice time on Tuesday night's game, a night where they didn't have Edvinson. And Sherratt not playing with Seider, but those two being 1 and 2, they were putting the blue line in a blender. I mean, I saw some weird things. Like, no one's really talking about it because it was a Tuesday night hockey game, but even like the hockey Red Wing people, I didn't see anybody talking about this. They're playing Pelican is offhand. They're just throwing everybody out there in every combination possible. And it makes you a little nervous because I've highlighted how important this stretch is. They'll play tonight against the Capitals. They'll play the Avalanche twice, and then they'll play the Utah Mammoth before going on the Olympic break. John, my question to Red Wing fans would be, are you at all nervous about this stretch? Because then I watched them lose on Tuesday, and
You feel like that was one that in this 5-game stretch they had to have?
That was the most winnable of the bunch. If they were to lose tonight, you start sweating. But, John, if they were to lose tonight, it would be rare. Because I started digging, and this is an unbelievable stat. The Red Wings have picked up a point in every other game they've played since Black Friday. They haven't gone 2 games without picking up a point since Black Friday. They didn't pick up a point on Tuesday. Get at least one tonight.
Yeah, I mean that's obviously the goal. You want to stack them as much as you can and get them when you need.
248-539-9797. We'll try to find Heather an ice pack. You okay over there?
I have one. Like
You're holding your water bottle up.
I don't know.
You're going to get us all sick.
I hope not.
Oh, just trust me. There's enough people sick in my house that if I haven't got it yet, I'm not going to get it from Heather sitting 6 feet away. So
I just walk by you and cough right
Yeah, don't do that.
yeah, no, that's what Teddy does.
Oh, right in your face.
right in your
too.
face.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. And speaking of kids, now I do want to say one thing real quick.
Yes.
I want to thank everybody for their birthday wishes yesterday. The advice I got for being on the downhill slide at this point. So thank you very much for thinking of me. We will move on, and after today, the Jansen family gets to move on from the birthday month. Today, Ellie turns 16.
Oh, big
And
day.
so, yeah, obviously she's had her permit. She gets her driver's license officially today where she could drive alone.
Did she
and
drive to
she
school? Is she gonna
is
drive to
on
school?
her way to school as we speak. So if you're on the road,
Look
if
out!
someone is if somebody is around you, I don't care who it is, just, hey, a nice buffer from everyone this morning would be appreciated.
Happy birthday.
Very exciting.
248-539-9797. We're going to spend a lot of time talking about the Pistons on the show today. 6:50. We are 1 week away from the trade deadline. Marching orders for Trajan Langdon. What is a successful deadline for the Pistons? We'll get to that. We've got the Thursday touchdown coming up at 6:35. Talking cold fatigue, Red Wing fans' nerves to start the show. It's 97.1.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch, no matter the sport. We're talking hockey right now. We've got a great football game coming up in about 8-9 days. It's at Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. You could chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of their massive 40-foot-tall high-definition screen located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Good morning, 97.1.
Thank you, Greg.
That was quick.
Well done. It is 4 degrees out. Feels like -2. Or if you're Heather, it feels like 92.
Exactly. Damn, I'm really hot.
Yeah. Again, don't tell us what it feels like.
Text coming in. You know what's worse than feels like people? People who whine about the weather when they could move. Okay. You could tell John just turned 50. He's never sounded older than he did with his feels like argument.
Come on, I've had those arguments before.
Are we sure John's only 50? This feels like thing is bringing out a very boomer reaction from him.
Well, so my wife, obviously, I've talked about it before. She's grown up in Southern California. When we met, she lived in Austin, Texas. So she did go to law school in Chicago, so she spent a few years there. But adjusting to living in Michigan has been a big adjustment for her, and she'll never say anything about what the actual temp is. She's like, well, it feels like it's -6. I'm like, well, what's the real temperature? She's like, it doesn't matter. And so that's where I get into.
Well, she's got a law background. She's arguing with the best numbers for her case.
Trust me, I do
colder
not
than the
argue.
number.
Yeah, I just state the actual facts that as I see them, and I avoid the argument because I don't know that there's ever been an argument that I've actually won.
It feels like arbitration.
Yeah, that's a good point, Greg. This one says, good morning, guys. I'm not bending to the cold. No effect on me. But who knew that January had 47 days? Bill in Freeport.
It does feel like a very long January.
Okay, this says, call it what it is. Tonight's a massive game for the Red Wings with the Avalanche looming. Well, you know who I think agrees with that? Todd McClellan, because they're playing Gibson tonight. And, John, they may play him damn near every game until they get to the Olympic break.
Well, he's got a nice 3-week hiatus.
Exactly. So they are taking this fairly seriously, knowing, hey, we got to keep some momentum. We don't want to have a skid going into the break. Because, John, that's what I brought up, is the nervousness that I feel a little bit of. You lose one that probably should win against Kings. Don't lose this one, because you're probably dropping one, if not both, to Colorado. Mammoth have been a thorn in your side. You cool off, you take a month off, you come back and start slow. Very nervous how that would impact the aggressiveness of Steve Yzerman. Would he fall back to, well, we're on a bubble, you know how this works? Our organization can't take that risk.
Okay, well, so they haven't lost back-to-back games since they played Pittsburgh. That at the beginning of January,
And they got at least a point in that back-to-back.
Correct. Yes, they lost in OT in the one in Pittsburgh.
Mm-hmm.
And other than that, I mean, there was a 4-game skid at the end of November, and at the beginning of November they had a 3-game skid. So this is where I think Todd McClellan really can show his chops.
I agree with that.
In regards to, he's been able to stop skids. Now, if they go on a 3-game skid or a 4-game skid, I don't think they lose all 5. It's not like they haven't done it before, right? And so, they've lost 3 in a row, they've lost 4 in a row, they haven't lost 5. Yeah. But I don't think that it affects, because Steve Yzerman's going to look at the body of work.
Yeah, and I would hope that you're right. Let me just stress that. I would hope that, because you made the point, hey, it's time. I would hope that it's time is the feeling in the front office. I just know if they're not a slam dunk playoff team, and with how competitive the Atlantic and the East is, we know the default. We're not trading for rentals. We only want guys with term. We're not going to bend over backwards. If we're not a Stanley Cup team, we're not being aggressive buyers. So I would hope they keep winning first and foremost. And regardless, I would really like to see them push from the front office to get over this initial hump, to get this hockey team in the postseason. Not just to get in to be in, but to get in to see what it's like to be in and make some noise. 248-539-9797. We're going to get to the Thursday touchdown. Some big storylines as we get closer to the Super Bowl. We'll talk Pistons. It's a big conversation. We're 1 week out from the trade deadline, the marching orders for Trajan Langdon, and what is a successful deadline for the Pistons. That's coming up at 6:50. Let's get to Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Gardner White. So, a Warren mother has been charged with violating Michigan's safe storage law after police say her 3-year-old son shot himself with an unsecured gun last week. You might remember this story. He shot himself in the hand, serious injuries, but is expected to be okay. Now, after the shooting, the boy was taken to the hospital. Police searched the boy's apartment. Inside, they found the gun and other evidence of an accidental weapon discharge. And the mom is now facing charges. Michigan's safe storage law requires guns to be locked up when a child, is inside the home. And under the law, a gun owner could be subject to a misdemeanor charge, which could have penalties up to $500 and a maximum of 93 days in jail. But there's more. If a child is harmed or harms somebody else with the firearm, the owner can face a felony charge, fines of up to $10,000, and a prison sentence of up to 15 years, particularly if there is a fatality involved.
Firearms are a responsibility. Take it seriously.
Yes. More Legionella bacteria has popped up in Oakland County, but health officials are stressing that the risk remains low as they expand testing and safety steps. So after earlier detections at the sheriff's office building and the circuit court, county water sampling this week found Legionella in 2 other sites, the North Oakland Health Center and the Rescue and Crisis Center. Water samples were collected on January 19th, showed 2 positive tests at each building. Now, in response, crews are installing special water filters. They're flushing the plumbing systems to help knock down any bacteria in the pipes. And so far, they say that there are no confirmed cases of Legionnaire's disease at these new locations. Okay. So, doesn't sound fun.
No.
Let's see here. Oh, those Amazon Fresh stores that have been sitting empty for years in Metro Detroit will not be opening at all after all. So Amazon said that it has decided to stay focused on online grocery delivery and is shutting down its Amazon Fresh grocery stores. They did say some of these locations would be turned into Whole Foods stores. So they will not just sit empty, but not what they had planned. There are several in Metro Detroit that were going to be these Amazon Fresh stores. There was one in Roseville, Troy, and Shelby Township, and they've been sitting there empty.
Yeah.
Did they give like a business reason? They just don't think it's viable?
I think that
they
say that they are one of the top 3 grocers in the U.S. with their online food delivery, and that's where they're going to focus.
Have you guys ever had that, like the grocery delivery?
Never.
I like to pick out the produce I'm going to get. Like that's one thing I'm picky about. Or like John, like the meats at the meat counter. I want to pick the steak when they say, "Hey, which one do you want?"
We've done the grocery delivery thing quite a bit, actually, just because if Lisa doesn't have a chance to get to the store, I don't. We'll do it even if it's, we'll do a Plums order and I'll pick it up on my way home. You drive in and they bring it out to you, so they're still picking everything out, and they do a good job. I mean, there's sometimes where you're like, probably not the best selection, but for the most part, they do a good job. Thank you.
Michigan State Police troopers often handle a wide range of calls, right? But on Tuesday night, their assignment involved a very unusual suspect, a miniature donkey. A runaway, Dolly, the donkey, was reported missing on Tuesday after she slipped through an open gate, wandered away from her pasture in Holly. So they were concerned about her safety, right? The frigid cold temperatures. So someone called Michigan State Police and they came to the rescue. They found her just kind of strolling down the road. They were able to safely return her to her owners. And Lieutenant Mike Shaw says this isn't the first time Michigan State Police have had to rescue an animal. He says that they have located Potato, the lost dog, cows on I-75, and now Dolly, the miniature donkey. And he added that when you join the Michigan State Police, you just don't know where the day will take you. So,
so it's a small ass.
Yes, John.
Yes, it is. Bluey was the most streamed show of 2025, according to Nielsen, with more than 45 billion minutes viewed. K-pop Demon Hunters was the most popular movie. 20.5 million minutes.
Your
Really?
kids watch Bluey?
They've watched Bluey. It's not their favorite right now. Emily's really into Super Kitties, is her new favorite.
Oh, really?
Super Kitty.
Yeah, she loves Super Kitties. She loves them. But yeah, they've seen Bluey.
Yeah, I mean, and Bluey's not bad. It's just after you've seen anything repeatedly, way too many times. That's why I give you the
Yeah.
yeah. It's one of Teddy's favorites.
How many of those hours has Teddy
Teddy's a
contributed?
real
Oh,
one.
he's contributed to many of those minutes.
Put a dent in it. All right.
That's a lot of episodes, too, because those are 8-minute episodes.
Oh yeah.
Wow, that really puts it in perspective. That's terrifying. 8 minutes at a time. How many hours?
45 billion minutes.
Oh, okay.
45 billion minutes. Do the math.
I'm
math
not
on
gonna,
air.
I'm not going to do the math. Heather with the news.
Divided by 60, carry the 1.
Thursday touchdown is next. 97.1. Counting down the days to the Super Bowl. We got a bunch of NFL storylines. It's the Thursday touchdown.
Sean Payton made a questionable call going for it on 4th and 1 in the first half of the AFC Championship game. Do you think NFL coaches have gone overboard in going for it on 4th down too much?
Yes, they have. And I think we are relying too much on analytics. I'm not going to sit here and say analytics shouldn't play a part of it, but I also think, especially in the game of football, there is a feel for the game. There needs to be an awareness of the personnel that you have, the injuries that you have. I've always thought that Sean Payton had that gut feeling, that when to go for it, when not to go for it. And I think we have shifted. And we do this in football. We do this in sports where you overcompensate and you do things, and then water finds its level and you come back to. And I think in the next couple of years we will see more field goals. We'll see more, and every drive should end in points. And I understand trying to steal 7 if you're in a position and you know that, hey, we're not going to be here a lot. Maybe we got a chance right here. I don't care if it's 4th and 1, if it's 4th and 10. There are times where you just need to take the points. And I thought that this past weekend was one of those for the Broncos.
I think we got to stop saying it's analytics whenever we don't like a decision and just frame it as they're using the most information to make the best decision possible. And while Peyton's getting killed, I think he made the best decision possible. Those were the best conditions of the day. It's a yard. You need more than 10 to win. They didn't execute. So blame analytics? No, blame the fact that they couldn't block either A gap. And Sean McVay's the other guy getting killed. They needed a touchdown. There's 5 minutes to go. It's 4th and 4. I got the MVP quarterback.
Where he screwed up was not going for 2 on their last touchdown.
Right.
That's where he screwed up.
Should have been more aggressive.
Yes, exactly. I'll say this. I think the fact that it was Jarrett Stidham is why you should have taken the points. And
yes.
that analytics don't recognize whether it's Nix or Stidham. Analytics just spits out the information and says, go for it.
Right. And if you're defending the Broncos, do you think they're actually going to put Jarrett Stidham in a position to pass? No. So you load up on the run.
Well, that's why they didn't play action.
We've lost situational awareness in football.
Yeah, and I the only defense of Peyton for me in that I do think he was kind of thinking kill shot with a touchdown. That he really puts the Patriots in a bad position if they put up 7 there. All right, this one could probably annoy a lot of people out there, but I do that sometimes. The Matthew Stafford trade turns 5 years old tomorrow. I want you both to be creative. If the Lions never traded Stafford, how would the last 5 years have played out?
So they still get Sewell and St. Brown in that first draft, but they don't get the extra firsts.
Joseph, too.
Yeah, and Kirby. They don't get J-Mo. They don't get Gibbs. So it's the same Stafford, one receiver, no elite run game. I don't think they win back-to-back divisions. They don't win 2 playoff games. I think we're having the same conversations we were having. Stafford's a loser. Coaches are on a hot seat. We're in limbo. I think it's the same conversations we had for his entire career here. And he doesn't shed the losing label either. So it's better for everybody that the deal happened.
Right. So the players that you got from the trade were Ife Melifonwu. Okay. No impact. J-Mo, as you mentioned, Gibbs, and Laporta.
Yeah.
That was part of that trade down. And I agree with you. I don't think I think we're talking about 9, 10 win seasons. You're not talking about division titles, and then you get into the postseason. And maybe you do have a playoff win because you still have Amon-Ra St. Brown. Your offensive line is going to be better because of Sewell. But what have we seen from Brad Holmes in regards to being able to, get in free agency players or in trades, acquiring players? That's not his strong suit. His strong suit's the draft. You take away those draft picks, and this is not the same team.
Here's the other thing. With Stafford, I don't think they're bad enough to draft Aiden Hutchinson. Oh, so you don't have Aiden either.
Probably.
The most direct line you can draw is that they wouldn't have Hutch. But that still doesn't mean that I don't think they would have been competitive. I'd have loved to see Matthew Stafford have that running game. And I know you said you couldn't get Gibbs. BS. You could have traded up the second Bijan went off the board and made that move. You would have had still some different type of capital.
Yeah, maybe you don't have Branch now because you had to give up more to move up.
Right, but you still have a similar defense that hasn't been able
to spend money in free agency to do defense.
Okay, have they? That's not been
because
something
they spend
that
it all on their
Holmes
offense. That's all they care about. That's a topic for a different day, right? All right, Seattle general manager John Schneider is getting massive praise for what he's done with the Seahawks. I want you to rank your top 5 GMs in the NFL.
I think we could probably, the top of this will be very similar. That is, number 1, Howie Roseman. Number 2, Les Snead with the Rams. And this may be where we start to differ, but I think we'll probably have similar ones in 3, 4, and 5. John Schneider with the Seahawks for what he's been able to do. John Lynch with the Niners. Now, not a great draft with going after the quarterback. I'm drawing a blank on his name right now.
Trey Lance.
But to be able to make up for
with Purdy.
Yeah,
Mr.
and
Irrelevant.
with Purdy, and I mean, hey, they're still competitive. They got banged up this year, and number 5 for me is Brett Veach with the Chiefs, and that is more being able to manage the cap, move things around, and obviously they've been Super Bowl. But the GM that drafted Patrick Mahomes was John Dorsey, and he's actually an advisor here in Detroit now.
No Brad Holmes in your top 5?
No.
I didn't have him in my top 5 either. Look, 2 playoff wins doesn't put you in the top 5. We can really zoom out and say they have so much more to prove. The easy part's done. They had their top picks. Now the cap tightens. Now we find out what Brad Holmes is really made of. John, I had the same 5 names. I had Howie Roseman 1. I put Veach 2nd, John Snyder 3rd, Les Snead 4th, and John Lynch 5th. But
Okay.
it's the same 5 guys.
Yeah.
Funny thing is, Holmes would have been in those top 5s probably last year. So, again, the honeymoon is over. Several NFL coaching vacancies have already been filled. This is kind of an evil question. Which one's going to be fired first?
Todd Monken. Come on, Cleveland coach is easy. You hire a guy that nobody else was going to hire. You hire him because you have infighting and can't find a good candidate. Who's his quarterback? Are you keeping Jim Schwartz? It doesn't sound like you're keeping Jim Schwartz. I think the easy answer is Todd Monken.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see what Jim Schwartz's exit looks like from Cleveland because he's still under contract. They haven't fired him. And so what are they going to hold on to him and wait for him to be traded?
He was reportedly very unhappy and stormed out of there yesterday.
Oh, absolutely.
I don't think he's coming back.
No, I don't think he's coming back, but it's going to be interesting to see how that works itself out. I think it's Jeff Hafley in Miami. And it's because of the albatross that is the Tua contract. He's not an offensive guy, and yet he does have some weapons offensively. I think down in Miami, like they are an absolute dumpster fire.
And think about it, in the division with Patriots and Bills twice a year.
And here's the other thing about Cleveland and Monken. Do I think he's the ultimate answer? No, he's probably a placeholder until they get their albatross gone in Deshaun Watson. But if your quarterback is a mobile quarterback and you're coming from having, there's no one there like Lamar Jackson, but Shedeur, he's got an offense ready to plug in.
And he's a Pro Bowler, so you got something to work with.
Stop it.
I like your Hafley pick because of Stephen Ross and the potential of going after Mike Tomlin after just one season.
Yeah.
Could be quite appealing down there. And if some other big names open up too, I think Stephen Ross gets in play. All right, Bill Belichick will not be a first ballot Hall of Famer. Over the last 24 hours, many reasons have been bannered about as to why he didn't get in on the first try. Is Belichick catching strays because of how ugly his career has been when Tom Brady isn't his quarterback?
He shouldn't be. I mean, he won 6 Super Bowls as the coach and / general manager. He's also got 2 other rings as a coordinator. That also plays into him getting in as a coach. He's got 8 Super Bowl rings. Sure, a large part of it has to do with the fact that he had Tom Brady, but he's also the guy that brought Tom Brady in. Now, he wasn't anticipating Tom was going to be the greatest quarterback of all time, but he did bring him in.
Look, 6 Super Bowls. The first 3 were significantly influenced by his defense. He had a top 10 defense every time they won a Super Bowl. Tom benefited from a top 10 defense, just like any great quarterback would. But he should not have a stain on his resume because Brady left and won a Super Bowl, and he wasn't able to do it without him.
And Tom's last Super Bowl, what did he benefit from?
A great defense.
A great defense in Tampa.
Daniel Jeremiah has the Lions drafting edge rusher Hakeem Messidor out of Miami. CBS Sports has the Lions drafting offensive tackle Monroe Freeling out of Georgia. Which mock draft pick do you prefer right now?
If Decker is definitely back, I would take Messidor. If Decker's not back via retirement or team decision, hey, we're cutting you, I'm taking a tackle.
So I took this as I get a chance to look at all mock drafts, and I picked the one that works best for me. The question I have about Messidor is, Messidor, wasn't he in college for 6 years? And if you were that good to be a first-round pick, wouldn't you have come out earlier? And I know there's some injuries and stuff there. I just don't
but
know.
His profile, he's moved around the defense. He's gained weight. He's a disruptor.
Yeah,
he can play multiple spots.
I'm just not on the Messidor train.
Okay,
and so I would go offensive tackle, or guard. And I took Mel Kiper's one that we talked about last week, that guard from Penn State, Vega.
I used my own mock and took Maui Noah.
I asked you to pick between the 2 mocks. You just pulled a Stoney. All right,
So
finally.
you should have said from these two mocks, which one are you going to pick?
You knew what he meant.
we
Keep
try
going.
to keep them concise.
Keep going.
I'm a big Caleb Downs fan, despite him being a Buckeye. In fact, I believe he's the best player in the NFL draft. Who do you guys think's the best player in the draft?
Most people do believe that Caleb Downs is the best player in the draft. I actually think that the guy that you just mentioned, Francis Mauigoa, is the best player in the draft. I think it's not going to be a sexy pick for anyone that gets him, but he's a guy that's going to be plugged in, and hey, for 10 years, you're going to be talking about him as a Pro Bowl offensive tackle.
Really like him. Big, mauler in the run game.
And he's
Good feet.
athletic,
Yes,
yeah.
exactly. I'll throw out another name. How about Downs' teammate, Arvil Reese?
Okay.
A player you could deploy all over the front seven, explosive, twitchy, only 20 years old. Feels like that's a guy who could leave this draft and be the best player out of it.
I wish the Lions were in a situation where they could actually move up to try to get Downs. Downs has been projected at like 10 to the Bengals a lot. I don't think he lasts that long.
No,
but
I don't think he does either. And it would. I mean, hey, Brad Holmes moves around in the draft. He's got 13 draft day trades.
the problem is the offensive line need is so huge or edge that, you know, it just would be. I could live in a world where they would just let Branch come back healthy next year when he's ready and let him walk if you had Caleb Downs in the pipeline.
Yeah.
That's kind of just a dream scenario.
And talking about teammates, since you brought up a Buckeye teammate, I'll bring up Maui Noah's teammate, Ruben Bain Jr. I think he would be a tremendous ad on the edge.
You know what he is? He's a guy that I don't think the measurements are going to do him any favors at the combine. Put the tape on. Watch a guy play football.
Yeah.
That's your Thursday touchdown. It's 97-1.
Hey, this year's winter's been no joke at all. Black ice, blowing snow, whiteouts. 1 second the roadway or parking lot looks clear, and the next, hey, you're sliding on ice. If you're in an accident or if you slip and fall, you need to know this. David Femininio gets it. He's seen it. He's worked through it with tons of people. He's been an injury attorney in Michigan for 30 years. David has helped thousands of people pick up the pieces after an accident. Call David at 855-65-CRASH or go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com.
We are 1 week away from the NBA trade deadline. Trajan Langdon, you're up. And by the way, I think the bar is so low. It's set up so well for him here. What are the expectations for the Pistons with the trade deadline? 248-539-9797. Chance to win some money, $2 Grand Slam at 725 this morning. John, to me, it's real simple. Don't ignore your needs, Brad Holmes, and don't make your team actively worse, Scott Harris. Mm-hmm. The bar is so low for Trajan Langdon. They have a clear, obvious need. Shooting. Could be in the backcourt, could be in the front court. You've got Tobias, you've got Ivy, you've got all your first moving forward. Upgrade. Add shooting in a meaningful way. Bare minimum, a guy who plays in your top 8 for the playoffs, but even better, upgrading from Harris or Ivy. You keep the core of Cade, Duren, Asar, Stu. Holland's a tweener for the right deal, but you keep your core together and you add some shooting. I think that's the marching orders for Trajan Langdon.
I agree. And I think the most emotional piece that will be moved is Jaden Ivey. Because there's a lot of people that are just, emotionally attached to him. They want to continue to see if he becomes that next guy. He's paying, 15 minutes a game.
Right.
And I don't know that you'll notice an impact if he's gone and they add a shooter. Like all of a sudden, hey, you add a shooter and this team goes from, they should make the Eastern Conference Finals to you firmly believe that they will. And then when they get there against probably Oklahoma City, let's see what happens.
Getting a 7-game series. Look, lots in their favor. Right now, they have the best player in the East, home court in the East, the number 1 defense in the East. Their clear issue is shooting. They're 30th or 20th in three-point percentage. They don't make free throws either. Add a little shooting. Tobias is expiring. Ivy's expiring. Trade one or both bundled together with a first or two and get something done. And, John, it doesn't have to be a blockbuster. That's their ammunition to do something significant. Even if it's something small, just add a shooter. Don't make your team actively worse, and don't ignore your big need. That's what our teams in the city have done. They just ignored their needs. Need a right-handed bat, need an offensive lineman, need a pass rusher. Don't ignore them. Address them.
Yeah.
Like, I know we're the mean bad guys on the radio that always ask for more, and you guys are always saying buy and add and be aggressive. Just address your need and don't make your team worse. Like, that's all Trajan Langdon has to do, but that bar has not been cleared by our other teams.
Well, and I'm not going to hold Trajan Langdon accountable for what other teams have done or haven't done. This is the first real time. Now, last year, they hit the fast forward button. Trajan said it. Didn't think we were necessarily going to be in this position at this time.
But I like how he handled himself.
Right. And so if that is what, in a vacuum, and we're only talking about the Detroit Pistons, we're not talking about Brad Holmes, we're not talking about Scott Harris or Steve Yzerman, we're just simply talking about Trajan Langdon. What has he done to this point? When he was surprised, he handled himself well. Now, leading into this trade deadline, you've got to be a better shooting team. Put somebody there that can help space the floor, that can play half-court basketball when you get into the postseason. And there's a lot of options out there. And I don't necessarily think that they, shoot for the moon and get the number one trade target. But I do think that there are plenty of guys out there that can provide that half-court offensive help, that shooting that they need.
Yeah, what helps them is they're number one in blocks and steals, and I think number 2 in defensive efficiency. So they get stops. They get steals and takeaways, and they go the other way, and they're one of the best fast break teams. And that's good because you need those extra bonus points, especially in tight playoff environments. But playoff games tend to get bogged down. And I want Cade to have as many answers as possible as he navigates the half court, right? So it's one more shooter in the corner or one other creator to take the burden off for 48 minutes. One more guy that can stretch the floor and pull a big out of the paint. Those are the things that this team can address at the trade deadline to make themselves more dangerous and give themselves a better chance to go on a playoff run. Because look in the East right now. Is Tatum coming back? I don't know. Halliburton's not. Like, there's a real opportunity to strike while the iron's hot for Trajan Langdon.
Well, I think Tatum will be back, but what does that even mean? What is he? I mean, the Achilles injury for a basketball player, especially for someone of his caliber, Do I think he comes back and he's only a 10 or 12 point impact? No, I think it's more than that. But I don't think he comes back to what he was prior to the injury. That may be a year. It might be 2 years down the road.
I expect in a 7-game series with Boston that Cade will be the best player in that series.
Agree.
Now,
Agreed.
let Tatum get back from the Achilles, and we'll see what he looks like next season. But right now, you have the best player in the East. You have home court in the East. You have a clear, glaring need in shooting. Trajan Langdon, what determines a successful deadline is adding meaningful shooting. Period. End of story.
So I'm going to say 2 words in this question that are kind of counterproductive. What's your realistic dream ad?
So,
don't sit there and say, "Oh, well, I want Giannis for Jaden Ivey straight up," or okay, that's not realistic,
right? Yeah.
What is realistic?
Well, I'll throw a name out. You tell me if it's realistic or not. How about that? Jaren Jackson Jr.
I think that is on the top end of realistic.
Okay. Because I'm talking about a big who can shoot and block shots.
Right. So then I'm going to ask the follow-up question, and this is hard because of so many salary things.
Yeah.
Tobias
has to be in that deal.
Tobias certainly has to be in that deal. What is the player that hurts the most that you're going to give up?
Like I said, I think the one guy from the core that I would give up for the right deal would be Ron Holland.
You don't think Duran would have to be a part of that? I do.
See, that's where I sit there and I go, I don't know if I want to do that.
Okay, so move down the list.
Michael Porter Jr.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. A volume 3-point shooter,
right,
helps you as a chess piece in the offense. People are going to say he's going to get picked on defense. Look, you got a good defensive roster around him.
So let me ask you this: if it's Michael Porter Jr. and it's Tobias Harris, Jaden Ivey, and 2 firsts,
which reportedly they want multiple firsts. Yeah, what are we doing here? These are pick 28.
Right.
Hopefully pick 30.
To me, that seems like a no-brainer. But then when I say no-brainer, all of a sudden it's like, well, if we think it here in Detroit is a no-brainer, is it enough for the Nets to say, yeah, we do it too?
Right. The other name we haven't brought up is Giannis. We can do that after the update here. But I heard Wojo and Rieger talking about it yesterday, and I thought they were spot on. It's not someone they want to campaign for necessarily. We're talking about adding shooting. Giannis is not going to make them a better shooting basketball team. He's dealing with an injury right now. You'd only have him for 1 to 2 playoff runs, unless there's an extension. That one's a little messier. I don't think they have to move heaven and earth at this trade deadline. They don't. I'm not going to be mad if Giannis is on this basketball team, though.
Yes, I agree. I mean, that's the thing is, okay, you tell me Giannis is on the team along with Cade, you're like, oh, okay, that's fun.
1-2 punch, see you in the finals.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. But I'm not going to put that out there and say Trajan Langdon has to deliver Giannis, Greek freak to Greek town, or it's a failure. But what would you say is the expectation for Trajan Langdon? It's 97-1.
Brenda Tracy's lawsuit against former Michigan State football coach Mel Tucker was dismissed yesterday in Ingham County. Tracy sued Tucker after he was fired with cause by Michigan State, alleging he attempted to smear her reputation and image with claims that she was simply extorting he and the university for money when she brought to light his sexual harassment. With one case behind him, Tucker's attorney Andrew Aboud was asked if the former coach plans to get back into coaching anytime soon. Speaking of Michigan versus Michigan State, those two will play on the hardwood this weekend in East Lansing. It will be the highest-ranked matchup in rivalry history, as the two teams have never met while both were listed inside the top 7 of the AP poll. Yesterday, Tom Izzo was asked by the media about the rivalry, and he provided another Izzo soundbite gem. The early lines in the game from FanDuel Sportsbook have Michigan favored by 1.5 points against the Spartans. However, Michigan is 0-7 in East Lansing since 2018 and has lost 5 of the last 6 against Michigan State. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
One week from the deadline, what are the marching orders for Trajan Langdon? Read your text, take your phone calls, 248-539-9797. Trajan's in a great spot here. He's got the best team in the East. He's got the best player in the East. He's got home court. He's got a damn good defense. He's got an identity. And he has a clear and obvious need to fill. It's not a secret. Team needs a little more shooting. 20th in three-point percentage. Among the worst at the free throw line. And that shooting, John, doesn't have to come in one way. It doesn't have to be a superstar. It doesn't have to be a backcourt or necessarily a front court. Just got to find a way to get a little more shooting injected into the playoff rotation. You don't have to move 5 first-round picks and get Giannis. If you're interested in that, we can have the conversation. But that's not the marching order for Trajan Langdon, is to compromise your future to get Giannis or else. The bar is very low. And I know you're saying, John, like leave out everybody else in the city, but fans of the Pistons are also fans of the Tigers. They're fans of the Lions. Don't ignore your issues. Don't make the team worse. That's the job. It hasn't been done by the other teams, but for Trajan, it's right there for him to do it. 248-539-9797.
Give you one more name.
Yes.
Because he's got a history with Trajan Langdon.
Okay.
Trey Murphy.
Oh, yeah. Pistons fans have been bringing him up. Sure, I'd be interested. I don't know what a trade machine concocted deal looks like to get him, but we got done talking about it. They've got pieces to move.
Yeah.
If it's first or firsts, if it's Ivy, who plays 17 minutes a night and he's a free agent, yeah, he could be worked into a deal. Tobias has the salary to move as an expiring. Like, there are pieces. There's enough to give to get a player like Trey Murphy. Yeah, Greg's putting the calculations back there. 248-539-9797. What about a texter who brings up Lauri Markkanen, John? He's come up before.
Yeah, and I mean, Lauri Markkanen, that might be the home run. The ultimate. And okay, take the Giannis out of it because you're going to have to give up more to get Giannis.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how much or what a trade looks like to get Markkanen, but he's younger. He fits what you need better.
Would you be willing to throw a guy like Ron Holland in a deal where you get Lauri Markkanen?
I would, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, I think Holland's the tweener. I think I'm not moving him just to move him, but if he sweetens a deal for a step-up caliber player, Lauri Markkanen, 27 points a game, shoots the three, he'll rebound. Is he an elite defender? No. But he gives you a true secondary scorer that shoots and spaces the floor. He helps round out the roster.
Where would you put Lauri Markkanen in, like, you know, rank him? Is he a top 15, top 20, top 25 player in the NBA?
I don't know that he's a top 25 guy, but he probably is just after that.
Okay.
Just spitballing. I'm not ranking them all live on the air here, but he's probably in the next group.
Okay, so, yeah, he top 30, 35 player. Will Ron Holland ever be in that same position?
I don't think so. And I like Ron Holland.
But yeah, I'm not saying I don't either. I'm just saying if you are giving up that type of player, what are you getting in return? And if you're getting a guy that scores 27 points a game that is, you know, good from deep, I think that makes you exponentially better.
Yeah, the reason that I am hesitant to give up Holland, and still would in the right deal, is I see what they're creating with this Asar and Holland. One of them is on the floor for 48 minutes. So you have this tenacious wing defender for 48 minutes. And if one of them could shoot, you could play them together and really hound people. The same thing for 48 minutes, you'll have Duren or Beef Stew. And sometimes both because Stew can shoot a little bit.
Right.
So you have a 48-minute plan where it allows you to play the kind of defense you want to play. Would I bend on that a little bit for the right player? Of course. Let's get to Eric in Grand Blanc. Eric, you're on 97.1.
Morning. I would be real careful about trading Harris or Ivy right now. Harris is kind of like the vocal leader, the senior in the locker room. This team's gelling. Ivy, I don't know. He says flashes of Dwayne Wade to me. He's somebody that can come off the bench and score. I could see him as a 2 as he gets healthy again and gets his minutes back up. our problem with shooting is that we got Duran and Asar on the floor at the
Yes.
same time. Neither one of them can shoot.
Correct.
Asar is trash. If I have to see him pump fake at the 3-point line and run into 3 defenders
No one's
and try and
buying
put
it.
up a contested layup,
Yeah.
I am going to freaking blow my head off. I swear to God. But Beasley's still out there. I think we need front court shooting, but Beasley's an option we can pick up. We don't have to lose anything at shooting. And I don't know. I see Holland coming up as I'd be scared to move him too because I think he's better than Asar because he's proven that he can develop a shot. He's making free throws. He's getting to the basket, and he plays defense.
Well, he's
So
not
I just
shooting
be
really.
careful about-
He's not really shooting at this point in his career, Ron Holland.
Not yet, but I've seen it. I've seen development in him. You can see that he's trending in the right direction.
What I
where
want
don't
you to
see
be
that with
careful
Asar.
with, Eric, because you watch this team, you know about this team. Be very careful that we fall in love with our own. And I hear a little bit of it when you talked about Jaden Ivey. He's not Dwayne Wade. He's never going to be Dwayne Wade. I would not hesitate to trade him in the right deal.
I could see moving on from him, especially with the expiring contract. But I don't think he is clutch. If you see, like last year, he hit the 3-pointer, got fouled, and won the game for us. He hit a clutch 3 the other night that kind of really won the game. He's a clutch player, and I just don't think he's getting his minutes or his shine.
So if you're hesitant to move Ivy, Tobias, it sounds like you're even, putting Holland off to the side in the
You're
untouchable
taking
category.
off the
Who
all
are
the
they
trade
trading
pieces.
for? Yeah. What do you intend on giving up to get something?
I'll give a Star and Levert.
Levert will get you much.
I know.
Well,
I just want
you
him
throw
off the
him
team.
in just because you want to bump up salary.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you could try and get. So I don't think we need a big splash. We need front court shooting. If we could get a 3-and-D kind of guy that could play the 3 or 4.
Well, that's why
I think
people like
that's where
Trey
we go.
Murphy or Jaren Jackson Jr. I mean, there's a reason some of these guys continue to come
but
up.
You're going to have to put Harris in that trade, and
Yes.
I think he's too important to the locker room. I think he's too important with this team. Maybe next year we make a move, but I'm okay standing pat. Maybe making a small addition, but yeah, I don't want to break it up right now. We're doing too good.
That's the big caution I have is, well, we don't want to trade Tobias Harris because of chemistry. Tobias Harris is going to be gone after the season. And I know we're talking about this year and what they could possibly do, but
I'm just trying to figure this dynamic out. Does he lead them on wellness retreats? What is it about him?
But what
He's
you're
packing the guys' lunches. He's the father figure. I don't understand why he's viewed the way he
he's
is.
Unk.
He's Unk, but is he untouchable?
No, he shouldn't be. He should be the guy that is the number. He should be involved in almost any trade you're making.
And he is in a lot of these hypotheticals and proposals that people throw out. Let's get to Dave. You're next up. You're in Brown City. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Happy belated birthday, John.
Hey, thanks a lot.
How come no one's brought up Robinson? He hasn't done anything.
Well,
Duncan?
The rest of the NBA sees that too.
Yeah.
I mean, can't we get somebody for him? I mean, another shooter without destroying, messing up a lot of it.
Dave, you
Just
got to be
by
careful, though, because you just said he stinks, but we're going to give him up in a trade to get something of significance back. The other teams are going to say, we don't want your trash.
Well, I mean, maybe it'll be Robinson and, another one to fill in there.
Okay, you're
But,
saying
I mean,
attach a pick, or it's Ivy and Duncan.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, okay.
Or move Ivy into his position. Give him a shot. I mean, because Robinson, he just hasn't done anything like we thought he would when we brought him in.
Well, I think he's kind of done what a lot of people thought he would be.
I was just going to say that. I think this is who he is, and I don't think he's done anything but what he was signed to do, which is make threes and do very little else.
Well, isn't his 3-point percentage down?
I believe it
this
is
year
from what his career average is, yes.
Yeah, I think it's down quite a bit.
But
So,
but Duncan Robinson is a guy that you throw in along with. It's not, hey, we're going to trade Duncan Robinson and then maybe we'll throw in it's Asar Thompson and then we'll give you Duncan Robinson as well.
Dave, I just pulled it up because I wanted to be right on this. Duncan Robinson shooting 39% from three. Do you know what he shot last year from three? 39%. What about the year before that?
Probably 39%.
39%. Hey, this is who
Okay,
he
so
is.
he
I mean,
is right at- okay.
yeah, I mean, like, he's kind of a one-trick pony, but it's something this team needs shooting. So it'd be kind of awkward to trade him in a deal when you'd be filling one hole, or plugging one hole and creating another. Hey, we gave up Duncan to add a shooter, but now we still only have the one shooter.
Right. Yeah.
I want JB to have options in a 7-game series where I'm not saying you're going to play Duncan and this other shooter on the floor at the same time, but you could, or you could alternate, or you could ride the hot hand. Like, I want JB to have options with an 8 to 9 man bench in a 7-game series.
So I'm going to throw this out there, and it does have some credibility because Chris Mannix reported it on Monday on NBC's NBA coverage. An old friend, the marginal move, Luke Kennard. Can you believe that? He's the top 3-point shooter in the NBA right now, percentage-wise.
Is he really?
Plays about 20 minutes a game. He's 48% 3-point shooter.
Wouldn't cost much.
Wouldn't cost much. That's the kind of marginal move that I'm wondering is going to happen so that Trajan doesn't have to do anything to the core right now.
So you're talking about, Kennard as old friend. I've also seen old friend Jeremy Grant.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Tobias for Grant.
Does it move the needle enough?
No, Kennard doesn't, but that is the time. I'm expecting something like that. Maybe not that marginal because Kennard's he's on an expiring contract too.
Like, how many minutes is Kennard getting in
20 minutes.
I'm saying in a playoff series per game.
Oh, no, he's your come off the bench and
Like 12 to 15 minutes.
and try to hit you those, threes that you need from your bench.
Yeah.
That would be, he would come in for Robinson to a degree. I mean, look, I think it's laughable. I know that he plays no defense. People rip Robinson for not playing defense.
Yeah.
Kennard plays no defense. I'm just saying it was reported.
Yeah, no, I'm
So
not
don't blame me.
scowling at you.
These texters are going to start going nuts on me.
Well, live and learn. 248-539-9797. We got the 2 Grand Slam coming up. 725, a chance to win $2,000. It's 97.1. Winter means snow. It means icy roads. And unfortunately, it means you're going to have some slip and slides. You're going to have some car accidents. If you're injured in a car accident, call Lawrence Cagey. He'll make sure you and your loved ones get paid big for your injuries because Cagey is uniquely qualified to fight for you when you're injured in a car accident. Cagey's won more than $100 million for his clients, so he's going to win big for you. Cagey will make the driver that hit you accountable, and he'll fight their insurance company to get every dollar you deserve. 877-KG-CARES. That's K-A-J-Y. 877-KG-CARES. KGCares.com. Before the 2 Grand Slam, Heather with the news.
Well, no charges will be issued against a Detroit mother whose 2 children died from carbon monoxide poisoning last year. You might remember the story as the family slept in their van in the parking garage of the Greektown Casino. So at the time, the mother discovered her 9-year-old son unresponsive, was able to call someone for help, got him to the hospital. While she was at the hospital with him, the grandmother, who was also living in the van, noticed that a 2-year-old daughter had also become unresponsive. She was also rushed to the hospital. They both passed away. And at the time, they thought maybe it was from hypothermia because this was in February. It was cold. But it turns out that they were able to determine it was from carbon monoxide poisoning. A very, very sad story for sure. And the prosecutor, Kim Worthy, said that while no charges are being filed, she is concerned for the welfare of the remaining living children, and she is hopeful that the people who have stepped in to help will continue to do so. The same story can't be said for a mother in Warren who is facing a safe gun storage charge after her 3-year-old son shot himself in the hand with an unsecured gun last week.
Come on.
So this 24-year-old mother has been hit with a 5-year felony after her 3-year-old suffered serious but non-life-threatening injuries. She was arraigned on Tuesday, was issued a $10,000 cash bond, and under her bond conditions, she cannot possess, use, or be in the possession of any firearms. She must wear a GPS tether, and she cannot leave the state. A ground stop for Metro Detroit Airport flights has been lifted after a mechanical issue with a plane. So according to the FAA, the ground stop was ordered at the airport due to an aircraft emergency. It was issued right around 6:30 p.m. It sounds like it was pretty brief, but the fire department responded, and as a precaution, they say crews applied water to one of the aircraft's engines. The ground stop, like I said, has been lifted. Officials say there were no injuries and passengers were not in danger, but the plane involved will be undergoing maintenance. And I do believe there were people who were in flight to the airport during this ground stop that had to be, diverted to other airports. So, but at least everyone is safe. That's the main part. This is interesting. In an effort to get more dates, men are picking up something called an attraction hobby. Okay, so according to a recent survey, millennials and Gen Zers, in particular, the younger men are the ones that are really doing this, are picking up these attraction hobbies. They could be anything, right? It could be tennis, going to the gym, creative writing, poetry, whatever you think will make you more appealing to attract a date. Which is something that is kind of always done, right? Like you might say, like, if you find this woman, you really want to date her, right? And she's into, let's say, hiking, but you're not really, you might just say like, oh yeah, I like to hike too, because you want to get a date with her, right? So I think it's nothing new, but it's being labeled a little differently. They're also online.
What's the staying power though?
Well, not...
You can't fake
Not a
it.
lot, because some people will say, like with the fitness, for instance, 62% of people picked up fitness thinking it would make them more attractive, yet only, a handful of them actually found fitness to be an attractive hobby. Like they weren't into it.
Right.
But online, you might see it called something a little different, like on social media, TikTok or Instagram. Performative men is what it's being called, where they could also pick up traits. Like maybe they don't need glasses, but they wear glasses because they think it makes them more attractive.
Distinguished and smart.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's just be yourself.
Yeah.
Agreed. Because then you have to, are you going to be acting the whole
How
time?
do you keep up this lie?
I don't know.
Yeah, but they put
see
their
through
glasses
that.
on and be like, "Well, these are just glass."
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there's actually no lens.
Yeah.
You might have seen this last week. Dr. Pepper used a woman's viral theme song that she made in a new ad campaign. She posted herself singing on TikTok, I think it was. Dr. Pepper picked it up and said, wow, that's sweet. We're going to use it in a commercial. They did. Rumor has it she got paid $2 million
Wow.
for her few seconds. It was very quick. And now everybody is trying to jump on this bandwagon. So if you see more people posting jingles, it's because they're hoping they can be used in a commercial as well. So
commercials, yeah.
people are doing jingles for Coca-Cola or for Mountain Dew or really any soda, Sprite, Orange Crush.
Huh.
The list goes on and on.
I
and
wonder if
on.
it's going to be the Fansville fight song.
I've not heard it.
The Dr. Pepper jingle?
Yeah.
It's literally a couple seconds. You can
How's it go?
I have the words, but I don't know how she sings it.
Oh, okay.
But it's pretty quick. It's a very short little jingle.
Okay. All right.
Just Google it.
I will do that.
Yes. Hey, if you want to win $2,000, this is your chance. Give us a call now, 248-539-9797. Okay, so Nielsen just released its year-end streaming numbers, and as expected, Stranger Things did really well, but it wasn't like the number one streamed show. So people streamed 40 billion minutes of Stranger Things, and that was only good for third place.
Oh, so what beat it?
A kid show, Bluey, came in at number one with 45 billion minutes streamed, and then Grey's Anatomy came in second with almost 41 billion.
What?
It's because there's like
That's kind of what I did.
45 seasons.
It's been
And
on
it's-
forever.
Yeah, everybody's trying to binge watch it. The whole thing with the kids one is parents plop the kids in front of the TV, they start Bluey, and it just goes through multiple episodes.
Over and over.
They're entertained. You can clean the house. You can do the dishes, whatever you need to do.
It's interesting. So rounding out the top five, then you have NCIS at number 4 with 37 billion minutes streamed, and then SpongeBob SquarePants with 34.4 billion. When it comes to movies, they kind of did two categories. Kids movies, K-pop Demon Hunters was the number one favorite, followed by Moana 2 and Despicable Me 4. Those were the best streamed, most watched kids movies. But in general, they say Happy Gilmore 2, Wicked, and then Back in Action. That's the Jamie Foxx, Cameron Diaz spy movie. Came
the
in
Despicable
number
Me
3.
movies, I think, are hilarious.
We just started watching one with the kids. They like the Minions,
Yeah.
but they don't love.
They don't
is
like
it Gru?
Yeah.
Not
Gru's
yet.
hilarious. That's the funny part for the parents. The kids love.
They like the Minions.
Minions.
But Brooks kept saying, "I don't like this. I don't like this." He loves Cars, so he just wants to watch Cars over and over.
If it makes your kids feel better, Red Wing fans didn't like Gru either. Heather with the news. It's time for the 2 Grand Slam.
All right, let's give away some money. It's about time we give away some money, right? The rules of the game are super simple. 60 seconds, 10 questions, $2,000 if you get them all right.
Yeah. If you don't know, pass. And we've had a whole lot of passing
Yes.
lately.
Yes, we have.
But don't pass all of them.
No.
Let's go to Nick in White Lake. Nick, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning.
How you doing, Nick?
Good morning, guys. Good. How are you?
I'm doing all right. You excited?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Okay, Nick, so you just heard us. You can say pass if you don't know one. Little tip, don't pass too many times because most likely you're never going to get back to all of them. But if there is enough time, we'll get back to them. Your time is going to start right now. Here we go, Nick. What television network is airing Super Bowl 60?
Pass.
Who is the main radio color commentator for the Detroit Red Wings?
Ken Cal.
This artist had the 2009 hit TikTok.
Say that again, please.
This artist had the 2009 hit TikTok.
Kesha.
Who is the new head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers?
McCarthy.
What is the capital of India?
Pass.
This team currently has the most points in the NHL.
Colorado.
What is the nickname of Creighton University?
Blue Jays.
Bo Bichette signed with this team last week.
Pass.
Who played Peter Quill in Guardians of the Galaxy?
Chris Pratt.
Who wears jersey number 93 for the Detroit Red Wings?
Alex DeBrincat.
What television network is airing Super Bowl 60?
NBC.
What's the capital of India?
New Delhi. Damn it.
That's frustrating, isn't it? I got you with
Especially
7.
when he was right.
I know, you
It
would have had
was
it.
New Delhi.
But 7's really good.
Yeah, great job, Nick.
Thank you.
That is how the 2 Grand Slam is played without winning. So
You navigated it well. You got back to stuff. You got them right the second time around.
only passed 3 times.
Let that be a lesson, people.
So did you? Let me ask you this, because you get back to the first one, which you ended up getting right with NBC.
Yep.
Were you just going to say any of the major networks?
No, I thought Fox a minute, and I'm like, no, it's not that. And I'm like, oh, yeah, it's NBC.
Okay, well, good job.
So quick math, $175.
Yep, well done. Stay on hold, and we'll make sure you get paid, and we'll go through all 10 questions. We already hit the number 1 there, where Super Bowl 60 is airing on NBC.
That's Tirico.
It is.
Like Tirico and Chris Collinsworth.
Yeah, well, hey. Woohoo for Tirico.
Who's the main radio color commentator for the Detroit Red Wings?
He said Ked Cal, and it's Paul Woods.
Yeah. He got Kesha correct.
Is it Kesha or Keisha?
Kesha.
John, it's Kesha.
Okay.
Come
All right, I'm just asking the question. I'm sure I'm not the only one that's wondering it.
You might be.
Maybe the 50-year-olds and up, but yeah, probably. Come on.
That's the 09 hit TikTok. Head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers,
Mike McCarthy.
John, the capital of India.
He just got it after. It's New Delhi.
Team currently has the most points in the NHL.
Colorado Avalanche.
Wings will play him twice before the Olympic break. What's the nickname of the Creighton University sports teams?
The Blue Jays.
Bo Bichette, former Blue Jay, signed with this team.
That would be the New York Mets.
Who played Peter Quill in Guardians of the Galaxy?
Well, he was all over this one. Chris Pratt.
Yep, and number 93 for the Detroit Red Wings.
DeBrincat. So the 2 Grand Slam on Thursdays brought to you by Feminine Law. Get David, get paid. Thanks, Nick, for playing.
Some of the guys in our section were doing prop bets at the last Red Wing game.
Oh, yeah?
And they did DeBrincat over shots. And then his buddy goes, wait, which one's DeBrincat? What number's DeBrincat? I look over, he goes, 93. And his friend goes, it's the one that says DeBrincat on the back.
Gotta love your buddy.
I love that. All right, coming up next, it's Dear John. Do you want a little teaser here?
Yeah. What am I in store for?
Guys' night.
Oh.
Cut out of the pictures.
Uh-oh.
Lack of sex.
Oh.
And deadbeat dad.
Okay.
Dear John, we need your advice next. 97.1.
Oh, okay.
His advice, it's so huge. You get it every week. Send him in, dearjohnjansen@gmail.com. John,
Yeah.
let's get to it.
Okay.
All right, we're going to start with the first one. This is Guys Night. Dear John, my husband went out with a group of guys for what I heard was a guys' night out. He made it sound like it was just guys, but then I found out some wives were there too. Why were some wives there, but I wasn't invited?
Well, so there could be a couple reasons for this. Maybe you're just no fun. Or the other buddies just can't tell their wives no. And they're going to show up to everything. If you're going to go out for a guys' night, then you got to have a pact with the guys that it is actually guys' night. No wives, significant others, girlfriends. It's guys' night out. Like because this also happens is all of a sudden, hey, the wife finds out that somebody else's girlfriend was there. No, hey, grow a pair and just say, I'm going out. You don't have to go with me every single place I go.
The fact that there were multiple wives there tells me it's the first thing you said.
Oh,
she's
you're just no fun?
They don't want her to go out because she's no fun.
That's awful. Maybe the other wives are very insecure and they don't want their husbands to go on a guys' night, so they're going to show up too.
Well, I mean, it could be, but that's their problem.
I would not want to go to a guys' night.
No.
Peace out. Get out of the house. Thank you.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Go. And that's in a healthy relationship.
Yes.
You've got to be able to accept that, hey, Lisa needs a night out. Okay, go have a good
please.
time. And same thing with the dudes. Like you don't have to spend every waking moment together.
It's healthy not to.
Yes.
I do know a couple, though, that does everything together.
They're kind of disgusting, aren't they?
Yeah. No, I don't think they're disgusting, but it's like, oh, well,
They're listening right now. Be
I
careful.
invited you, and now your husband's here too. Womp womp. Okay, hello.
Right, because it changes
They
the
do
whole
everything
dynamic
together.
Yeah, you want to be able to talk about things with the girls. I want to be able to talk about things with the dudes and use words I maybe not would use with my wife around.
Cut out of the pictures. Dear John, we took holiday pictures as a family. My girlfriend of a year was invited and was welcomed into some of the pictures before my dad said he wanted to get just the immediate family. It wasn't uncomfortable in the moment, but we got in the car, the dreaded car. My girlfriend asked why she was cut out of some of the pictures. She normally goes with the flow, so I was surprised when she raised the issue. She was upset with my dad and upset with me. I don't want things to be uncomfortable when we get together as a family, but I didn't see an issue with it. How should I handle the dynamic?
I mean, tell her to grow up. Like, you don't have to be in every single picture. Plus, you're not married. Right? 5 years down the road, if this thing doesn't work out, you don't want to, family doesn't want to have to look back and cut someone out of the picture.
Like literally.
Yeah. And you also don't want to have those memories of, this terrible breakup. And, you don't want to have a gap in the Christmas or holiday pictures. Like, just grow up. You were invited.
You're not in every photo.
Right.
Deal with it.
And I think it's a great call by the dad for that exact reason. That's an experienced individual right there.
Right. Like at the holiday, my mom loves to get cheesy pictures, but we'll do like her and her siblings or grandpa with the grandkids. It's not personal. Don't take it personal.
Yeah. And I think, the dad made a very great move. Hey, well, if you weren't invited to the family photos and you knew they were going on, okay, you got an issue. But if you're invited and you're in some of them, but then we do, hey, just kids only, just parents only,
right.
Just, we got all these different ones. And then all of a sudden, hey, you're asked not to be in a picture, grow up.
Don't take it personally.
Yeah.
I totally agree with you. I've got nothing to add because I'm in sync with what you're saying.
And then, hey, but next time you get together with your dad, give him a high five because you never know. It's just, you don't want to have those pictures either if you got a new girlfriend. Who was this girl?
Yeah, I guess those pictures always exist, though. If you had girlfriends in the past, they're going to be in pictures. That's not a big deal. But I do.
Yeah, but if dad and mom want to have the picture up in their house,
well, that's
now
why
all
I
of a sudden,
think
you break up.
You
And,
do exactly what the dad said, and there should be no issue. Okay, John, here we go. This one is lack of sex. Dear John, my wife and I have been married for over 20 years. When we were younger, we were having sex all the time. Now I'm in my 50s and there's no issues or performance problems, but sex now seems like a chore or a hassle. For example, we had sex 6 times in 2025. Sex is still great when we have it. We use toys and oil a lot, but the lack of urge is missing. I know.
The lack of urge from him
like
or from her?
It didn't say, it just says the lack of urge is missing. We are still in love and have fun together. How can I get back to the way it used to be?
I don't know. I mean, that is a big issue. That's a big problem. And so we see all these commercials for, ED.
Right.
And it never seems to be the dude's issue. Like, okay, maybe, if the time calls and you can't perform, that's an issue. Mm-hmm. But it seems to be it's the other way around. Where's the Blue Chew for the women?
Hey.
No, I'm not saying it's you. I'm just saying, like, it never seems to be the guy that says, well, this is too many times, or I don't think I've ever said no.
I think it's pretty bad sign when you're counting.
I mean, I can have a headache and
well, it's pretty
still
easy to
fight through
count
it.
when it's only 6 times. It's pretty easy to count.
Yeah. I said it's a bad sign if you're counting.
Oh, yeah, it's 100% a bad sign. If you could count it, especially if you could count it on both hands within 1 year. I mean, what, 6 times this year? What's you only need, to count it on one hand next year?
It's hard to answer this without more information.
Have a conversation with your wife and just be honest and say, we need to have more sex.
How do you spice it up?
Yeah.
Well, can you take stuff off of her plate? Like, is she doing all the house chores? Can you free her up to be more open-minded to it? I think that's one thing you could explore.
Yeah. Or maybe she just doesn't realize it. It's not the top of her list. I mean, we think about it all the time. I don't know.
Sure, take the chores off my to-do list. That'd be great. But I don't think that will change her desire to want to do.
But if she's tired, I don't know what her reason is. If she's exhausted.
So that's why you have a conversation with her and say, why is it? Are you just tired?
Right.
And hey, maybe we need to have morning sex. Maybe it's, an afternoon delight.
There you go.
Why wait till the end of the day? Is there any chance we can do it twice?
All right, the next question.
Yeah.
This next one is Deadbeat Dad, so very different tone. Dear John, we unfortunately lost my sister to a tragic circumstance about a year ago. Ever since that terrible day, her 14-year-old son has been living full-time with my parents, while the father is off living his best life, seemingly unaffected by anything, with his girlfriend of 2 years that he doesn't know we know about. He pays them no monthly support, yet he continues to draw on my sister's Social Security while claiming the son as a dependent on his taxes. My parents are not the type who will ask for anything financial, but it's chapping my ass to maximum chappedness. How should I approach this situation where their kindness and resistance to conflict is being taken advantage of? Do I sit there and continue to quietly despise him, or do I lay my cards on the table?
This disgusts me. It really does. And I understand it appears I'm probably digging more. This is deeper than I would probably dig into it. He is trying to deal with, I'm guessing it's the death of his wife in his own emotional way. But grow up, be a man, be a dad. You got to be there. And if it's maybe ask the kid. Not the dad, but ask the kid, hey, do you want us to formally adopt you? We're doing everything. Present the dad with adoption papers and see what his reaction is.
Right.
Because at that point, it's hey, if you just want to be cut out, then we'll cut you out. But don't come around anymore. Don't go when they get 16, when they get 17, 18, like, hey, you're opting out. You've already opted out. It really chaps my ass. To go old man on you.
Heather, any advice?
I have no idea. No, I've never had to deal with a situation like this before. I think I would not be able to sit there quietly. Like he said, should I just sit there quietly and despise him, or do I lay it all out there? I think
you lay it all out there.
You lay it all out there. You almost have to, because what's the harm?
Yeah, it's hey, okay.
Right? Like,
understand you're dealing with a major emotional life event. but so is your son. And you are not around. What do you point out the fact that hey, your son has no relationship with you, and maybe he doesn't even want one anymore because you just abandoned him in his biggest time of need?
It's only going to get worse if you ignore it. Like, you have to stand up for your parents.
Yeah.
You have to stand up for the kid.
Yeah.
I mean, that's most important in all of this. And yeah, if you just let it fester, is it only going to get worse? He's 16. Who's helping pay for the car?
Yeah, paint the picture. Hey, what does this look like when your son is 24?
Right.
Like, okay, you may come around, but you may have missed the window. The opportunity's gone.
That's Dear John. Every week, send him in. DearJohnJansen@gmail.com. That's Jon. Dear John, 97.1.
Hey, I want to let you know about Planet Fitness because it is a great place to work out. We're all strong on this planet, and that means every single one of us, and we've all got different reasons why we go in there. If you're new to fitness and you made a commitment this year in January to say, I want to get in better shape, Planet Fitness offers free fitness training at every single level of membership. $1 down gets you in the door. $15 a month keeps you there. And after you've been there a while, I think you're going to probably want to explore the Black Card membership because no matter where you are really in the country, there's 2,800 of them nationwide. There's 50 of them here in Detroit. There's a Planet Fitness, and it gives you the opportunity. And here's one of the things I think is great. Most of them are open 24 hours. I like to work out before I go to work. So that means I need to work out at 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning. It's unusual, but it's also great because there's no one there, and you get to use all the equipment without standing in line. Find your nearest club and join today, in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
Ross Tucker going to join us 8:02. I'm set the scene for the Super Bowl. Let's talk a little Piston basketball in the 8 o'clock hour. We're 1 week away from the trade deadline. Want to know the expectations we have for Trajan Langdon as his first place team in the East could get even better in the next 7 days. Oh, and the Thursday touchdown. Just had Dear John.
Yeah.
And we got texts. John, response on all 4 of them.
Oh,
all
terrific.
4 questions.
All right.
Which one do you think got the most response?
Probably the sex one.
It was the sex one,
Yeah,
John.
uh-huh.
Says menopause is truly horrible. My wife's going through it and it's terrible. And another one says, yes, menopause tends to get in the way.
How long does that last? I'm asking for a friend because I mean when it happens,
You
like
guys.
I want to. I don't know. Like I'm not saying you know the answer to it.
Today, I'm not having hot flashes.
Oh, that's
by
not
the
what I'm- I don't-
I'm probably legitimately sick.
Yeah, but
But no, how long does menopause last? I have no idea.
Your classic AI overview says 45 to 55.
Well, that's when it starts, right?
Yeah, but it can't possibly go on for 10 years.
But I think your hormones probably
Situations.
never your hormonal balance is all different once you go through menopause.
That's why I want to know why the pharmaceutical companies have always focused, or it seems like only on the dude's performance when it's
always our fault.
right.
Well,
Yeah.
The advertisements definitely make it your fault. But there are, I mean, if you go to your doctor, females go to their doctor, there are things that you can take to increase your libido and things like that. There are medications, there are things you can do.
Because on some level, it's hormonal.
For sure.
Pink chew.
Text says maybe the wife doesn't want to get oiled up every time.
Well, I kind of said that during a commercial, like maybe it's his approach. Yeah, like,
Right,
okay,
yeah.
all right. Like maybe it needs a little romance.
Yeah. Try something different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do think that there needs to be a healthy conversation of, hey, we just got done, and she probably has no idea that you're counting.
Yeah.
I don't think women are the same mindset at all as men are, but and I couldn't sit here and say how many times it happened for us, but
No, you're in a bad
it's-
spot if you're counting, I think is the
Oh,
point.
sure.
And if you are, you need to have a conversation.
Yeah, and your
Because-
wife will probably look at you crossly like, wait, you're counting?
Don't tell her you're counting.
Well, but if it's only 6 times, if it's once every other month, I mean, give me a break.
No, I know, but I think there's a better way to approach it than I'm keeping score and you're losing. I think you need to approach it with how do we get where we want to be more
Yeah.
often? What should I be doing differently? Like when
Yeah.
you say communicate, that's how I
Yeah,
hear that
yeah.
is not, hey, so I'm horny this number of times and you're not, so fix it.
Jim, I think you used a good phrase there because I'm going to play off it a little bit. Are we sure that she is getting to where she needs to be
Right.
at the end?
It's a good point. The guy with 6 times a year sex, he may have to face the fact that his wife might have a side dude. Signed LV.
Well, that could be a possibility.
Women are typically emotional creatures. They need the emotional connection, then the physical connection will follow. Men are the opposite. You have to tend to her emotional needs before she can think about you in a physical way. That's Matt in a truck.
Very insightful, Matt.
6 times I'm jealous. Signed Mike in West Bloomfield. All right. Well done. For feedback on the other Dear John questions, we had one about the pictures,
Yeah.
being cut out of the pictures when you're dating.
Yeah.
I've been married 17 years, and there are always some pictures where the whole family and some are just parents and siblings that I'm not in. It's totally normal. That girlfriend needs to grow up and not be threatened by the family.
I agree.
I totally agree. Do you think that this person was saying that she went to the photos and then the dad was like, I don't want any pictures of you in it?
Oh,
Because
no,
then
it said
Yeah,
that
if I
there
could
were,
find it
whoever sent that one in said that there were, that she was in some of them.
Yeah,
Oh,
it
okay, then yeah,
says-
Yeah,
she's
because
gotta
if
get
you were
over
going to be
that.
cut out of all of them, then we just wouldn't invite you.
Right. It
Right.
says I
Well,
was
I
invited.
could see her getting upset then if I was invited thinking I would be in them and then dad was like, nah, you're out
Yeah.
of all of them. Then that's kind of
Yeah.
awkward.
I don't know how you took this. Like, are they went somewhere to do a photo shoot, or they were just taking photos at a holiday party? Either way, she was there. She was
Right.
in some of them.
Sure.
She doesn't need to be in all of them. It's not her family. She's not married.
Right. That's the whole point.
Okay, that was the only one we got on that story. For the deadbeat situation, deadbeat dad, grandparents need to get guardianship. That's what needs to happen.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, guardianship or adopt or whatever they've got to go through to make that legal.
So the man has a girlfriend for 2 years and his wife only died a year ago. He's not mourning anything. He's useless.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you're going through the math there, I didn't do that math.
I didn't even realize that
I
either.
didn't connect those dots.
Yeah, he's a real piece of work.
Well, I mean, especially if she passed from something.
Well, it
You
didn't
never
say
know.
that they were still married. It just said that the sister passed a year ago.
I
and the
suppose
boy's
it's
dad.
possible
It
they
means
were-
they might not have been together.
Yeah, that's
Right?
fair.
Yeah, but
That's
step
how I-
up, be a man.
Oh no, I 100%
Yeah.
agree. I'm
It's
just
still your
to that
kid.
texter.
Yeah.
I don't know if they were actually married when he was dating this new girlfriend.
Call the IRS on that deadbeat dad.
It's one way you could go about it, yeah.
Four-
But that's why you need the guardianship, because until those documents are signed or they're in effect, there's not much. I don't think there's much you can do about it.
4 important words I learned from my mom about my own deadbeat dad. Friend of the court, John in Lake Orion. So not only confront, but get
Get
take
legal
legally.
action. Yeah.
Let's get to the phones. We got Dan in Romeo. Dan, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, how are you guys?
Good morning, Dan.
Good morning. So a lot of it sounds like communication with this gentleman here. It sounds like he's not on the same page as his wife. And it's not as simple as, hey, I'm ready to go. It's where can I be? Where do I need to be to get you in the same position that I'm in? She's clearly not there because he might not be doing a simple thing as giving her the right amount of attention. And it's not as maybe going on dates, but just making her feel important. Y'all are busy. I got 3 children. I myself have made this mistake many times. Have a conversation with your wife. See where she's at. Maybe you guys aren't on the same page. Maybe you feel like she should be here at this point, but you don't realize that she had an awful day and you did nothing to support that. Support your spouse both ways. It's a 2-way street. She needs to support him. He needs to support her. It's not just a physical thing. There's intimacy that needs to be involved. It's not just someone on the street. It's your wife. It's your husband. Make them feel important. It's the only way that'll work.
Yeah, Dan, I think there clearly needs to be a conversation and more communication as to what your concerns are, and if I'm not fulfilling a whatever need it might be, how do I do that so that we can get into the same place, or at least the same bed?
The same place, which is the bed.
Yes.
Hi, guys. This is Leah on the text. Menopause can last 10 years, and it's mostly hormonal. When my wife was going through menopause, I always called it men on pause. Tracy and Warren.
There you go, Tracy.
Menopause can last for years, but the big problem is the loss of hormones afterwards. Just like men lose hormone balances, including testosterone, makes their libido drop significantly, doesn't return. Same for women in a different way.
Yeah, but I don't really hear a lot of dudes talking about a lack of libido.
But
You
you
know,
hear a
see
lot
those
about
commercials with Frank Thomas.
Well, yeah, she'll be happy too. It seems like she's ready to go.
you do hear a lot about the testosterone right now, though. I feel like everywhere there's
Right.
lack of take this. You need more testosterone. Everyone's lacking. I don't know. I definitely hear those ads.
Got Ross Tucker coming up for 8:02. Talk to him about the Super Bowl.
Trust me, don't ask him those questions.
No? All right, I'll scratch those. I had those first 3 questions.
Yeah. How many times last year?
Can you count on 2 hands? Look, we'll get into some of the Belichick stuff with him. He's going to be at the Super Bowl. We'll set the scene for that matchup coming up because, John, I get the sense, and we did a little bit of it yesterday, are people interested in the Super Bowl? We know he will be, so it'll be curious to see what stands out about this matchup for Ross, Patriots and Seahawks.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking to football guys, and most football guys are excited no matter who it is. What is intriguing him about this Super Bowl?
All right, we'll have that conversation coming up next. Thursday touchdown at 8:35. It's 97.1.
Yesterday, an Ingham County judge dismissed Brenda Tracy's lawsuit against former Michigan State football coach Mel Tucker. Tucker was facing allegations from Tracy that he intentionally tried to ruin her reputation and public image after he said her claims of sexual harassment against him were simply a money grab from he and the school. Tucker still has a wrongful termination suit against Michigan State pending. His attorney, Andrew Aboud, hopes yesterday's decision will now move that case along. Speaking of Michigan State, that's Tom Izzo yesterday talking about the upcoming rivalry matchup, the blockbuster between the Spartans and Wolverines. This Friday's showdown will be the highest-ranked meeting in rivalry history. As you heard Izzo, it's less about hate and more about respect. Both teams enter tomorrow's game with a combined 3 losses. They have never both been in the top 27 of the AP poll. That game at 8 o'clock tomorrow in East Lansing. Michigan favored by 1.5 points. Couple games tonight as well. Pistons on the road taking on the Phoenix Suns. That's at 9 o'clock. Before that, Red Wings right here on 97.1 at 7:30 against the Caps. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good morning, 97.1. We got the Thursday touchdown coming up at 8:35. End of the hour, we're talking Pistons 1 week from the deadline. What defines a successful trade deadline for Trajan Langdon? Joining us now to help preview Super Bowl 60. He's joined us all season long. Ross Tucker, host of the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, where you can check out Ross on social media at Ross Tucker NFL. Ross, good to hear from you. Good morning.
Of course. It's been great to talk with you guys all year. I've really enjoyed it.
So let's start with maybe the biggest news of the week, since there's this gap in between the AFC and NFC championship games and the Super Bowl, and that was clearly Bill Belichick not being a first ballot Hall of Famer. What was your initial reaction when you saw that?
Well, I think I was really surprised, like anybody else. I think especially because we didn't know the information was coming out because it wasn't supposed to, which, by the way, is a whole other topic. I'd love to know who leaked that and why. But I actually, I did some digging because I was curious about it. And I always, every year, have a couple of the Hall of Fame voters reach out to me, not about like the senior candidates or the coach, but about, the modern era guys. So I've come to the conclusion there are 4 different reasons, essentially, why Belichick did not get voted in. And I don't know how many people fall into each category. The one, which is real, is that it's a really complicated process for guys to get a chance as a seniors candidate. And this year it's L.C. Greenwood, Roger Craig, Kenny Anderson. But there's a whole committee that decides who those guys are. And remember, those guys didn't make it the first 15 years. And so this is like their only shot. So some of the voters, I think it was really important to them. They think all 3 of those guys are Hall of Famers, and they wanted to vote for all 3 of those guys. Or they looked at it and said, you know what? Belichick's going to get in anyway. I don't want to waste my vote on him. Because you can only vote for 3 out of the 5. So there's 3 players, Belichick and Kraft. So I think that is one part of it. I don't think there's any question that a couple people hold the cheating scandals against him and probably didn't vote for him because of that. I don't think there's any question that he treated people poorly. Like people don't like it when you treat them like crap. And I'm sure a couple of them at least were like, you know what? Heck with that guy. I'm not going to vote him into the Hall of Fame the first time because that's the human nature of some people. And I will say the one that was most interesting to me was one guy said, listen, he was a head coach in the NFL for 11 seasons without Tom Brady as his quarterback, and he won 1 playoff game. So he's a Hall of Fame coach. He's a great coach. He didn't get in, but I don't feel like I have to vote him in the first year, which I thought was really interesting.
Ross, let's go to the Super Bowl. When we talk to some of our listeners, if you scroll social media, the people aren't excited about this matchup. What do you think of it?
Well, you know what? They're so interesting about it. Who's like the most well-known person involved in this Super Bowl? Like, is it Robert Kraft? Is it Vrabel? You know what I mean? Like, if you walked around downtown Detroit right now and said, okay, it's Patriots, Seahawks, how many people involved with both teams can you name? I feel like Vrabel and Kraft would be way up there. I mean, how many people in Detroit can even name who the Seahawks coach is? I know, and I'm sure that most of them know that Darnold's the quarterback there, but it's lacking in star power and it's lacking in name recognition. But I'm okay with that. I mean, I think that they're both very deserving. They both won whatever it is, 14 games. They both have good teams. Drake May had a terrific season. I love the Darnold story. He's a fellow member of the 5-team club. So not many of us 5 guys that play for 5 teams have a chance to be a Super Bowl MVP quarterback.
So I think it's a little bit skewed here in Detroit because Mike McDonald spent a couple of years in Ann Arbor, so a lot of people might actually know him. But Sam Darnold, what do you make of him, especially with last year it was 14 wins in Minnesota. This year it's 14 wins, the number 1 seed, and now he's in the Super Bowl. Is he getting over the hump, or are they winning simply because they've put a great team around him?
Well, so they have a really good team, but Smith-Njigba led the NFL in receiving yards. That doesn't happen without a quarterback playing well. I will tell you this. I think that OC for the Seahawks, Clint Kubiak, he is slick, man. I mean, he is slick. Smith-Njigba, there was like 3 or 4 times against the Rams on Sunday. He was wide open. Like, how did that happen? The guy is the offensive player of the year, led the NFL in receiving yards. But I think the coolest part about Sunday, so for me, for Western One, I get to interview the head coach and the quarterback and stuff right after the games. It's really cool to interview these guys at the biggest moment of their lives. And for Darnold, I kind of thought he might just be along for the ride. He wasn't. Yeah, he needed to play well for them to win that game, and he did. That was so cool. I thought they'd win anyway. I thought as long as they didn't turn it over, they would win. But he made a bunch of big plays when they needed him to, not only touchdowns, but then late to kind of clinch it. Darnold, played it like Darnold would have been the MVP of the NFC Championship game if there was such a thing.
Yeah, you mentioned a possibility that he could be the Super Bowl MVP. I'm going to ask you to give me somebody that's not a quarterback that could be the MVP of Super Bowl 60.
Well, so I think you could easily say like Smith-Njigba, and that's not like that crazy. I think the crazier ones would be to take a shot on like Rashid Shaheed to have a kick return for a touchdown and like hitting a deep post or a deep ball for a touchdown. That would be one that would be a little bit more exotic. I mean, you can go with the running backs like Kenneth Walker, Stevenson. It's almost always the quarterback. So it's hard to say it's a receiver. I know that's happened with Edelman and with Cooper Kupp, but usually if a receiver's going to get it, the quarterback's going to get it. So you're better off maybe if you're really, Jim, trying to take a little bit of a long shot to go with Shaheed or like Marcus Jones for the Patriots, because he could have a punt return touchdown and a pick 6 or something. Those are the 2 guys that they could each have a couple big plays and be fun.
Best matchup, not just offense, defense, but best individual matchup that you see that fans should be watching when they watch the Super Bowl.
Well, so a couple come to mind. One would be that the Patriots corners are really good. So Gonzalez, Carlton Davis, who you guys know, as well as Marcus Jones. So those guys against Njigba. I'd also say this, not something that people necessarily can watch. These teams have 4 legit coordinators. And I know you guys just went through that with your OC, but it's a pretty good example of how important coaching is. McDaniels and Kubiak on offense, Kerr, this new kid for the Patriots, as well as Mike McDonald on defense. I mean, They are all, I would say, top 10, maybe even top 5 in terms of coordinators in the league for their specific roles, which is awesome. The other matchup I'm going to be watching is basically Will Campbell, the Patriots' first-round left tackle, against whoever he's charged with blocking, because he has struggled in the postseason. Now, you know, the Seahawks are probably better inside with Byron Murphy and Leonard Williams, and they're off the edge. But I still am looking forward to DeMarcus Lawrence going speed to power against Campbell because he struggled with that.
So, hey, first of all, thanks for joining us all year. It's been fun to talk to you on a weekly basis, individually, and I know our listeners have enjoyed it. We're talking to Ross Tucker, host of the Ross Tucker Podcast, football podcast. You can check him out on social media at Ross Tucker NFL. And we talked about this a little bit last week. I've got, from the 84 Tigers, I've got the front page of the Detroit News or Free Press with Kirk Gibson standing up and cheering. I've got one from the National Championship. You've got something that dudes should be looking at for Valentine's Day.
No question. And I mentioned this last week. If you're driving in your car right now and you've ever thought about doing any advertising for your business, you have to do it with Costa and Jansen on the ticket, because last week I mentioned myfrontpagestory.com as the best Valentine's Day gift ever. Double-digit people ordered it within an hour, because that's how awesome your listeners are and that's how powerful your station is. And also probably because it's the best Valentine's Day gift ever. To talk to a writer for 10 minutes or just fill out a quick email and have them write this incredible story about your wife or your girlfriend, whoever, and how amazing she is, and then having it look like it's on the cover of the Detroit Free Press with pictures of you and her and the kids if you have them. It's framed. I've seen, John, double-digit videos now where as they're opening it, they have no idea what it is. They're like, what is this? To be able to say to her, honey, I wanted to just do something unique and special, so I had a story written about you. Like, that sounds like the most romantic, best husband ever. Then, by the way, it's hanging up in the house forever. So next time you get in an argument, you'd be like, oh, really? I had a story written about you. Did you have a story written about me? No, you didn't. and then make sure you say to the writer, or you put in the email, I never thank her enough for all the little things she does. She will cry. I've seen like 30 videos. Oh, my gosh, he notices the little things. It is incredible. myfrontpagestory.com. Guys, you will blow her mind this year with the best Valentine's Day, probably the best gift, period, she's ever gotten. myfrontpagestory.com.
Ross, we've loved having you on all season. Enjoy the Super Bowl. Thanks, man.
See you guys.
All right, coming up next.
Hey, real quick.
Yes.
2 things from that.
Yeah.
The ticket listeners discoed on my front page.
Yeah.
Double digit.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. And that lack of sex guy from Dear John, maybe he should use it.
He should have used it, yeah.
One of the 6.
Headline story, need more sex.
Talking
Here you
Pistons.
go for Valentine's Day.
Talking Pistons deadline end of the hour. Thursday touchdown at 8:35. Coming up next, a crazy stat about the Detroit Red Wings. It's 97-1.
At First Merchants Bank, they believe the real value comes from building strong communities and strong relationships. With their new branch opening in the Fishkill neighborhood of Detroit, First Merchants Bank is excited to offer a banking experience that's welcoming, attentive, and dependable. Their easy-to-use, secure, and highly rated app makes everyday banking a breeze, allowing you to manage your accounts on the go, and their local attentive bankers are your partners in success. They're going to take the time to get to know you, give sound advice, and provide solutions that work for you. In fact, it's exactly what they've done for me and for my family over the years, so obviously they're my personal financial partner. With a passion for fostering community development, their team is committed to helping you and your neighborhood prosper. Experience the difference of banking with an award-winning bank that truly cares about your financial journey. All you have to do is visit firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald to learn more about how they can help support you as well. That's firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
Good mornings. Trying to stay warm out there. John, we're getting a real winter.
Yeah, it's cold and it feels like even last night we're sitting at dinner and we see, flurries. We're like, come again? Didn't see that one coming. Just cold for a long time.
Yeah, man.
Not letting up anytime soon.
Last couple winters weren't a real winter. This is a real winter, man. We got reminded each and every day. Mm-hmm. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Govin Greg behind the glass. The guys behind the glass are rocking their Red Wing gear. They're playing tonight against the Capitals. And, John, I have a stat for you.
Okay.
The Wings haven't gone back-to-back games without picking up a point since Black Friday. They've lost back-to-back, but they get at least a point in every 2-game stretch since Black Friday.
And that back-to-back was the 2 losses, and it was, hey, they picked up a point because they went into OT.
With Pittsburgh, yeah.
Uh-huh. I mean, it's a tough stretch, right? Because of the injury. We talked about that. But it's also the teams that they're playing. It's the time that it's all happened. And it, the injury couldn't happen at a worse time. But even if they were healthy, this was a tough stretch.
Well, it's why tonight's such a big game. You got Colorado coming up. You're going to play them twice. Tonight, you got to get a point. You want to win the game, but you got to get a point. You got to stay afloat. I've talked about this. I'm a little nervous. Their blue line's in a blender. No one really talked about it after Tuesday night because they didn't score, so that was the headline. But they were just trying stuff left and right. Pelika's playing on his offhand. They don't have a cohesive group of defensemen right now. You lose 1, you lose 2, you play Colorado 2. You play the Mammoth on the road. You don't come back home for a month. You start cold. It's the trade deadline, and all of a sudden, you're on the bubble. And it takes the gusto out of the deadline, and it may put Yzerman back in that cautious mindset. That's why I'm nervous. Just win tonight. We don't have to do any of this.
So I know the cautious mindset is something that everyone's concerned about. But I do think Steve Yzerman is going to look at what this team is, what they've been able to do, the body of work to this point, the momentum that they have set up. And I don't think it's good. If they were to lose 4 of 5 going into the Olympic break, I don't think it impacts him. I think it maybe motivates him more to say, how can I solidify? Where can I make this team a little bit more robust?
I would hope so, because Edvinsson, by all accounts, get him back after the Olympic break.
Yeah.
Imagine if you added another blue liner. Yeah. And now you got a real top 2 pairs to make sure your goalie continues to have good play in front of him and he can play his best down the stretch. And now you got a backbone where if you do make the playoffs, you're not just going to be a team that gets swept or loses in 5. You may actually win the series depending on the matchup. And it doesn't have to be this ridiculous trade. You don't have to gut all of your young players and picks and we got to get Panarin. It's not that. It could just be a quality NHL blue liner. Or I know there were the reports, Darren Drager saying they're interested in second-line centers or right-shot defensemen, but they got to be guys that aren't rentals.
That's a great point, because they're a team that's in position to make the postseason. If they just get a little bit better, then there's no guarantees, but does that push them into the postseason? And as long as it's not a rental, now you've made yourself better going into next year, where all of these young guys that are playing are going to have that year of experience. They'll have the playoff experience, and then you could take that step forward again next year.
So I think Tom asked me off air. Multiple people yesterday were like, well, who do you want? Who do you want? It's hard to say because I don't think we're going to get a flurry of moves before the Olympic break. Teams are going to make sure their guys come back healthy, and then I think things will really heat up. But a name I would circle is Justin Falk. He plays for the Blues. We know Yzerman's done a lot of deals with the Blues. He's a right-shot defenseman. He's signed beyond this season. He's 33. He's not a long-term piece, but he's a guy that could play on the second pair with Sherratt. It bumps a rookie in Pelika down to a less pressurized role on the third pair. And I don't think it should cost Danielson or Casper or elite prospects. But, you may have to give up a first.
Oh, okay.
Just knowing what the market ends up being, you don't want to, but you might have to. But if it's pick 24, pick 26, you plan on doing something with the playoff run? Yeah, you could justify giving up a first at this point when you're 7-8 years into this, when you haven't made the playoffs in 10 years. It's important not just to get in, but to get in for progress, for those young guys to get a taste, to build off of it. We always cite that for the Pistons.
And I do wonder how much the recent history would motivate or has no factor in it, because you don't want to get to that decade's worth of not being in the postseason. They're at 9 seasons right now.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be it's 100 years sentimental reason to do it. The team is playing well enough to do it. That's the key.
Well, Larkin said after the season, they could have used some help at the deadline. Go earn it right now in these last 4 games before the deadline. It is a little eerie as you look at their schedule right now going into the break, that they're staring their past, staring right at them in the face.
That's a really good way to put it.
It's like, yeah, they've had this point thing going on, but if you don't get points tonight, you worry about the 2 against the Avs, and then the last one on the road against Utah when they lost critical games to Utah in the past.
Tom, and then who's the first team they play coming out of the winter break?
Bingo, the Senators. And that has been kind of a bad place to be at Ottawa for this team in the past. It's like it's all staring them. After Saturday, they don't play at home again until March 4th.
So think about this, though. If you look at it's 8 games before the deadline, and it's 4 now and 4 after the break. Washington in a playoff hunt. Avs, the best team in hockey, back-to-back. Utah, who's been a pain in the ass this time of year. Come out of the break. Ottawa, same story. They've been a pain. And you also have to play good teams like Carolina and Vegas in this stretch. Like, this is where if things start to go south, everyone's going to be triggered. Like, oh, here we go again. It's March and no big deadline, and we're going to choke and miss the playoffs. You can shut all of that up and calm all of the nerves 2 points at a time tonight with the Capitals.
It's eerie how it's just looking right at them and how they've screwed it up. Last year, they had 72 points. They had an 8-point cushion in the playoffs, remember? Then they went pointless for 7 straight games. And you've got this gauntlet right here leading right into the deadline. It's like this is where you change it.
Yes. Keep this stretch going where you don't go back-to-back games without a point. Let's get to Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Gardner White. So early this morning, firefighters were on the scene of a Southfield apartment fire. It was right around 3 a.m. when smoke started billowing out of the Oxley. Firefighters arrived at the scene. They started knocking on people's doors to wake them up because it was the middle of the night, right? Make sure everyone could get out safely. Numerous people did have to be rescued from the top floor of the building. At least 2 people were taken to the hospital. So far, it's still early. The cause of the fire is under investigation. So Monday marked the opening of the 2026 tax filing season. And obviously, while paying taxes isn't something most people love doing, this year might be a little different. And that's because many Americans can expect bigger refunds than they normally get. So according to the White House, the Working Families Tax Cuts Act is delivering the biggest tax refund season ever, with average refunds projected to raise by $1,000 or more this year. We could also see some larger refunds due to other updates that increase key deductions and credits. This includes higher standard deductions, expanded child tax credits, also new or boosted deductions for things like overtime and tipped income. So several different reasons why you could be seeing a larger refund. And for those who normally don't get a refund, you could just see a lower tax bill.
Right.
Which is great as well. So the University of Michigan has spent tens of thousands of dollars on the investigation connected to the whole Sharon Moore scandal. So according to reports, Michigan paid a private law firm nearly $62,000 for roughly 2 weeks of work. One attorney on the case billed them nearly $2,400 per hour.
Sure.
And this is just the beginning of it. So it sounds like the university still hasn't released records for work that was done in December or January. So this total tab could obviously be higher.
Oh, it will
when
be.
It's all in.
Yeah. And so I asked Lisa about it because I was when she was working as an attorney, and she actually thought that was
low.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
And it will get obviously exponentially larger.
Wow. Hey, being a night owl could actually be bad for your heart. I know with our job, none of us would consider ourselves night owls.
Right.
But I think if I didn't have this job, I am much more of a night owl.
So what do they define that as? Like, how late are we staying up to be a night owl?
It doesn't give you exact times, but it's basically people who are doing more or are more active in the evening hours when others are starting to wind down to go to bed.
Okay.
Typically I would want to go to the gym in the evenings and
Oh, really?
yeah, I don't now because
Right.
of this job, but before this, that's when I would work out later in the night. I know.
I hate the evening workout.
Well, there's a new large study that found that people who are more active late at night, like I said, when most people are getting ready to go to sleep, tend to have poorer overall cardiovascular health compared with people who go to bed earlier or are more active during the day. This was a pretty extensive study. It followed more than 300,000 adults over a span of about 14 years, found that night owls had about 16% higher risks of having a heart attack or a stroke compared to, I guess you could say, average sleepers or quote normal sleepers. I don't know. There was also a whole bunch of other things where night owls scored lower health wise for things like diet, sleep quality, blood pressure, cholesterol were all worse. They do say it's not like, you're not doomed if you're a night owl. You can reverse these and start making small changes in your routine to align more with
a better, healthier.
A day owl.
Yeah, a day owl. Yes,
Day owl.
yes. I put this one in the, as Greg reminded me in my ears, a check in the positive column for getting to 100. I'm more of the work out in the morning, be active during the day, wind down at night.
I wish I was. I mean, I am now.
Yeah. Well, see, you've made the adjustments.
Forced to, I guess.
Heather with the news. End of the hour, 8:50. The Pistons, 1 week from the trade deadline. Good conversation to be had. What is a successful trade deadline for Trajan Langdon? Thursday touchdowns next, 97.1. If you take a peek at the calendar today, you'll realize, damn, we're still in January.
Yes, we are.
You'll also realize we're 1 week away from the NBA trade deadline, John, which is very interesting for our Pistons. The 1 seed in the East, home court, the best player in the East, the best defense in the East, and a clear, obvious need to address at the trade deadline. I think this is easy for Trajan Langdon. You got to add some shooting.
Okay, so yes, the identifying the need is the easy part. Consummating the trade and getting trades, I think, in the NBA are the most difficult ones because you've got to pay salary, you got to do all these different things, and there are options out there. It's a matter of what are you willing to give up, because if there's something that you really want, chances are somebody else in the NBA wants that same individual. So what are you willing to part with? Because it's going to sting a little bit. How much does it need to sting?
But let's talk about that, too. I think he's got stuff to get rid of. He's got an expiring contract in Tobias Harris, who most certainly would be in any big deal. And you have Jaden Ivey, who someone else could look at and say, change of scenery would benefit. Here he's playing 17 minutes a night, and he's a free agent to be. Those are two pieces, along with their first-round picks. They didn't have access to trading them in previous years. Now they do. So if you're Langdon, I'm not going to come out and say there's one player he has to go get. Hey, you have to get the Greek freak to Greek town or you failed. In fact, Giannis doesn't give them any additional shooting. John, there are shooters available at varying degrees, and he's got pieces he can offer to make a deal happen. I think success for Trajan Langdon is adding a shooter who at bare minimum would be in their top 8 rotation for a playoff series, and ideally would be someone who could start. But I think that is the task that he is given. His marching orders are add shooting in a meaningful way at the trade deadline. I ask you the question, what defines success? That's my answer.
So in no world, if Giannis ended up in Detroit, there's no world where I'd be upset about it.
Right.
It would be awesome. I think that's a bit of a pipe dream to think that there's going to be enough that Trajan will part with to make it doable for Milwaukee to send, Giannis here. And so I'll put that out there as that would be awesome. I just don't see it happening. The two guys that I would really like to see be the best options is Michael Porter Jr. and Lauri Markkanen. Now, there's a little bit more of a gray area in regards to what you'd need to give up for Lauri Markkanen. He's younger. He could be here for, what is he under contract now, for another 3 years, I believe. I could be wrong on that. With the option, obviously, at the end to, max him out and, bring him back. Mm-hmm. Michael Porter Jr. is the one that I think is most well-defined in regards to what it would probably take. Now, you could, change some of the pieces out, but if you send Tobias Harris, Jaden Ivey, and a couple of firsts, I would do that in a heartbeat. And then I always go back to, well, if I would do it in a heartbeat, or if we're doing, New Jersey radio, would the Nets, is that enough? That's because that's always what I go back to.
Again, who knows what's true, but I saw a report they want multiple firsts. Well, in your scenario, they're getting multiple firsts, and they're
I don't
freeing
feel
up some
the
cap
same
space.
I don't feel the same pain of giving up Jaden Ivey as some of Pistons fans do.
Or even Tobias Harris, who I know people are getting really attached to because he's right? He's like a locker room guy, and I don't know if he's like taking them on wellness retreats or like packing their lunches.
I don't know. It feels like Tobias Harris was brought here to eventually trade.
Yeah, he signed a 2-year deal with the option that you could trade him at a deadline if you could upgrade. And that's all it would be. No one's sending him in a trade that doesn't yield an upgrade. Michael Porter Jr. is an upgrade.
Yeah.
So
and I just go back to, if I feel like it's a no doubt I would do that trade, is it going to hurt enough, or do we need to add another player or someone else in?
So then you start asking, like, who's untouchable, who's part of the core, who would you give up? I think Ivy and Tobias are obvious names that you would offer up in a trade. The guys I want to keep, Cade, Duran, Asar, Beef Stew. The guy I think I'd be on the fence about is Ron Holland. I like him. I want to keep him. I see the vision of having him and Asar as these like pit bulls where 48 minutes a night, one or both are on the floor.
Right.
But neither can shoot well. And I'd part with one if it was for one of these elite guys that you could have access to. But I'm not doing it just to do it.
Right. And I mean, I think that's the thing, too, is like, is this team good enough to get to the Eastern Conference Finals the way it's constructed? Probably.
I think so.
Can they make their life a little bit easier? Can they put odds, stack more odds in their favor? Certainly.
Well, what it comes down to is I want to give JB Bickerstaff a few more tools in a 7-game series, right? When you play, teams are going to throw a wrinkle at you in game 2 and then something completely different in games 3 and 4. And do you have the tools in the half court? Like, you're going to get stops, you're going to get fast break buckets, you're going to crash the offensive glass. But in the last 5 minutes of the game, do I have options for closing lineups? Do I have a big that can pull a player out of the paint because he shoots? Do I have a secondary offensive initiator so I can run some games with Cade? How do I give JB more than one answer to the test? I think the answer is you get him a little more shooting.
I think so, too.
Yeah.
And I think it seems obvious. And when you hear, the experts that cover basketball 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, that's the one thing that they talk about that the Pistons need is when you get into the postseason, things slow down, you get more of those half-court offenses, you still got to be able to spread the floor, and you're going to need somebody that's a knockdown shooter.
248-539-9797. What is a successful trade deadline for Trajan Langdon? The reason why I said it's easy, John, is because you have your clear need. But we've learned that lesson in this city, that just because you have a clear need doesn't mean it's going to be addressed. I think you address your need and you don't actively make yourself worse. We've seen GMs in the city just ignore their biggest need at the deadline, and in some cases make their team actually worse. But Langdon has a chance to step out and do something significant here.
Right. And, I mean, so last year, what's his – everyone wants to compare him to Scott Harris, compare him to Brad Holmes. Like, I don't want to do that. What did he do last year? He identified, hey, we're here earlier than we thought we would be, and I thought he handled the trade deadline appropriately.
Me too.
So what makes us think that he wouldn't handle it appropriately here?
No, I'm actually confident. Like, I'm excited to see how he handles this trade deadline. 248-539-9797.
And some of it goes back to, obviously, we've got PTSD here in Detroit because we've had teams that feel like they're right there. They just need that. The Tigers need that one bat to get over the hump, or the Lions needed an interior offensive lineman, or they needed an edge rusher. And I know they brought in Zadarius Smith last year, but it's always they never seem to do what we feel is the best move. Now, we're fans.
Yeah.
And we don't have, the ability to hear all of the trade possibilities that were there but turned down by other teams.
And it's worth pointing out, the things that we've identified as needs are things that end up ending their season prematurely. So It's not like fans have been out to lunch on this. People pay attention now. They know what they're talking about. We'll talk to some of those fans. We'll have the conversation coming up next. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans of Shelby Township. Red Wings and Washington Capitals tonight right here on 97.1 at 7:30 this evening. Yesterday, the club inked a new deal with defenseman Ben Sherratt, keeping the signee in Detroit for at least the next 3 years. Tonight, we could witness history as Patrick Kane needs just 1 point to break Michigan native Mike Modano's record of 1,374 points for the most in hockey history by an American-born skater. Kane tied that mark in the loss to the Kings earlier this week. Puck drop at 7:30 tonight from LCA. Mark Ryan has pregame coverage right here on 97.1 at 7:15. The Pistons play tonight as well. They're on the road to face the Phoenix Suns out in Arizona at 9 o'clock. That game will be on WWJ News Radio 950. Jeremy Otto has pregame coverage beginning for that one at 8:35. We're also getting ready for Michigan and Michigan State basketball tomorrow in definitively the biggest regular regular season meeting in rivalry history. Number 7 versus number 3. Neither team have been inside the top 7 of the AP poll at the same time during a matchup in rivalry history. That's going to happen tomorrow at 8 o'clock from East Lansing. Super Bowl 60 will also take place not this Sunday, but the next. There's plenty of prop bets you can bet on. Do you think Stephon Diggs will propose to Cardi B after the game? Will Bad Bunny wear a dress? All that and more on Bet Online. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to Odyssey.com.
We'll get to the phones, talking Pistons trade deadline a week away. Tom just brought me in a quote from Chris Mannix, NBA insider, summing up the Pistons' thinking ahead of the trade deadline. Quote, I got to tell you, from talking to people in Detroit, I don't get the sense they're looking to do too much. Could they find a player to slide into that trade exception? Absolutely. They could certainly go out and try to acquire someone that could fit people that fit, like I mentioned, 9th, 10th, 11th guy on the roster. Someone you need to fill space. I don't believe they're looking to do, and I'm pretty sure of this, not looking to do anything big that shakes up this roster. They really like this roster. They might love this roster.
Fall in love with your own guys.
It's a disease.
And I mean, I'm not going to disagree. I mean, I like the roster too.
Me too. They're first place team,
and they could be that team that ends up in the Eastern Conference Finals.
Look, OKC didn't do anything Herculean at the deadline. They've got a nucleus that was good enough. Detroit's the best team in the East. There's no Halliburton. Tatum might not come back, and if he does, he might not be the Tatum that we've seen. The opportunity's there. No one's saying trade for the sake of making a trade. I'm not saying gut 3 of your 6 best players just to do something and chase Giannis.
Don't make a trade just to make a trade.
Right.
Which I don't think he's going to.
No, but when you have a clear identity and you can plug in some guys who help you in the half court, shoot the ball, and round out the roster, I think you owe it to the moment, the opportunity to make a move like that. Let's get to Wilson and Troy. Wilson, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. Thanks for having me on. Look, it's very clear that this team needs more shooting, but I want to go back to what you were talking about with Tobias Harris, because I think that there's something that he provides to this current roster that nobody else on the team does, and that's he's a good back to the basket. He's probably our best offensive post player who can back down a guy, hit a little turnaround. We don't really have that on the rest of the roster. So if we're getting rid of Tobias, which we probably are, and which I'm fine with, I think we need some shooting, but it would also be really nice even if we just got another guy who could do something like that, because I think there's an element to this team that's lost without Tobias. He's saved us in a couple games recently with end-of-the-game shots back to the basket. He scored over 20 points in a couple games recently. So I think we can't discount what he means to this current team.
I somewhat agree with that. We saw it against Denver, right? That the final shot, back to the basket, step back, fade away. He nails it. He does provide that. I just believe that the upgrade of getting a Michael Porter Jr. is greater than what Tobias Harris provides this team right now.
I'm not going to minimize, maybe I will end up minimizing, the ability to hit that tough shot in the mid-range, but that is the least valuable shot in the NBA. I'll gladly take away contested fall-away twos from a back-to-the-basket look for a guy that knocks down threes reliably. Tough contested twos, open threes. The league has shifted to the other way. There is value in, there's 8 seconds on the shot clock. Tobias can get off a shot and make that shot, but that shouldn't be the priority of your offense, and it shouldn't stop you from making a move. Let's get to Mo in Dearborn. Mo, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
What's up?
I think Pistons are just going to hold off on the trade package, and they're going to pick up Malik Beasley because he's been wanting to come to the Pistons. So we'll go from there. I've been a long-time Pistons fan. I've been a fan since 7 years old. Cried for Joe Dumars when he retired. So I love my Pistons. You gentlemen have a great day.
Malik Beasley, I wish we had a little more clarity.
Yeah, that's the thing we're waiting on is what is the NBA? What's the final verdict on Malik Beasley? Is he untouchable? Right now he is, because you don't know what the answer is.
Well, and I think you only got a week. it's a disservice to the Pistons or anybody else and Malik that we don't have clearer you have guidance on this.
You have to proceed like he's unavailable.
Right.
You can add him after the trade deadline because it's not a trade. It's
yeah,
just
but I want to
signing the
know,
guy.
my point is,
Right.
what if I knew definitively his ass is suspended the rest of the year? He's not playing basketball. Well, I may be a little more urgent with adding my shooter, right? So I think that's why it sucks that we don't have more guidelines from the league on that.
Yeah. And maybe the Pistons, maybe all front offices have had, those conversations and they've said, hey, we're not rushing this.
Yeah, if I was...
There's no timeline.
Trajan.
Or maybe they've shared a timeline with him.
Yeah, I mean, it would be safe to assume Trajan Langdon would have made a phone call or two, just not even with Malik or his agent, but with the league saying, hey...
Kicking the tires.
Hey, just want to make sure I'm following up on this. Let's get to Dante in Detroit. Dante, you're on 97.1.
Hey, morning, guys. Love the show.
Thanks.
So I really like the guys you named, Michael Porter Jr., Larry Markkinen. My thinking is maybe go someone a little bit on the less expensive side. I was thinking maybe a Klay Thompson or a Zach LaVine type player just to fill in some offense next to Cade. Another player that I'm really high on is Trey Murphy out of New Orleans.
Yeah.
They have Troy Weaver out there. We have Trajan Langdon. Those guys kind of in a way swap jobs. So if you swap those, if you include Ivy in a trade with him, you kind of give those guys an idea to kind of reclaim one of their draft picks and kind of build with them. One other thing I wanted to float you guys. I know Jim, you said Duren was a guy that you wouldn't want to get rid of, but how would you guys consider Duren in a trade package around Giannis Antetokounmpo? I'm curious what you guys might think about that. Appreciate it.
It depends on Duren and how much else, because it's not just going to be Duren for Giannis and a whole bunch of picks. It's going to be...
There's a lot of questions. So am I getting an extension with Giannis, or is this just a 2-year run, 2 postseasons out of Giannis? And I was listening to Wojo and Rieger yesterday, and Wojo brought up a point. He'd actually prefer a Giannis trade without an extension because it would lower the cost to acquire. But if I'm giving up Duren, I don't know that I like that as much.
It's Giannis is still a top 15, maybe top 10 player in the NBA.
I was going to say top 10, yeah.
Duren's never going to be there.
I don't think so, no.
I don't think so.
No,
he's not going to be.
You pair those two up, Cade and Giannis.
Yeah.
But you'd have to put shooting all around them. So adding Giannis doesn't solve the shooting problem. Look, you'd be a demon on defense, and you'd be a whole pain in the ass to deal with it when it comes to getting to the paint.
It kind of changes the entire philosophy of the Pistons offense.
Which why,
again, you're adding a top 10 player.
But because it's volatile, I think would be a good word. Both those guys last night came to the conclusion that they weren't going to campaign for Giannis. That if it happened, no one would complain. But that because, am I getting an extension? How does it change the identity of this team? Well, that they weren't like, hey, we got to be... And even Rieger goes, normally I'm the guy that says, go make the big move. But this was one that they were walking on eggshells a little bit with.
I kind of would follow that same thought process of if Giannis ended up here in a week, hey, I think almost everyone would celebrate it.
Opa, let's do it.
Yeah. If he doesn't, okay. I mean, again, let's see who else, who they go get.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lose any sleep over it.
248-539-9797. He brought up Klay Thompson. I don't know. I haven't seen any proposals, but that's a veteran who's won titles, who shoots the three. Bit of a one-trick pony, but could fill out the bench, right?
Yeah.
Give you another guy, another option in a 7-game series.
Yeah, I mean,
Look,
again, that's one I
small,
haven't dug into.
But like for a small move, I wouldn't hate that. Now, bigger move is the guy he brought up from New Orleans.
Yes, and that would be Trey Murphy III.
Yeah.
And if you're giving up less for him probably than you do for certainly for Giannis, but Michael Porter Jr. probably giving up less as well. Because first of all, you don't have to give up as much because when you're trying to match salaries, he doesn't make as much.
Yeah, but he's a guy that people like because he's 3 and D. He adds a shooter without compromising what you do in your own end, which is why the Pistons are the 1 seed to begin with.
And Trajan is very familiar with him because he was in New Orleans when he was drafted.
Yeah, that might be the thread the needle. Like you don't have to mortgage the future, but it's still aggressive and it does make you better. It's why his name continues to come up.
So you read the thing from Chris Mannix. Doesn't expect a big move. He also reported on Monday night on NBC. He threw out an old name, Luke Kennard, who actually leads the NBA in three-point shooting right now, but plays no defense. to expect some sort of move along those lines.
Would you rather have Klay Thompson, though, at that point?
I think so, yeah, because of the championship experience.
Yeah, a little bigger guard,
but
too.
I just want to ask, what world are we living in a week from today, plus a few hours, if you see Jackson go somewhere, Jaren Jackson Jr. go somewhere, Giannis gets dealt,
Lauri Markkanen,
Porter Jr., 3 of those guys get moved, and it's not Detroit, and Detroit makes a move like Klay Thompson or Luke Kennard, a marginal move. What world, are you frustrated?
I don't think it's like chair drop stuff.
Well, that's kind of where I'm going, because the famous chair drop was the Chase Young trade when they were doing, our team wasn't doing what other teams were doing.
Look, I think we're all, John, you said it, and I respect this. You don't want to attach the other GMs to the way we feel about Trajan. And I think that's wise on paper, but it's harder to do in reality because Pistons fans are Lions fans. And Pistons fans are Tigers fans.
Right.
And when you've watched Brad not make a move at this year's deadline, or Scott Harris make them worse at last year's deadline for the Tigers, while ignoring interior O-line or right-handed bat, like, it does create a friction and a frustration. But if you told me at the very least, at least Langdon showed you, oh, I know we need shooting and I added shooting, that'd be better than what we've seen from these other guys.
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, but then you got to go out and prove it.
If you go get that lesser guy, especially like a Luke Kennard, there is a comparison to what the Tigers tried to do at the deadline.
He's our Paddock.
I don't know if it's that bad, okay?
He's our Charlie Martin.
Yeah, so look, my reaction is going to be I am going to give Trajan rope for this deadline.
Yeah.
Because I do think there's a real argument to be made to see what this team can do in the playoffs, as is, to a degree.
But would you not be disappointed? Again, no one's losing their job. We think Langdon's done a good job and they're headed in the right direction. But disappointed if they didn't do anything and said, we like our guys, given Halliburton will be back next year. Tatum will be back fully healthy next year. That this is maybe, a Dan Campbell quote, their best shot.
Yeah, and to me, if they don't add any shooting, it's malfeasance, the Stoney word. I mean, it would be like, serious. I don't know how he doesn't add some type of shooter.
Got phone calls to get to, talking Pistons 1 week from the deadline. It's 97.1. Life gets busy, and it's easy to put off going to the dentist. Guys don't like going to the dentist, but it's important to take care of your teeth, and especially if you're having an issue. Cold air, hot drinks, tougher bites. If you have something flaring up, if something feels off, Brightside Dental can take a look right away, often same day, with 9 offices to choose from. Going to the dentist doesn't have to be a pain. 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Got Dear John coming up at 9:35. Let's take some more Piston phone calls. Let's go to Brian in Detroit. Brian, what's up?
What's up, fellas? Fellas, the question in the Metro Detroit area is, would you give up Durham promising career for a 2-year run with Giannis? Without a doubt. Durham will never be a top 10, 15 player ever in his career. And Giannis will be the best player that Cade will ever play with in his whole career. You take the chance on getting it done. Because if you win a championship, it's all worth it. But you got to take the chance. Don't tell me about Durham and all them other guys. There's no Giannis's on this team, period. And this team, constructed as it is, will not win a championship. I don't need to see what they do in the playoffs. They're not going to win a championship with this group. They have to get somebody else. When the playoffs get here, we are double in Cade. Can somebody else on the team come up with the scoring enough to win a championship? Nope, they cannot. I will take the chance on getting Giannis.
I'm not going to argue with you.
No.
In regards to how impactful Giannis would be if he was here.
Yeah, this is a rare moment. It's a Brian phone call that's not going to turn into an argument. I even heard you yesterday with Rieger and Wojo, and they weren't fighting you.
Listen, fellas, I try not to argue all the time. John, I want to ask you a question. Ain't it shameful what they did to Belichick?
Oh, yeah, I think it's disgusting.
John, how you go? See, John, you know why my passion come from? Because guys in the media, podcast, entertainment, they think they the story now. They think they the entertainment. This is the greatest coach in your sport, and you don't put him in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, and one of the
go ahead.
One of the things that I've always talked about in terms of whether it's players going into the Hall of Fame, were you the best at what you did in that era? And because the eras change, and when you're thinking about the time that Bill Belichick was in the NFL, and it goes back to even as a coordinator, he was one of the best coordinators. Won 2 championships.
Yep.
Yeah, as a coordinator, and then 6 more as a head coach. And at the beginning of Brady's career, they were winning those because of the defense, not because of Tom Brady.
Ding, ding, ding.
John, I'm gonna tell you 2 things. You know how good you have to be at your job to take your starting quarterback out and put in a rookie, and then decide to stick with him. What he did for Brady. Not only that, the NFL had a dumb decision. Only one coach could go in per year. So that's because they go put Belichick in next year, and that's going to stop the other coach. They were supposed to go in. He got to wait a year, and then if they have a credibility problem.
Well, I don't have a problem with other coaches not being first ballot. Like if they need to wait, that's fine. Belichick
I'm saying is they only get to put one coach in per year.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, there'll be a logjam, but he's the best, not just the best of his era. He's the best to ever do it.
Oh, yeah.
Say, John, put some bass in your voice when you say that. He's the best to ever do it, and they didn't put him in. That's, man, y'all didn't get me jacked up. I love y'all show, fellas.
Thanks, Brian. Appreciate it. Look, we did the Belichick stuff yesterday. To get back to Giannis, the only hang-up to adding Giannis is it doesn't solve the shooting problem.
No, but if you add Giannis, it changes your offense completely, and
yeah, you cave in the paint. I mean, Giannis is a problem. You can't double him at times because he's so dominant around the rim.
Right.
And he defends.
I think the only people that are saying, no, we don't want to do it is the fact that he's only under contract for another year, that he is on the older side, and he's dinged up right now.
And if you're not a jump shooter and you lose explosiveness, your career goes south in a hurry.
Right.
So I'd have to win in the next 2 years. And in my trading, it's not just Duren. 1-for-1, of course. It wouldn't be just Duren. How many other key young people am I giving up to take 1 roll of the dice or 2 rolls of the dice at this?
Right.
I got to tell you, I'm not crazy about it.
I'm not either.
Because I just feel like Giannis has seen his better day. and I don't think he's going to age well. And especially since he's banged up, you're trading for him while he's injured. I like all Brian's points. I mean, look, this is a 50-50 here because you're kind of pushing in here for this 2-year window, and you could get back out of it. If he doesn't stay here, and you got a superstar still in Cade,
right?
I don't know, man.
But then you fall into
my vibe just doesn't feel good about that one.
You fall into are we just going to try and compete for Eastern Conference appearances versus NBA championships over the next 6 to 7 years with Cade, or are we going to put all our chips in and try and win a championship now and maybe repeat next year?
I mean, the enticing part of it, if he is healthy, they got a great chance to get to the NBA Finals and win it, maybe.
Yeah.
That's and how much?
Look, it's tempting.
See, I'm fighting it, yeah, because you're not killing your future.
Well, again, we don't know what this deal is. Am I giving up Asar, Duren, 3 firsts? Like, we don't know what this deal is.
Yeah, but do you just want to be good for another 5-6 years, or do you want to win a championship now?
Yeah, it's not like the only move to make is a Giannis move. Is all
I
I'm
understand
saying.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, if the option is do nothing or add Giannis, I mean, I think there's a clear choice. But if there's shades of gray, can I add a front court shooter that's an upgrade from Tobias that's here for more than one season? Well, yeah, now I feel like I'm even more of a threat to win the NBA title, and I still have all my pieces, and I can make multiple runs at this.
But how attractive are the Pistons' picks? The Bucks can view them as an up-and-coming team in the East with a star in Cade, so the picks will never be worth anything.
Right. That's why they'd be multiple. I mean, that's almost like a prereq at this point.
Even if you did the 4 first-rounders, isn't that the max?
Yeah, I believe so.
I don't know how attractive that is compared to some other team out there.
What you do, there's workarounds. Because, again, John hit on this. The NBA is weird with these trades. If the max is 4 firsts, teams get around it by doing pick swaps in the alternating years.
Right.
So it ends up like you can move up in 3 other first rounds. So it's like 4 plus.
Yeah. And you get the best one.
Yeah, and you get the best one in the off years. Let's wrap with this. Let's get to Herb. You're in Dearborn. You're on 97.1.
What's going on, guys?
How you doing, Herb?
Listen, man, I normally agree with Brian, but I don't agree for the simple fact that I don't want them to mortgage their future on an aged veteran, and the guys that play with that much impact and that much intensity near the end of their careers, they start getting injury prone. You could at least saw it in Blake Griffin, and when guys play with that much impact and that much intensity, they tend to get hurt. And my thing is, the thing about it bothers me about Detroit fans is, no matter how good your team is playing, no matter how much your team is winning, soon as the big name is possibly become available, they want to mortgage the team to get this big name. A lot of times, that's not always the best option. I think what Trajan is going to do, he's not going to go after no big name and break up his core. I think he's going to get somebody a marginal name that's going to be able to shoot the 3. But no matter how talented they are, they're going to have to come and play with the defensive mindset that the Pistons have. I don't think they're going to bring nobody in that's a 3-point shooter that's going to be a
liability
on defense.
Yeah. No, I got you.
On defense, it's got to fit their culture.
Yeah, I think the nice thing is when you have so many guys that bring that tenacity, it's easy to get guys to buy in a little more on the defensive end. I think a great example is Duncan Robinson. No one's ever going to confuse him for Gary Payton. But at the same time, I feel like I've watched this guy crash the glass more times this season than in his career. And he's still knocking down threes, but you buy into what they're doing. They're not going to bring someone in that wouldn't buy in on the defense, the defensive end of the floor.
Right.
At the same time, they don't have to bring someone in to be the best defender on the team. They've got 3 or 4 guys that are going to hound you already. Let's get to Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Gardner White. So Michigan State Police were called to track down and find a missing donkey on Tuesday night, something they don't typically do. Dolly, the donkey, wandered away from her, pasture in Holly, and those concerned about her safety because it was so cold turned to Michigan State Police, and they went out and they found Dolly, just taking a leisurely stroll down the road. They were able to safely return her unharmed to her owners. But the Michigan State Police Lieutenant Mike Shaw does say they have rescued animals in the past. So it's not something they have never done. They've rescued a lost dog and cows on I-75, and now Dolly.
Yeah, I think in that article too, it also said that when they located her, they found out that she was a real ass.
Yep.
I feel like your dad humor got stronger as you get
Seriously.
older.
The University of Michigan paid a premier private law firm nearly $62,000 for about 2 weeks of work last November to investigate the allegations of misconduct involving Sharon Moore. Now, records also show that one lawyer charged more than $2,400 an hour, and that's basically just the tip of the iceberg because the total legal tab for this matter is not clear yet because the school has only provided the November invoice so far, and additional hours were likely billed in December and January.
And we
as well.
haven't heard anything about the investigation of the athletic department, if that's done or not. So that's the
More lawyer
Right.
money.
Yeah, it's still going up.
At least this is benefiting somebody.
So we all know, obviously, how cold it is, how cold it's been, and how cold it's going to remain. And not just here in Metro Detroit, but across the state. And Thaw, the Heat and Warmth Fund, has been there to help keep families safe, healthy, and warm. Thaw is a nonprofit that provides emergency assistance for Michigan households in need. And they have been helping families for 40 years. This is their 40th year. More than 70% of the families served have a child, senior, or veteran in the household. And they say last year they were able to help more than 11,000 families. And today, if you'd like to help as well, it is the annual WWJ Winter Survival Radiothon for Thaw. So you can help keep families safe and warm. You can donate now at 888-579-4950.
Go out, make a difference.
Yep.
Help each other out. It's cold.
So weight loss drugs like Ozempic are so popular right now. I feel like you hear about them everywhere. Everyone probably knows somebody who is taking one of these GLP-1s for weight loss, not for diabetes, but to lose weight. But how safe are they really? I mean, we don't necessarily know quite yet.
That's a good question.
But as of this month, nearly 4,500 lawsuits have been filed by patients across the U.S. who say they have experienced severe side effects from GLP-1 medications. So they say this is how popular they are. By last November, 1 in 8 U.S. adults said they were taking one of these medications for
kidding.
weight loss. And it shows that these medications have helped drop the obesity rates in the U.S. for the first time in decades. So tons of people are taking them. But anyway, patients have filed lawsuits, and they say they've suffered crazy
What are we
issues.
talking about?
So vision problems and irreversible blindness, brain dysfunction. And one woman claims that her colon literally blew up. And then there's other smaller things like, severe stomach paralysis or impaired bowel function, intestinal obstruction, things like that. And they basically are claiming that these side effects were not adequately disclosed before they started taking the medication. I do think there are things that are disclosed. With every medication,
Oh,
there's
yeah,
side
there's a
effects.
long
My
list of side
gosh.
effects, yeah.
But some of these apparently were not disclosed.
Yeah, I
so.
mean, if you go blind, I guess you can't see how fat you are anymore.
Thank you for that perspective,
Yeah.
John.
Hey, trying to look at it from all angles.
For great advice like that, we've got Dear John next. It's 97.1. We got text coming in on Dear John. Before we get to some of those, didn't have a lot of time at the end of Heather's news, but we were talking a little more about it off air. Those GLP-1s, you said 1 in 8 Americans?
That's what the article said.
I'm fascinated by it because I don't just personally believe in like silver bullets. Like I wonder what's the plan for those people? Are they going to be on it for their whole life? Because I've heard once you're off, you gain the weight back faster.
I don't know.
Not to mention side effects that you were reading, like that if you are on something for multiple decades.
I don't know those answers. I haven't done any research, but I do know I get bombarded on my social media by women like me, right, that are not overweight, but maybe they had a couple babies. They want to lose the last 10 pounds and they're all taking these GLP-1s. And I mean, it does start to like seep into your brain. 'Cause I thought, well, maybe that's something I should do. And my husband's like, are you crazy?
Well, yeah.
Don't do that.
And you know, there are things that are, I get it on my social media as well. You look at it and you're going, okay, well, let me investigate this. And you Google it and it tells you it's a GLP-1. And there's so many of them, and they're masking them as other things at this point.
And I get it for people who like you are obese. It is going to help your diabetes or your heart health or your blood pressure.
Sure.
But when it's like, I want to lose a stubborn 10 pounds, diet and exercise, there's no cheating this. There's no shortcuts.
And sleep.
I think that as long as would imagine you're incorporating workouts still into it and watching what you eat, but doesn't it just make you eat less?
That's what I've heard. Like you don't have an
basically,
appetite.
Yeah, you basically just don't eat.
You take 2 bites and
You're full.
I'm full. Are you getting enough nutrients?
So what's happening to your metabolism?
And then what happens when you're off of it?
I don't know.
Yeah.
And it's expensive.
Well, yeah. Even
to
with
do that for the
generics,
rest of your life?
Every month. Yeah. Anyway, that was just fascinating. I know we had like 2 seconds and we were running late, so just wanted to wrap that up. Now, some of the texts on Dear John.
Okay.
John, as you can imagine, most of the responses have to do with
sex.
Yep. Guys. Lack of sex guy is heading for a divorce. Sincerely, a divorced Mike.
Oh, I hope not.
Hopefully you can have the conversation and improve the situation.
Speaking of that, guys, his wife is likely going through premenopause or menopause, so typically male to just say, have a conversation, we need to have more sex. Oh my gosh, walleye, you don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, no. I'm not saying we need to have a conversation. We need to have more sex. Like, find out why. Like, ask the question. Have those type of conversations.
Right. So, question of what would be more productive than what we're doing right now?
Right. Yeah.
That's why I threw in, like, hey, if you can take stuff off of her plate, she's not tired at the end of the day. Now, are there other ways you're going to have to entice her? Right? Foreplay.
Entice her.
Yeah, be romantic.
Romance.
Yes. Yes. This one says schedule the sex.
Oh, no, don't do that. Don't
I feel like that
do
is the
that.
opposite effect of what we were just talking about. You're going to take all of
No. That sounds awful.
It does sound awful.
Oh, the alarm's going off. Let's go.
I thought your alarm was actually going off.
It's like scheduled. That sounds awful. There's no romance in there. There's no spontaneity. There's no excitement.
Like, imagine you get a text, Tuesday at 6 work for you?
Like, I don't like that.
At some point, you do have to incorporate some sort of intentionality to it.
I agree with that part.
Sure.
Stoney's every Saturday night, right?
I don't know the answer to that question. I know he is. Yeah.
Man, I'm trying to not think of Stoney doing that.
Yeah, there is an element of old people sex that I really don't want to focus on with this. This text says, Jim, do your swingers cruises involve toys and oil?
I love it. It always comes back to that. And the answer is?
I don't go on swingers cruises.
Huh. Well, okay, it doesn't have to be a cruise.
Guys, I think there are several parts of the story we don't have involving the deadbeat dad. You just can't abandon a minor child. Child Protective Services would be involved. There would be forced financial compliance.
Well, it doesn't sound like in the situation that the kid was abandoned because it was, the child was living with grandma and grandpa. So I don't know that anybody's going to be calling child services. You certainly could.
Yeah. It sounds like, though, you're right, that grandparent stepped up, so
Yeah,
it hasn't
somebody was
fallen
taking.
into.
Somebody was providing all of the basic needs, other than the love of a father.
They're not the step parents. They're the parents that stepped up.
Yes.
But to the person's question, like, you got to step up for your parents. They're being taken advantage of here. The grandparents in this scenario are being
certainly.
taken advantage of.
Yeah.
And if you don't say something now, it's not going to get any better. On the guys' night, for the Dear John, the guys' night wasn't really a guys' night. He wanted to get away from his girl.
Well, that's certainly one of the options, and but I'll go back to like if it is supposed to be a guys' night, like don't be that one that brings your significant other.
Or for a girls' night, don't bring your guy.
Yeah, I mean, come on. If there's 7 dudes that are going out and one brings their significant other, do you just sit there and tell them, "Hey, thanks for coming, but go home"?
No.
Why not?
You do? You would tell that to the woman that showed
what if they
up?
drove
Like,
No. Together. Like, hey, you and
both of you go home?
Yeah.
You banish them? You couldn't follow the
I
rules?
mean,
you probably just say nothing
You
and
just
deal
roll
with it.
Yeah. And you
make
grumble
fun
about
of
it.
him
And then you
in
talk
front
about
of
him
her
yeah.
the entire time.
Sure.
Absolutely. Emotionally abuse him.
Yeah. Gator walks in and only hears that.
Ah, you brought the old ball and chain, did you?
Gator's in the studio. We'll get to Carson Anderson here in a second. What's up, Gator?
Hi, everybody.
How you doing?
All right. All right. Mm-hmm. How is everybody today?
Good. Normally you seem to be driving in when Dear John is being aired, and I'm curious. You kind of always have something that you sit down with and be like, "Hey, I need to comment on this." What piqued your interest?
I wish I missed the Dear John.
Oh, you did?
So
Oh, okay.
I wish. Is there something that you'd
Odyssey
like
app.
me to comment on? Because I love the Dear John segment.
Which one would you like to get Gator's advice on?
Give them the guys' night out one. Because you seem like a guys' night out.
Heather, do you still have it?
I don't.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Basically, it was a woman who wrote in and said that her husband went to a guy's night out, but there were other women there, and she wanted to know why.
Why there were other women with the guys?
And why she wasn't invited.
Why she wasn't invited
Yeah.
if other women were going to be there. And we said, you're no fun, or
they didn't know that the guys
Or-
are bringing their significant others with them.
Yeah.
And he looks like.
Or the other ones just have a pair to say, "Hey, I'm going out without you."
I mean, it's a guys' night out, and it's supposed to be guys' night out.
Right, that's what John was
I
saying.
don't understand it. Why? If you wanted to bring, then it's just a night out. Hey, we're going out. Let's
Yeah.
meet up with everybody, and then you get a big group of people. But if it's just guys' night out, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Well, that's what she said she was told.
Well, and
So
it-
maybe it never really
So maybe
was
he's
a
a
guy's
a
night
lion
out.
sack.
Yeah.
Which could possibly be, and that's no good for a relationship if you're lying about things like that.
No.
Yeah. No, but I mean, you're supposed to. I mean, this guy code, right?
Yeah, it is 100% guy code. You broke the code.
Yeah.
And my opinion is that you just tell that you either make fun of him in front of his significant other, if there's only one, or if there's multiple, you gang up on them, or you just tell them to leave.
Tell the women to leave.
Yeah, tell them to leave. Hey,
Hey, ladies, you got to go. Sorry, guys' night out.
Carson Anderson coming up next. Stay tuned. 97.1.
All right, what's up? Hope everybody's doing well on this Thursday. I am Doug Karsh. That is Scott Anderson. Kang behind the glass with Kenny. Scott, how are you today?
All right.
Yeah.
I got something that's been bothering me for the last couple of days. I wonder if people on Twitch have noticed it. I got like a twitchy left eye. Like every once in a while, it just starts to, right below the eye, the lower eyelid starts to flutter a little bit. I'm like, what the hell's going on? That's been a couple days now.
Sitting directly across from you, I have not noticed. But it's bothering you, huh?
It's just
after a while.
It just gets a little annoying. I'm like, well, you figure, okay, it's just something. It goes away or whatever. But now it's been a couple days, and I'm not terribly concerned about it. I don't think it's any kind of long-term thing. It's just some sort of nerve reaction right now. Maybe it's to the cold.
Yeah, you got like a little muscle spasm.
Yeah, it's all. It's
whatever you do, don't WebMD it. You just cause yourself
good
to
call.
yeah.
No, Doug, that's a great call.
Don't Google it.
Not.
Just don't.
Yep.
Just
right.
Yeah.
The worst possible
exceptionally good advice.
Prognosis comes out.
Don't.
You have 36 hours.
Yeah, right.
You have a baby tortoise living in your eyelid. Like what? How the hell did that happen?
Okay, you sit back there and you chime in all day long, every day with smart stuff. That might be the smartest thing you've ever said.
Well, me and Kenny were talking about because we both had that problem. Like we both do that, which is the worst thing you can do,
dude.
You cause yourself panic.
Yeah, I get it.
So do you think-
I've actually never gone to WebMD. Like I may Google a thing or once in a while I'll Google
It's just
something.
as bad. It's honestly just as bad.
It could be, I guess, but the stuff I've Googled haven't had the results that make me, shudder and crawl back into bed and pull the covers over my head.
No, you're not doing it right.
Yeah. So here's the question is, do you think that people in doctors' offices love or hate WebMD? And it might be obvious that they hate it, but it's also got to be good for business, right? If people Google every issue they have and it causes them to panic and make doctor's appointments, it keeps doctors busy, keeps them making money. I guess I shouldn't worry too much about doctors making money. They're making pretty good money, aren't they? They probably hate it.
I think doctors hate this. I think they hate the WebMD thing because their office is just getting inundated. They're busy enough, right?
Maybe we should take text on what's wrong with Gator's eye.
Let's not do that. No.
Okay, can we get some text on why Gator's eye won't stop twitching? What are people's...
Well, actually, I just looked at WebMD. He could have Bell's palsy, multiple sclerosis, or Parkinson's disease.
How about brain leeches? That has come up.
Oh, God. It's too late.
It's been good to know you, Gator.
Out of those, which would I take?
If you got to choose.
Bell's palsy. What was it? I don't know.
Multiple sclerosis or Parkinson's.
No, and no.
Or brain leeches. Could be brain leeches.
Or brain leeches.
Yeah.
Out of all that, I think you'd take the Bell's palsy. But you can recover from that.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah,
We
it's
have
just a
we
twitch.
have a mutual friend that did.
Yes. And my father had it for a few months. Yeah. Anyway, great. Awesome.
Or it could just be, it says it also could just be dry eyes. So
that could be. Hey, it's cold. I think it's dry out.
Oh, has it been cold? I haven't noticed.
I don't have a humidifier in the house. I know lots of people say that you should.
Yeah.
I just
Well, you have a
don't.
switch on your furnace, right? Downstairs where it's like winter, summer. You switch it to winter.
No.
You sure?
Pretty sure because I don't have a humidifier in my furnace.
Talk to your
my previous
furnace
house.
people.
I had one, and I wasn't sure if it worked or not. It was kind of
Well,
strange.
it could lead to twitchy eye.
Yeah, well, great. So I have that going for me. I'm so glad I shared today.
Who needs WebMD when
Right,
you got us?
yeah. Sharing is caring.
Problems are
Hey,
solved.
everybody. Thanks so much for the advice.
Yep.
Yeah.
Not sure what you're supposed to do about brain leeches, but so what'd you do last night other than sit around with a twitchy eye?
It wasn't terrible. It goes in phases, I guess. I watched TV. There wasn't. Well, I was catching. I like to record stuff and then I'll watch it later at my leisure.
Mm-hmm.
so I can skip through commercials and whatnot. So I had some stuff that I taped off of HGTV and watch that crap.
Do you want to share that too, or is that going to be equally as problematic?
It's not problematic. I mean,
Okay.
I'm giving this show. I've watched like the first 3 episodes of it. So I'm not sure it's going to be a keeper for me on HGTV. It's some show where they fix farmhouses in Canada.
Mm-hmm.
It's a brother-sister combination, and
What
neither
earth draws you to this? Fixing farmhouses in Canada. Where in Canada are we talking?
They don't really say. Well, clearly out in the country because there's it's a farmhouse.
Saskatchewan.
It's not
Saskatchewan.
It's not like Toronto, right in the middle of it. And it's close to city center and all that. No, it's so I watch because I like the renovation process. I like watching it. I like to see what people use for materials, and then I like to get judgy. I like to judge.
Okay.
I like to sit there and go, no, that sucks, or hey, that's interesting. I wouldn't mind doing that. You know what? I'm not a big wallpaper fan, but it might work. So yeah, I've been given that a few. I'm not sure it's going to stick around though. I don't really particularly like it too much.
Okay.
So there was watched one episode of that, and then I think there was a House Hunters episode. I rarely watch House Hunters anymore, and I think the show is so staged because they've clearly already bought the house.
Right.
Now they're just going back in time or whatever. But now they're like adding drama to it. It's not just the house and I don't know if I like this or that, or hey, can I get the price down? Now it's like, how can we inject drama personally into this? So I watched this episode last night that was from Phoenix, and it was a gay couple that was looking for a home in Phoenix. One guy lives in Chicago, and the other guy was going to buy a house in Phoenix, and he was going to fly back and forth from Chicago all the time. But they brought drama to the guy from Chicago. Didn't feel like he was being included, and he walks out of the house, and I'm like, what are we doing here? It's House Hunters. You're supposed to, do I want a split level? Do I want a ranch? Do I want a Tudor? What, colonial? Not, my feelings are hurt. I'm not being included in the process, and I feel like you're not respecting my wishes about what. It's not our house. It's your house. And
is this really what you watched last night?
This is what I was watching. This is why I'm questioning some of my decisions lately, and that was one of them. Like, why am I watching this? I mean, I don't mind the drama. It's just interesting what House Hunters is becoming, and it's not the first time that I've seen like some sort of acting being done by the couple that's trying to buy the house, where they're just trying to create some sort of conflict because you can't have everybody going, "Oh, this looks great.
Let's buy it."
Right? Exactly. You're like, "Oh, okay. Well, there's just a bit of a fixer-upper. Can you show me something that's a little more ready to go? Oh, more move-in ready." I guess they can't do that anymore. Now they got to find other stuff to nitpick about.
Yeah.
So there you go. Oh, and I thought it'd give the Smashing Machine another 10 minutes.
And?
No.
It didn't get any better?
No.
All right. So I watched 2 things that both were moderately interesting. Moderately. I will share a fact from each.
All right.
All right. I watched a documentary that I haven't finished, and I watched a game. Each had something moderately interesting. Which do you want to hear about first, the game or the doc?
The doc.
I watched the Devo documentary on Netflix.
Boys from Dayton, Ohio?
They are from Kent, Ohio. Well, Akron. I believe they're from Akron, but they went to Kent, and I believe 2 of them were on campus and part of the protest with the famous Kent shooting.
Way back
yes.
then. Okay. I didn't know they were
and that's
that
where
old.
they started to question everything and came up with their band, Devo. Did you know what Devo stood for?
De-evolution.
Exactly. I did not know that until last night. I've made it about an hour in. I have not got and as far as I know, the only song that I ever knew from Devo was the one that everyone knows, and that's Whip It. Is there another one that you can think of?
They had a whole album. I used to listen to Devo. My brother was a huge Devo fan, and I listened to a lot of it as well. I at the top of my head, I would struggle to come up with them, but I remember there was an album that had like 4 or 5 songs that
we have not gotten to that album yet. Let's just say that. And I am these dudes were out there, man.
Oh, they were really out there.
They were really out there.
Mark
and
Mothersbaugh was the
one of their first performances. They had a song called "Headache," where all they did was make noises that irritated people. 12 people showed up for it. There were 2 left before they were halfway through the song.
I could see that. Yeah.
The game I watched was Iowa against USC.
That was worth watching.
Here's what's moderately interesting about that. And I mean, look, USC jumped out to a 12-0 lead. Iowa came back and built a 17-point lead. USC came back and took the lead. Iowa ended up winning in the end by a point. USC has a guard named Cam Woods. Cam Woods, who has played at Troy, North Carolina A&T, North Carolina State, Robert Morris, and now USC. He's played at 5 different schools in 5 years.
Does he have eligibility left?
Coming into the game last night, he had 25 points all season and hadn't made a 3. He finished with 33 points. He had 33 points. He virtually took every shot from about 10 minutes on for USC and made many of them.
Heat check.
Yep.
Checka.
So, and Iowa got the win. Moderately interesting. Let's talk more about Canadian farmhouses. It's Carson Anderson, 248-539-9797. Okay, it's a Thursday. That means we have the Blitz thingy coming up today at 10:30. Wide Night Omaha 49 Around the League Blitz thingy. So we will get to all of that coming up. Additionally, we are 1 week from the NBA trade deadline, and a local paper floated out. A local paper. When's the last time I said that on the air? One of the local papers floated out a trade rumor or how the Pistons could get Giannis. We will get to that at 10:17 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. The biggest story in sports, outside of the story that we're all waiting with bated breath to a resolution regarding Bill Belichick in the Hall of Fame, which none of us can get enough of. Other than that, the biggest story in sports is Giannis Antetokounmpo and the possibility that he would get traded one day from today, or before one day from today, because we are a trade out. We are. I almost said we're a trade out from the week headline. We're a week out from the trade deadline. And the Free Press put together a package to acquire Giannis here in Detroit.
Yeah, Christian Romo put this together. And I'm just going to preface this by saying if this legitimately could get it done, then by all means do it. But it does sound alarming in one respect, but not with the players. Here's what they would suggest, what he suggests.
Yep.
The Pistons would get Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Yep.
Plus Gary Harris.
Okay.
In exchange for a triumvirate of players and 8 first-round picks. Now, it's really 4 first-round. I'm sorry, 7. 4 first-round picks would go in 26, 28, 30, and 32. And then there would be 3 first-round pick swaps. So, effectively just getting the higher of the picks, and that would be in 27, 29, and 31. So it's not actually 7 first-round picks, but it's 7 years in a row where Milwaukee would get the better of it. But the triumvirate of players is where you're looking and going, come on, really? That's it? Because the triumvirate of players includes Tobias Harris, Jaden Ivey, and Karis LeVert.
Okay.
Notice I did not read the name. I did not read the name Jalen Duren or Asar Thompson or Ron Holland Jr. or Cade Cunningham for that matter.
Okay.
So LeVert, Tobias Harris, and Jaden Ivey plus 4 first-round picks.
So your
and
starting
then
5 would be Cade Cunningham, Duncan Robinson, Asar Thompson, Giannis Antetokounmpo, and Jalen Duren. Off the bench, you'd have Javonte Green, Ron Holland, Isaiah Stewart, Gary Harris, Dennis Jenkins, Marcus Sasser, Paul Reed. I mean, yeah. Okay. Is there any chance in hell that this is the best offer Milwaukee would get?
I don't think so at all. And now it goes on to say that if the Bucks are ready to move on from Giannis and Giannis signals that he wants to move to a contender, it might be difficult to find a package from a contending team better than this one, though others could certainly top it with higher level young players. In this legal scenario, the Bucks would receive Harris and Ivey's expiring contracts, with a chance to bring Ivey back as a restricted free agent, plus LeVert and the rights to every pick the Pistons can move currently. It says, would the Bucks make this trade? And he says, maybe. Milwaukee has been so reluctant to trade the greatest players in its franchise history that it might only do this if 2 conditions are satisfied. It gets a huge package. Oh, boy. And Giannis approves of the destination. It's possible neither condition is satisfied in this trade scenario. There are teams who could offer better packages for Giannis, especially the Oklahoma City Thunder, which could have up to 12 first-round picks over the next 4 seasons. And the Bucks might be reticent to trade with the Pistons, a direct competitor in the Central Division.
Yeah, I don't.
Draft capital, I can't imagine, gets it done with a team that's going to be drafting at the end of the first round if they get Giannis.
Well, at least at the beginning,
With their own
presumably.
picks anyway.
I think they would win the NBA championship.
The Pistons.
The Pistons would win the NBA championship. If this trade is made, the Pistons would win the NBA championship.
They'd certainly have a great chance.
Cade, Duncan, Asar, Giannis, Jalen Duren, and your bench mob is you lose Ivey and LeVert off the bench.
But you had Gary Harris,
who's now playing and not doing much at this point in his career, but
still shoots well, doesn't he? I haven't looked at his stats, but he was always a pretty good shooter.
This year in 35 games, he is shooting 47.6% from 3. He averages 1 3-point attempt a game. And his minutes vary between DNP. Played 28 minutes the other night, but he's not playing as much. He averages 2.7 points a game.
Oh, listen.
That's weird. He averages making a 3 a game, but he averages less than 3 points a game.
So he's a throw it in the trade to make it happen. And okay. I mean, if you told me that the trade was the same without Gary Harris, it would still say, and the Pistons win the net.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to win an NBA if they can make this trade. I don't think they can make this trade. Let me just say this. If this is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket in Milwaukee, I'm like, what are we doing? What are we doing?
Well, here's where it gets interesting with the article. It says, would the Pistons make this trade? And it says, probably not.
Oh, come on.
It says, as our Pistons insider Mari Sankofa has pointed out, Ivy likely makes the most sense as the centerpiece of a potential trade package, with the former first-round pick struggling to get minutes in a crowded rotation. With the opportunity to play more on a less crowded roster, Ivy, who turns 24 in February, would have the chance to put up the production initially expected of him. That could be a reason the Pistons are telling teams Ivy isn't off limits in trade talks, according to Brett Siegel of Clutch Points. But it might make more sense to trade Ivy and picks for a secondary scorer, such as Brooklyn's Michael Porter Jr. or New Orleans' Trey Murphy.
Well, look, I find myself often surprised at what actually goes down. So maybe this wouldn't be as far-fetched, but this feels...
What's the downside for the Pistons? Oh, you gave them first-round picks?
Yeah.
In the NBA?
Yeah.
Drafting in like the late 20s?
Well, at least the first couple, or 2 of the first 3, you can't trade them in back-to-back years. So the next 7 years of draft picks would be impacted. Some of those years would be pick swaps with Milwaukee. But Bobby's in Detroit now, 97.1. Hi, Bobby.
Hey, man, listen, great topic. I got 3 things I want to point out, and you pretty much alluded to it with the draft picks and things of that nature. If you look at the prospect of Detroit possibly having a window open in the next year or 2, you need to jump on that. Whether or not it's Giannis or Porter, you got to do one of those trades because guess what? Boston ain't joking. They're not playing around. Okay, we got to consider that and their star coming back. At this point right now, go ahead and do it because if you're a decent team and you're a level under our top teams in the conference, in the Eastern Conference, right? You're going to probably draft pretty bad anyway. You're going to get like you said, 20s to 30s or whatever, right? So you have to look at it from that angle. And I'm going to tell you right now, if you don't mess with that core of Duran, Arthur, and Holland, you better damn well go for it, brother. Go for it. Flat out.
Well, look, Bobby, thank you for the phone call. The one thing I get scared of with a trade that's written like this is that anything else becomes disappointing. Right? This sets the standard that everybody thinks, oh, you should be able to make a trade like this. I would be absolutely shocked if this is the best offer Milwaukee got. Because they're going to take the best offer, right? I would be shocked if this is the best offer they got. And then nobody else would do better than what's proposed here. And I get that, there's probably something with the first round picks we're undervaluing, whatever, but I mean, come on.
If this was the best offer they got, they would go to the offseason and try to make another offer. Because the reports are that they want to trade for him, obviously, or trade Giannis, but they're not going to force it, and they'll wait till the offseason if they don't get the offer they want. Because it's freaking Giannis Antetokounmpo, man.
Yeah, this is... I almost want to pretend I didn't hear this because I don't like the way it skews. Let's get to the Blitz thingy next on 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, good to be with you here on a Thursday. Every Thursday throughout the football season, we do the Blitz Thingy, an NFL version. Kang's got a six-pack of questions. Are you ready, my friend?
Yes.
All right, let's go. Heads or tails, Gator?
Tails.
Gator calls a tail. It is tails. Would you want to receive or defer?
I will defer.
All right, Doug, here we go.
Yep.
I'm glad you get to start with this one because you hate this story so much.
Yep.
The biggest story this week in the NFL seems to be that Bill Belichick will not get voted into the Hall of Fame his first time eligible. But it's more than likely that Patriots owner Robert Kraft will get in. There's a Yahoo Sports story that suggests that maybe Kraft, even though he accepts the honor for the Hall of Fame, he waits a year to be enshrined so he could be enshrined at the same time as Bill Belichick. Should Kraft actually do this and wait for Belichick?
So he can do that. The rules are he can defer his
he
enshrinement.
can accept the enshrinement's like the ceremony part.
He can defer the enshrinement for a year. Well, one thing you're correct about. I find this story nauseating. I'm fed up with Boston sports, and the story isn't helping. Oh, really? Somebody from Boston is getting the short end of the stick? Great city. It's a great city. But enough with their sports teams. Screw Belichick, screw Robert Kraft, screw the Patriots, screw their cakewalk to the Super Bowl, screw the Celtics, screw Brad Marchand, who will always be a Bruin in my eyes, screw the bullpen cop with his arms in the air, screw them all. And I hope Kraft gets left out. The problem with Kraft getting left out is then it'll reignite the entire story all over again. If it were a Detroit figure, a Detroit sports figure, and two of them could go in at the same time, would I want one to delay so they could go in together? And the answer is no. I would want one to have their day this year and the other to have their day next year. But at the end of the day, I'm nauseated with this story.
I've had enough of this story as well. The coverage yesterday was just disgusting. It was literally nauseating. And I had to turn it off and watch, farmhouse fixing in Toronto, for crying out loud. That's how bad things got. I'm just tired of it. However, the advice I would give to Bob Kraft, if he were to be lucky enough to be enshrined this year, is take it and don't wait, don't delay. Tomorrow is promised to nobody. And it's not like Kraft is getting any younger. Just enjoy the time. Plus, if you do get in ahead of Bill Belichick, then you have the forum and the opportunity to voice your opinion of how disgusted you are with the Hall of Fame that they wouldn't induct Bill Belichick as a first ballot Hall of Famer. So that's the way I look at it.
I actually think it would be really cool. I mean, like, if we want to put it locally, like if, the Going to Work Pistons all went into the Hall of Fame at the same time, Datsuk and Zetterberg, things like that, I think would be really cool. And also, it would be a great way for them to bury the hatchet. They've got some issues the last couple of years, especially the way things ended there. I think that'd be a great way to be like, you know what? Bygones be bygones. We did this all together. We were successful together. Let's go in together. I don't think he will do it, but I think it would be pretty fitting. And it'd be really cool, like if Brady could go in with him. But I'm not suggesting he would wait that long, but I think that all that stuff is really sentimental and cool, especially since they were so successful because of each other. All right, a league source has told Josina Anderson, in his opinion, the Browns should make Monken and Schwartz co-head coaches. That's right. Todd Monken would be in charge of the offense. Schwartz would be in charge of the defense. Should the Browns actually even entertain this idea to keep Schwartz?
No, it's laughable. It's pathetic if that's what it comes down to. You have one head coach and you hire an offensive coordinator and a defensive coordinator. As the head coach, if you want to take over calling plays on either side, that's your prerogative. But you don't split the duties of being the head coach. What the hell is that? This is the dumbest idea I've ever heard. They made their choice to hire Monken. And the consequence is that you're going to lose Jim Schwartz. Sorry, but it's your bed. You got to sleep in it.
I think it's a great idea for the Cleveland Browns because I want to sit back and watch. The idea, first of all, knowing Schwartz the way we do, I feel like Schwartz would be likely to get into an argument with Monken on the field if they had co-head coaching duties. Does Schwartz seem like a kind of guy that would be good at splitting these duties?
You might have a Kevin Gilbride, who was the
Buddy
Ryan situation.
Yeah. Sure, Browns, do this. Who's the person that suggested this? Is it somebody that
It was a
Can't
league
stand-
source.
Yeah, this league source hate Cleveland.
Doug, my thoughts exactly. For my entertainment purpose, yes, do this, please. This would be hilarious to see them try to figure out when to challenge a play, when to call timeout, when to go for it or not. Both of them doing a presser at the same time, like stepbrothers, be amazing. This is exactly what I want, and I think this is exactly what that source wanted, because of course this would be a dumb idea.
I heard the source was quoted as saying, "Let it burn."
Right?
Maybe.
All right, there's going to be 18 new offensive coordinators next year in the NFL. What do you make of this?
So I spent longer answering this question and then any of the rest. Here's what I make of it. My takeaway is it's really just a product of there being a record-tying 10 head coaching changes. Because right there is 10 offensive coordinators. 2 of those jobs have been filled by offensive coordinators. So that accounts for 12 of the 18 that have happened just through natural attrition. So I don't think it's that big of a deal. It is a high number, but I think all it is reflective. And I was looking for something other than this, but I just think it's reflective of record-tying 10 head coaching jobs being open this year.
I think it's a big part of it, but I'll go a step further. People just are never, ever satisfied. And this goes back to what we say all the time. Everybody thinks they can call plays. It's an easy thing to do. And if you start to slip, hey, that's no problem. We'll find somebody else that can get the job done. But by and large, I agree with you. I think when you have 10 openings in a season, that means that you're going to get 10 new offensive coordinators. You already talked about some of those guys that got the head coaching job were offensive coordinators. Well, when you're pulling offensive coordinators, you're also pulling people away from other people's staffs. So it's just this overhaul of coaching staffs you have throughout the league. 18 seems like a lot, but then when you look at the 10 openings, you can understand why.
This is an offensive league, guys. It has been for a while, and it's going to continue to be an offensive league. I think the best chance of getting a head coaching job is to be an offensive coordinator, but also that position opens itself to be fired because people are never satisfied with the offense. So much focus is on the offense. That's why these guys I think they're more likely to get fired than the defensive coordinator. Like as a defensive coordinator, if you're like middle of the road, I think you could keep your job. If you're middle of the road offensive coordinator, people want your head out of a chopping block because you didn't score enough points. So I think the high turnover rate, of course, is because the openings of all the head coaching positions, but I think the offensive coordinator, he brings that upon himself, that role. And then when you want to promote a guy, what's the most important position on the field, guys? It's quarterback. How do you keep the quarterback happy? Offensive coach, offensive coordinator. So I think that's why there's so many new offensive coordinators, and I think it's going to continue. All right, Phillip Rivers, he interviewed for the Bills head coaching vacancy this year. He didn't get it, but it got me to thinking, what current player right now do you think is destined to be an NFL head coach?
This was the question that I spent a lot of time thinking about. I'm going up and down, and I started to think, okay, what about a tight end, a former tight end? Because we've obviously Dan Campbell was a former tight end. Is that going to be the trend? You know, Mike Ditka was a great coach. He was a tight end. Is that it? And I thought, let's not overthink it. Let's just stick on the offensive side because, as Kang pointed out with the previous question, it's more of an offensive league. So I went with a quarterback. I'm going to go with Joe Flacco. I think he's got this calm demeanor. He's had success in the league, obviously. He's won a Super Bowl. He knows about sacrificing and doing what's best for the team. I think he's a pretty good football mind, been around for a long time. He's played in weather and all conditions, so I think it's his calming influence. I think Joe Flacco would be a really good coach.
I came down to 2 names. 2 names. And I was thinking it can't be somebody who made like generational money because those guys don't go on to be coaches. Now all of them are well paid. It's got to be an older guy that isn't a great player, but has managed to stick around due to great knowledge of the game with a declining skill set, smarts, experience, guile, gets them by. That's probably going to need a job to continue working, and a quarterback makes sense. So it's not like Stafford.
Right.
But so I went with Joe Flacco.
Wow.
Same name.
That's
Same
crazy.
name.
That's crazy.
Came down to 2 names, and I picked Flacco.
What was the other name?
Jack Campbell.
So, as I previously said, this is an offensive league, guys, so I immediately went to the offensive side of the ball. And just like you, Doug, we're on the same wavelength here. I went to the quarterbacks, but it cannot be a good quarterback. It's got to be a crappy quarterback, a backup quarterback. So I went down the backup quarterback list, like, Kevin O'Connell type guys, right? Like, who is going to be a coach because he couldn't make it on the field, but he can actually teach it. But then I saw one guy that stuck out, and he wasn't that bad. It's Teddy Bridgewater. He was actually a coach in Miami, left the NFL to coach high school, took him to the championship, came back to the NFL. I think he's going to be a head coach one day. He might have to go through the, up the ladder, be an offensive coordinator, be even a quarterback's coach before that. But eventually, I think he becomes an NFL head coach. So I'm going to go with Teddy Bridgewater.
All right.
Bridgewater. All right, 2 jobs left, guys, in the NFL. Which is the better job, the Las Vegas Raiders or the Arizona Cardinals?
Okay, so if I'm a candidate and I have an offer from both, I'm mulling over. I don't have much time. You're not given time anymore. You have to win right away. So I'm going to take the job with $89 million in cap space as opposed to $36 million in cap space. I'm going to take the job that has 10 draft picks this year as opposed to the normal 7. I'm going to take the job with Ashton Genty. I'm going to take the Las Vegas Raiders job over the Arizona job. They both have 4th place schedules. Raiders have a lot more resources to really make over their roster.
And they have the number 1 pick overall. I think it's the Raiders, but I would do something wild if I were the Raiders. I would trade the number 1 pick. I like Fernando Mendoza a lot, but what I really like is the idea of trading back, getting an impact player that can step in right away and perform either on defense or on the offensive line. You would get a boatload of picks for that pick. And I would also go out and sign Malik Willis as my quarterback in the offseason and work with him. I think he's shown enough in Green Bay that I think Tennessee made a massive mistake in moving past him. So I would build around Malik Willis, who's not going to cost you an arm and a leg, to sign him to a 4-year deal. And I get the benefit of all those picks, and now I'm going to have at least 2 picks in the first round and maybe not trade all that far back. You can trade back 1 spot if you want, 2 spots if you want, and get the best defensive player out in the draft or the best offensive lineman. I love the idea if you're the Raiders.
So I think it really depends on if you believe in Kyler Murray or not, because I think the quarterback position is so important in the NFL, and you got to have a quarterback to have a chance. Objectively, I would not go there. So I would go with the Las Vegas Raiders. I guess that means I don't really believe in Kyler Murray, even though I like Kyler Murray. Doug, I'm the same as you, man. I look at what the Vegas Raiders have with the cap space. They got the 1st overall pick, of course. They got the 3 4th rounders that you can move around. You get up in the 2nd round or the 3rd round. The players you mentioned, Genty, Browers, Crosby, they could turn it around quickly, especially if Mendoza can develop quickly. And we've seen it happen. It may not happen like right away next year, but I think in year 2, look at what Drake May's doing. I think the Vegas job is better. All right, last one. Justin Jefferson, Puka Nacua, Jamar Chase, Amon-Ra St. Brown. One gotta go. Who is it?
This is so tough.
There's some good receivers there.
I mean, obviously, these are maybe the best 4 receivers in football, and I think 2 guys do 2 things spectacularly well, and the other 2 guys do something spectacularly well, and they're not necessarily all the same. You got 2 deep threats with Jefferson and Chase, the 2 LSU guys, and then Puka and St. Brown are guys they're always open no matter where it is on the field. They're always open. One got to go. I'm going to get rid of Jamar Chase. And my reasoning for keeping Justin Jefferson over Jamar Chase is I feel like Justin Jefferson has had to do it with a number of different quarterbacks. Jamar Chase looked lost without his quarterback. So I'm going to boot Jamar Chase from the foursome.
All these guys are 26 or younger. Like, that's the other thing, is they could all be here for a while. Jefferson's had a developmental quarterback, and his numbers aren't where they could be. And if I'm looking for a way to separate everybody out, I'm going to take the guy who only had 2 receiving touchdowns this year and about half as many catches for first downs, and that was Justin Jefferson. It might not be fair because of his quarterback situation, but that's where I'm going.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to criticize either one of you guys. I mean, it's a tough one. These are 4 elite receivers in the NFL today.
This is tough.
It's super tough. In the end, I got rid of Amon-Ra St. Brown, man, and here's the reason why. Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase have the big play explosiveness that I really appreciate in a receiver. And I think Justin Jefferson is actually the best pure receiver of the bunch. He just had the worst quarterback situation. And then it came down to between Puka Nacua and Amon-Ra St. Brown. I think Puka's a bigger Amon-Ra St. Brown. He's just a stud, and he's a lot bigger, like I said. So I think they do similar things, but he got a little bit more over-the-top ability. So I'm going with Puka. It sucks, but ASB's the one out for me, man.
And there it is. That concludes the Wide 9 Omaha 4-down around the league blitz thingy. Doug Harsh for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights, and they're ready to warm up your winter with these hot deals. Like lease a new 2026 Chevy Trailblazer LS for only $218 per month for 36 months with $19.99 down. $218. Unlock the savings through the GM employee discount current lease in the household. Don't forget Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights, your number one volume Chevy dealer in Michigan. That means a huge inventory. Silverados, Equinoxes, Blazers, Trax, electric vehicles, hundreds on the ground to choose from. Call 87-SAY-SARAH. Go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. Feels like things are starting to heat up 1 week out from the NBA trade deadline. And our team is in the middle of a lot of the trade rumors. We talked about the Free Press's proposal to land Giannis Antetokounmpo. And, I mean, what they put out there, if that's the best offer, I think Kang's right. I think the Milwaukee Bucks would say, well, we're not going to trade him. But if the best offer was Tobias Harris, Karis LeVert, Jaden Ivey, 4 first-round picks, and 3 more first-round pick swaps, I would do it 100 times out of 100 because I think the Pistons would keep their core together and still and have Giannis, and I think they win the NBA championship, which is ultimately the goal. But I guess we got to count on nobody offering anything better than that, and the Bucks saying screw it, we want out no matter what, doesn't seem likely. With that said, couple of things that are newsworthy going on in the NBA right now. One is Jason Tatum. Did you hear this out of Boston? He's actually considering not coming back this year at all. Which is really interesting. I guess Prime Video's Chris Haynes reported Wednesday that a recent and unspecified development has caused a Celtics star to reevaluate his situation. Recent and unspecified development.
Well, it's either a personal issue or it's a setback
Yeah.
in his recovery, right?
Yeah.
So if it's a personal issue, I hope he can sort that out. And if it's a health issue, obviously you want him to be healthy. I mean, does it benefit the Pistons if he sits out? Yep, it does. But you don't want to root for someone to be unhealthy or have issues that keep them from performing.
Yeah, so there had been a lot of reporting and speculation about when he was going to come back. And then a couple of days ago, here's a quote from Jason Tatum about coming back. That's something I contemplate every day, more so about the team. If or when I do come back this season, they would have played 50 some odd games without me. So they have an identity this year or things that they felt has clicked for them. And it's been successful, right? Third or second team in the East up to this point. So there is a thought in my head, like, how does that work? How does that look with me integrating myself off an injury and 50 to 60 games into a season? There could be obviously some challenges, and it is thought like, damn, do I come back or should I wait? It's something that I honestly recently in the last 2 weeks or so just kind of contemplate every single day. So that quote is really interesting. And then I'm going to guess that Chris Haynes went out and did some digging and came up with this recent and unspecified development that's caused him to think about not coming back. That dramatically changes what we expect to happen in the East, because what I expect to happen in the East is, and what I hope happens in the East, is that the bracket aligns the Knicks and the Celtics, and that the Pistons avoid those two until they have to play them, which I would hope. There's no given. This team is not proven in the postseason yet, but I would hope would not be till the Eastern Conference Finals. And the Eastern Conference Finals are still months away, and you're talking about a lot of time for Jason Tatum to get reintegrated. And he's talking about, 50 some odd games. Well, Boston's played 47 games. So at some point it was speculated he'd be back in the next 10 to 13 games. I think that's plenty of time to get integrated into the lineup. I don't understand what his hesitation is.
I don't know either. It could be a personal thing. Maybe it is a health setback, but the what he put out there is a lack of confidence
in himself.
Yeah. Which is that's a whole other issue. That could be mentally health related if that's it, because it just doesn't make any sense. I mean, guys are traded all the time at the deadline. They go to new teams. Guess what? You got to step in and be the new guy. You're not the new guy on this team. Yes, have they figured out a way to play without you? Yeah, because they had to. It's just like if hey, I hurt my ankle, I'm out for 3 weeks. You're going to come back. I don't understand this stance at all.
I don't either, and that's why I think there's some health portion of this that has him questioning. Was it? We were talking in the office. Was it Durant that came back too soon, or had a bad calf and ended up
he had a lingering thing? Tyrese Halliburton last year was lingering with a calf or something around his foot, and then he also his Achilles ruptured. I think it's a mental thing, guys.
Do you?
I think that this is like the first significant injury he's had in his career, and I remember when it happened, he was really emotional about it. I know he's talking to his dad saying, why me, all this stuff. And so I think coming back, he wants to feel 100%, not just physically, but mentally. When you go on the court and go full on, these workouts he's doing 3-on-3, 5-on-5, it's not the same as playing an NBA game, right? So personally, this is just my opinion. I think he's going through the mental part of it right now, and he doesn't want to re-injure it or cause another injury. So, and if you're not there mentally, I mean, that's like half the battle with these injuries, right?
Yeah, it seems like a really weird story, and I'm surprised by this. Like, I feel like that player should be more confident in himself.
Yeah. He's a great player.
Yeah.
But, different people need different assurances and reassurances.
I say take your time, Jason.
I mean, as a Pistons fan, go ahead and make sure you're ready to go next year and start the campaign for 26-27.
Okay, Jester Road on Twitch just said Jaden Ivey might understand what Tatum is going through.
Well, it's interesting because obviously Jaden Ivey is slow to get back to form.
Mm-hmm.
You see flashes. I mean, there was a flash the other day. Whether it was knocking down a three, but there was one point where he drove to the lane and, was just knifed through the entire defense with a layup. And that's the kind of talent you have with Jaden Ivey, but he's not doing it night in and night out. And he has been really slow to come back from two pretty serious injuries.
Yeah, really, really intriguing. And look, I think the Ivy watch has turned into this little sort of side drama with this entire Piston season. Is lots is read into Jaden Ivey's body language, and every time Jaden Ivey hits a three, we're screaming, "There you go!" And every time he misses the next two, we're like, "Come on, Jaden!" And there's something there. There's something untapped there. There's something that can help this team in the here and the now. And it feels just as likely to help somebody else it is to help this team. There is no question what Jason Tatum has meant to Boston. Ivy was just getting his legs under him. He was just starting to turn into what looked like a quality young NBA player. Tatum's established. Tatum, this is really, really kind of an intriguing story. But as Kang said, don't rush. Don't rush back.
Yeah, take your time. Make sure you're 100% ready to come.
Do you think the players have said anything to him that made him hesitant?
I doubt it. He's one of the leaders, the best players on the team.
If anything, maybe they're building up too much pressure for him to come back. They're like, "Hey, man, we got this thing going. All right, we can't wait to get you back. We're gonna."
I would think they'd be begging him to come back.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And maybe because they're doing that, does that put too much pressure on him?
I don't know.
Gets back to the mental state of it.
Weird story. 248-539-9797. All right, Wings back in action tonight. They are taking on Washington. And you know what? We actually are going to do something we've never done before at 11:30. And it's Piston-based. It is Carson Anderson on a Thursday. In the noon hour, we got another edition of Who's on Top. 97.1.
A couple games tonight set the table for a big weekend in local sports. First, right here on 97.1, the Capitals are in town to take on our Detroit Red Wings at 7:30 p.m. Detroit re-signed Ben Sherratt, extending him to a 3-year, $11.5 million deal yesterday. There's also history on the table in tonight's matchup with the Caps. Patrick Kane, with 1 point, will break Mike Modano's record for the most points by an American-born player in NHL history. Mark Ryan has pregame coverage of that contest beginning right here on 97.1 at 7:15. The Pistons, they're in the desert taking on the Phoenix Suns at 9 o'clock. Devin Booker out in that game. Karis LeVert has missed the last few with an illness. He is listed as questionable for tonight as the Pistons go for their 7th win in the last 8. That game will be on WWJ News Radio 950. Pre-game coverage there at 8:35. Of course, tomorrow it's Michigan and Michigan State. Tipping off from East Lansing at 8 o'clock. The Wolverines favored by 1.5 in that one. The over-under set around 145.5 points on multiple sports books. Also, Super Bowl 60 will not take place this Sunday, but the next, which means you have more than a full week to prepare your unique prop bets. Do you think Stephon Diggs will propose to Cardi B after the game? Do you think Bad Bunny will wear a dress at halftime? Are you confident Bill Belichick and Jordan Hudson won't make an appearance? Those are just some of the prop bets that BetOnline is offering ahead of the big game. At the Carwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, Gator. Wings in Washington tonight at LCA before back-to-back games with Colorado, which loomed big over the weekend. Do you think the Patrick Kane thing to get the most U.S. points is selling tickets?
Yes.
You do?
I do. Now that it's
I mean, the place is pretty much packed every night anyway. But.
Yeah, but now that, I mean, I think there's 2 factors for it tonight. You got Patrick Kane going for the record, and you've got the Washington Capitals in town, which means Alex Ovechkin. So I think both of those are attractions, but Kaner is the bigger attraction right now because this night could be the night. Just needs 1 point.
I just clicked on Vivid Seats, the buy-in price, which is on the ESPN.com, the schedule. Buy-in price is only $32. It's up high, obviously, but it's not bad.
No, it's inexpensive to get into to see history, I guess. The chance to see history.
Have you ever seen Ovechkin live?
Yes.
So have I, and many people have. The way he skates is just different. The way he moved around the ice in his prime, just different. And maybe one of the most likable neutral superstars out there.
Yeah.
I mean, you start thinking about if you have no rooting interest, what superstars from other teams do you actually kind of like? Who do people bitch about Ovechkin ever? Am I wrong? What
No, I don't think they do. He's a guy who is always skated hard. He plays a style of hockey that is likable because he scores a bunch of goals. He's not afraid to hit people, but he doesn't do it in a cheap, dirty way at all. I think players around the league really respect him. He seems like he's always happy, always got the smile on his face. He never comes off the ice on the power play. He's literally out there for 2 minutes on the power play. But he's the all-time leading goal scorer in NHL history. I mean, he's a lot of fun.
So the Wings are having one of those seasons that we feel good about them going to the postseason, but the way the East is so a lot of parity in the East, they are only 4 points from being the last wild card team. Now they are 10 points ahead of the first team out, which is a relatively comfortable place to be, although they still have work to do. Like they can't. Last year when they went in the Four Nations break, they came out of it as a losing hockey team, and they lost more than they won, and that could cost them this time around. We certainly hope that's not the case.
I believe they're 10 points ahead of last year's pace at this time. And there were a couple things that happened that really hurt them. Andrew Kopp got hurt, and he was one of the glue guys on the team, and they took a nosedive after that point. And the Four Nations Cup break didn't help them out to get guys back, and Dylan Larkin is not the same player. He was amazing in the Four Nations Cup, clearly got hurt, played through it the rest of the season, And you couple that with the Wings not making any real moves at the deadline, and I think the players are disappointed by that. And now you get the mental side of it, and there was the nosedive. Those aren't excuses, and there really shouldn't be. There is no excuse for them to have the kind of nosedive that they did. But I think that's in the past, unless injuries creep up, and let's hope that's not the case. But this team is playing way better than they did a year ago. They've got solid goaltending. They got a solid number one goaltender who's playing as well as any goaltender in hockey over the last 2 months. And they've got multiple scoring options. They got a defense in front of the goaltender that is playing much better than they did to start the season. They haven't had, again, knocking on wood, they haven't had back-to-back losses since November. And hopefully they can avoid that again tonight with a win over Washington. But I think this team is very motivated.
So the other thing, and I found this really interesting, I just saw this posted on Hockeytown West's podcast social media page. The Grand Rapids Griffins played last night. Here are what NHL teams were there.
Okay.
So the Jets, the Ducks, the Flyers, the Islanders, the Canucks, the Kings, the Sharks, the Lightning, the Devils, and the Senators. I'm more intrigued with who wasn't there.
Yeah.
The Rangers weren't there, and the Blues weren't there. And those are two teams that I feel like Detroit's associated with quite a bit. What do you make of that? I mean, provided that this is accurate. Like, I don't know much about this.
Right.
Those would be the two teams I'd really expect to be there.
Yeah, but maybe they've already been to previous games. They've seen enough. They don't need to go to another one and be reassured, or they can watch it on TV or whatever the case is. They want to be conspicuous by their absence. I don't know. I'm not going to read too much into that. I don't know if Panarin is going to be on the board for the Red Wings or not. There was a report that said that he wants to work on a long-term contract before he agrees to a trade.
Yeah.
Which may benefit the Red Wings because they don't like getting the rental players.
Yep.
If they're going to give up prospects. So that might work to their benefit. But the St. Louis part is the part where, hang on. Why aren't they there? They've got really good players that
Robert Thomas.
We'd be very interested in. Yeah.
Who's a defenseman? I'm blanking.
I'm blanking too. But there is a defenseman of this
Blake
team.
Burke. Why am I completely blanking? Number 4, right? Completely blanking.
I will have it here in a second.
It's all right. Anyway, I was a little surprised not to see that the Blues or the Rangers were there. Of the teams that were reportedly there, the Lightning were one of them. Now, Stamkos was a
Justin
TSN.
Falk.
There you go, Falk. Thank you. Burke, Blake, Falk.
Falk.
Yeah. The Lightning were there. Stamkos is a player that guy on TSN connected a dot between Detroit and Tampa. So that's something.
But Stamkos is not with Tampa Bay.
You're right. He was with Tampa Bay. He is with the Predators. Duh. What about the Canucks? Because Elias Pettersson, that's a name that had been associated with Detroit.
Yeah.
So, and I feel like we saw somebody else from Vancouver. That could. I mean, is that up the ante there a little bit? Oh, I want Evander Kane, but I don't know that they're going.
Well,
I want
if
Evander
that's what
Kane.
you want.
Yeah.
I mean, Peterson's the guy that is rumored to be on the move, and he's been underperforming this year. So it's just up to Vancouver when they're ready to start selling. But I think it is telling that you rattle off, 12, 14 teams that were there?
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
That are there scouting. Now, are they scouting Grand Rapids players? I don't know who Grand Rapids played, but they're scouting all over the place. You're just taking a look at everybody in the league.
Yeah. So it might not be indicative of anything, but I was surprised not to see St. Louis there for what it's worth. But they got some time. The rumor is, hey, trade deadline's essentially the Olympic break, and teams are going to make a move before that. So, Kenny, any of these names stand out? Do you think any of these teams might have somebody that Detroit's interested in?
I wouldn't be shocked. I mean, I think there was an article that came out with Chris Draper speaking about how they're going to wait till the right move becomes available. I could see a lot of those names. Pettersson specifically is the one that I could see. That I feel like I saw them saying that they wanted to add a top 4 defenseman and a top 2-line forward. So I think all of that pretty much plays here.
Well, that's why I like St. Louis, because you can get that one fell swoop with Robert Thomas and Justin Falk.
Right.
You know, Falk is playing 22 and a half minutes a game. You know, Thomas is a guy who very recently has been a point a game kind of guy. He's down a little bit this year with 33 points in 42 games. But he's signed for a long term here. And if St. Louis is ready to make a move, and you know, Red Wings have prospects to offer up for sure. Absolutely have prospects to offer up.
The team they were playing last night, incidentally, was the Cleveland Monsters, an affiliate of the Columbus Blue Jackets. So it could be as much they're scouting them, too. You never know. 248-539-9797. All right, something that seems very appropriate tonight for the Piston game. We will get to that today at 11:20. I'll do something we've never done before with the Pistons at 11:30. Got a Who's on Top in the noon hour. Got some Lion stuff we'll throw your direction. You know what? I saw something written about the Tigers. I said, we need to remember this about our Detroit Tigers. We'll get to that before the show is done. It's a busy day. Carson Anderson, Open Lines, 97.1. It's 11:15 on a Thursday morning, and our boss just walked in eating a rib.
It was weird. It was odd, right?
Yeah. Okay, somebody brought food because now I look behind the glass. Is
these
everybody
guys are
eating ribs?
too?
I don't think it's weird.
I didn't realize somebody dropped off some ribs, huh?
It was a rib drop.
These are turkey ribs too, Doug. You'd be
Yeah,
jealous.
right. Gator is not a fan of ribs.
I don't like to get messy.
And I will tell you that as a non-red meat eater, and that includes pork for me, I feel like on college football Saturdays when I'm walking to the stadium and somebody's smoking some ribs, that's where I'm like, I'm missing out.
Smoked meat is great, right?
Yep. It smells really, really good. But I feel like I'm missing out. So my choices, though, there are consequences, Scott. So a few things here. One is, did you hear about the earthquake?
No. What earthquake?
There was an earthquake just north of Toronto. 3.7 magnitude. Did anybody here feel that earthquake on Tuesday night north of Toronto?
Well, if it was north of Toronto and it was only a 3.7, you sure as hell didn't hear.
I'm just wondering if anybody perhaps did.
Oh, my God.
So far, 2,600 people have reported feeling the earthquake from as far away as Kingston, which is to the east on your way to Quebec, all the way to Kitchener, which is still a few hours into Canada.
Yeah.
It would seem rather unlikely that people here would feel the...
What about people in Harrow? Were they feeling it?
Where's Harrow?
It's right by. It's before you get to Leamington.
Is it?
Yeah.
Tilsonburg? My back still aches when I hear that word.
Lambton.
God, if anybody got that reference, you are... Lambton, where's Lambton? No,
It's on the way.
Nobody got that.
Brantford.
Yeah.
London. Hamilton.
Do you think any of those? Hamilton's getting
They may-
pretty close. Yeah,
getting
Hamilton might
over
have
there. You
felt it,
might get something there.
but
Is there a Samson?
probably
Should be.
I'm sure there is.
wasn't it, in this area of Ontario have a whole bunch of British names. I mean, other than London, isn't there like a Liverpool and a Manchester and all
There
that?
should be.
Yeah. Isn't there a Thames River? There's a Thames River, right? But I guess that's London. So you didn't feel it, is what you're saying?
No, I didn't feel it, and neither did anybody else in this state, unless they
Well,
were
hold on.
north of Toronto
Hold
at the
on.
time.
Tap the brakes there, big fella.
Come on.
Back down the hostility, big dog. We got people that listen into Ontario.
Well, this is true.
Our signal does get into Canada. We occasionally get the call from Windsor, Chatham,
Maybe they were there for the moment. Sure.
Kent. Anybody from Kent?
Sarnia.
Yeah. Perhaps they did feel the earthquake. Apparently there was no damage done, and a 3.7 isn't all that big.
So damn cold, we don't even feel earthquakes around here, guys.
That's a good point. Our ground's frozen solid. Frozen, can't be moved. Can't be moved.
I'd kill for an earthquake.
No, you wouldn't.
I know, I'm kidding.
Have you've been in one, right?
No, my parents were in one.
Yeah.
Very briefly. Yeah. I think they happened to be in San Francisco when one happened, I believe.
And Kang,
I don't think I'm making that up.
Kang, you've never been. You've never
No,
been. in one.
I think I'd be scared out of my mind. Like,
sure.
That's, I know they're like quote unquote used to it in California or other places. I don't. The first time though, it's got to be jarring, right? Like if you feel the ground, like what was that?
What just
What's
happened?
going on?
Yeah.
Yeah. My best friend lives out in Los Angeles. He's been part of a few.
Mm-hmm.
I can't imagine you get used to it.
No.
I mean, because I guess you're just
Well, he's a
expecting these
Michigan
little-
kid, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he's been out there.
I know he's been there for a
30
while,
years,
but-
but you'd think that, okay, maybe they get used to it because the ones they're getting aren't that severe. It's just a little tremor and you hear a little shake and that's about it.
Mm-hmm.
But you never know when the big one's coming.
No.
That terrifies me. I don't like thinking about that. Thanks, Doug.
Sorry.
I'll just avoid going to California.
So a couple things here. Tonight, the Pistons are taking on the Phoenix Suns. And you may recall last week, these two teams played a bit of an edgy game against one another. And tonight, I'm going to ask you, and I'm going to ask Kang, maybe we'll use Kenny as a tiebreaker. In Phoenix, they're giving out T-shirts tonight's game to the first 5,000 fans honoring one of their players. And on the shirt, it's got this player's image, and it says The Villain. They're giving away 5,000 The Villain T-shirts for the Piston-Phoenix Sun game tonight with a player's image on it. Do you think that player is Grayson Allen or Dylan Brooks?
Dylan Brooks.
Dylan Brooks, Kang, they're giving away 5,000 The Villain T-shirts tonight. Do you think it's Grayson Allen or Dylan Brooks?
I'm going with Dylan Brooks.
The correct answer is Dylan Brooks. We do not need Kenny to break the tie. But after that game last week, I believe it's a 9 o'clock tip tonight. I'm not saying there's going to be fireworks, but Grayson Allen's been a cheap shot pest for years, and Dylan Brooks is definitely another one of those guys who has landed in Phoenix after stints with Memphis and Houston. There could be something could go down tonight. Just a heads up, right?
Yes, absolutely could go down. How many times do you think in pickup games and in practices that Grayson Allen has been punched in the face?
You mean behind the scenes, just like when the off-season run?
Yeah.
I would say nothing short of 24 times.
I think it's a fair answer.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll take the over. It's funny how everyone can't stand these guys, but when they're on your team, you embrace them. Look what the Suns are doing. I bet you those guys hated Dylan Brooks and Grayson Allen when they weren't on, in Phoenix.
Does the Wrestling League feel that way about Isaiah Stewart?
That's what I'm saying. I wonder, people think the Pistons are way too physical and dirty. And Ron Holland, he hustles, right?
Yeah.
But that can get under a team's skin. The way he comes at you and doesn't stop, he's all up in your grill.
But he's not tripping you on
I
purpose.
know.
He's not nutting you.
I'm not saying
know?
he's Grayson Allen or Dylan Brooks, but I think you're right, Doug, about saying maybe other teams or other fan bases think we're dirty.
Yeah. I guess I can't imagine that anybody looks at Dylan Brooks and Grayson Allen and puts Isaiah Stewart and Ron Holland in the same category. Am I wrong? I mean, it's Dylan Brooks and Grayson freaking Allen.
Well, they have a longer resume right now.
Yeah.
I mean, I just look at the Pistons players play with an edge. They're tough and they're physical, and sometimes they set picks that are a little too physical. They'll get up in your face if they don't like what you're doing. But again, I don't think that they're out there to undercut you, to leg whip you, to follow through with their shot with a knee to the schnutz. I don't think they're doing that stuff.
Yeah.
Or just having that punchable face.
Yeah, you're just born with that.
Yeah.
That's God. God gave you that.
Yeah, exactly. God-given talent right there.
Yeah. Well, anyway, news about tonight's game. Devin Booker still out. He with the sprained right ankle. Jalen Green has a right hamstring injury. Colin Gillespie, a right hand sprain. Both are questionable for tonight's game. Pistons and Suns played last week in Detroit. Suns got out to a league. Pistons were back and won late, 108-105. They'll go at it again tonight as Detroit is. I mean, look, they're getting teams with guys hurt. Without Devin Booker playing, they didn't play against the Joker the other night. So it's a bit getting teams, I guess, at the right time. Phoenix is indeed a playoff team that's trying to avoid the play-in round. So I'm sure they're looking forward to getting Booker back. But good to see the Pistons getting challenged against teams out west. 248-539-9797, a week out from the trade deadline. We'll do some Piston stuff today, more Piston stuff today at 11:30. Also, just a reminder, you can stream our show using the Odyssey app. Get it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Then you can listen to this program and all the shows here on 97.1 The Ticket from anywhere in the United States. You can stream to our website, 971theticket.com, where the Birchie Kid and Evan are responsible for great content. Streaming with video, go to twitch.tv and youtube.com. Both of those websites not only have the video of the show, but have streaming chat where you can comment. And sometimes we read the comments on the air, like this one from Detro One Made, who says, Grayson Allen's been a dirty player throughout college as well. Yeah, he's got a long history. A long, long history. Settle Down Beavis said Steve Nash. That would be funny to hand out Steve Nash jerseys that said villain. Nope, it's Dylan Brooks, the Villain jerseys tonight. We are going to do a Piston trade deadline blitz thingy coming up today at 11:30.
Oh.
Yeah, this is a first. See
Kinda
how
like
it goes. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We are a week out from the NBA trade deadline. Pistons in action tonight at Phoenix. But things are afoot behind the scenes. We're wondering how aggressive our team's going to get as the number one seed as it stands right now in the NBA's Eastern Conference. And we've decided we are going to do a Piston blitz thingy.
I like it.
All right, where's this from? What is this from?
Sounds like
Saturday
Kenny.
Night Live.
Yeah.
Is it Kenny?
Is it Kenny?
It's Saturday Night Live, man. I'll
that's
give you this
all right.
one. You'll be too distracted with the other one.
I like it. It sounds like Kenny.
All right, question one for you boys. LeBron James teared up last night after his final game. It could be his final game in Cleveland. He might be done after this year. He was emotional. The Lakers come to Detroit on March 23rd. Is that must visit a game for Detroiters? Has that become the hottest ticket of the season because it might be LeBron's last game in Detroit?
It's my birthday, so I get that. What day of the week is that this year?
It's a Monday.
It's a Monday.
Yep.
So there's no competition with the NCAA tournament.
Nope.
I think that would be a hot ticket to have. Yeah, I do. LeBron James is one of the all-time greats, if not the all-time great. I mean, there's obviously great debate about that, but still averaging 22 points a game, playing on a pretty good Lakers team right now. And Luka is his teammate. So people like that part of it. So I think it's going to be a
Must see.
ticket.
Yeah. Kang, is that must go to for you?
Yeah, I think it should be for most basketball fans. I mean, it's not official or anything. I think LeBron does come back next year, but it's possible that it could be a retirement type tour. Like I said, he hasn't made it public or anything, but it could be his last game. And Luka's a great watch always.
Sat in the stands for a couple games this year. This might be one to just get a credential to. So we can go to the press conference afterwards or get in the locker room and see what he has to say about Detroit. I mean, he actually mentioned Detroit by name because his memories go back. He mentioned Detroit by name last night after the game in Cleveland, saying, I remember what it was like going up against a Piston team that nobody thought we could beat. And Of course, he had the legendary game, the 48 points, 25 straight against Detroit. But
was that a good game for him?
Yeah. All right, next question. Yes or no, will Giannis get dealt?
No, not at the trade deadline. I think they'll wait till the offseason and open it up for everybody to see, and then it happens. I mean, if what we've seen are the packages that are being thrown around to try to acquire him, none of them are all that impressive. So I just don't see that. Maybe he gets traded before the NBA draft, once you see where some draft picks actually are, and they can gauge that. But I don't think he gets traded by the deadline. No.
Does Giannis get traded, Kang?
I don't have a strong lean here, but my lean is yes. I'm just going to say some team is eventually going to offer up everything. Bottomless picks is where you start, just like the endless apps, and then you go from there. Like you pick and choose my rosters for one guy, and I think someone like the Warriors or with Steph on his last maybe run or two here comes up with something humongous, but I think he does end up getting moved. Everyone's been waiting for this to like everything else. I guess no trade's going to happen until Giannis gets dealt, so I think he does.
Yeah, I'm like both of you. I don't have a strong lean one way or another. So the needle points a little bit towards yes. And I don't think it's going to be a team at the top. I think it's going to be a middling team looking for, because I think that's going to attract Milwaukee thinking, oh, these picks will be better. So I'm looking at an Orlando or somebody like that that's in the middle of maybe Phoenix, a team that's in the middle of the pack, struggling, maybe make the playoffs, maybe won't make the playoffs, like Phoenix. And I think that's going to be the kind of team that actually puts together the package.
If you trade for Giannis, do you have to take his brothers too, or no?
No.
One of them at least.
At least one?
All right, next question in a Piston Blitz thingy. Should Trajan Langdon get the same criticism as Brad Holmes, Steve Yzerman, and Scott Harris if he doesn't make a trade at the trade deadline? Kang, why don't you go first for this one?
I'm sorry, I was just reading something.
It's okay. Should Trajan Langdon get the same criticism as Brad Holmes, Yzerman, and Harris if he doesn't make a trade at the deadline?
No, absolutely not. But that doesn't mean he couldn't be criticized. I mean, but he's got to be criticized on his own. The other sports and other teams have nothing to do with what he and the Pistons are trying to do. So, yeah, that's my answer, and I'm sticking to it.
I think that he'll deserve criticism if there's that player that you think that they really should have gone after, gets dealt, and then you see the
return.
The return, it's like that's all it took. Why didn't they go for it? I think they'll be open to criticism for that, but at the same time, it's the best team in the East by far, and I can understand why they wouldn't want to shake it up, but most teams, when they're on top like this, like to add gas to it. So I think I want them to add gas to it. They should do something. So, yeah, I think he's going to open himself up for criticism if he doesn't.
It's these guys in Detroit, our GMs have just gotten slayed. We could take calls on them all day about not making trades, but at the end of the day, we don't know what trades, and Harris made some moves, but we don't know what trades were on the table, and that's one of those things that would be great to know in sports, what deals came close to being made, what offers were made. Unless you find out, I think it's hard to have real legitimate criticism. The way the team is playing right now, it is absolutely a viable option to not make a move and still win the East. If you don't believe that, then it's well over a year of evidence here that this Piston team is very, very competitive in this Eastern Conference. On top of that, you have pending decisions that hang over Ivy and Duren, future contracts that absolutely impact what contracts you can take on. So I don't think he deserves a ton of criticism. With that said, another Trajan question. At this point, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you trust Piston GM or director of vice president or president of basketball operations, Trajan Langdon? How much do you trust him? Kang, I'll start with you here.
Right now, I trust him 8.5. I trust him a lot. He hasn't done anything wrong or that deserves huge criticism, so I trust him a lot. Kind of like you, Gator, we'll see after the trade deadline. He could open himself up to some criticism. I don't know what's available, what's out there, but right now I trust him very much.
I want to go a little bit higher than you, and I'm not sure if I should. 8.5 sounds pretty good. I might want to go 9. Just based on what he has done as the GM. I mean, they hired J.B. Bickerstaff. That's a win, a huge win right there. They've kept the core intact. The players they brought in have been really nice additions to this team. They, made some tough decisions in the offseason and went out and got other guys, and those guys are stepping in and doing a great job. I mean, let's think about this. They had Malik Beasley all lined up ready to go, and then poof, he's gone because of scandal and investigations. And well, what do they do now? And he's like, it's okay, we're fine. We got this. And if he's going to say we're good, like Dan Campbell said we're good, I mean, proof's in the pudding. They're 34-11. Hard not to say that they're good. I think they're good, and I trust Trajan Langdon. I'm going to go 8-5. I'll leave it at 8-5.
I'm at about a 6.
Oh.
And it's because most of this roster was put together by the previous GM as far as the draft picks are concerned. I think he's got a steadying hand, and I do like bringing back Tobias Harris. That has worked out way better than many of us thought it would. And I thought the Schroeder trade was very shrewd. So, yeah, I like it, but I think there's a lot of proving to be done here.
He seems to be really good at the minor, smaller moves that turn out to be great, like Javonte Green. The Malik Beasley thing, he signed him originally, right? And then when they lost him, he went and got Duncan Robinson, who's worked out well. And like I said, Javonte Green, Dennis Jenkins, can he make the bigger move to get him over the top? We'll see.
All right, NBA trade deadline a week away. Next question, will Tobias Harris still be a Piston next week? Scott Anderson.
No, I don't think so. I think that $26 million that he's obviously it's prorated when you come to the trade deadline, but I think that freeing that money up for some team in trade, I think is big, and any team that's going to talk to the Pistons are going to want that because of it. So I think he does get moved. I think the team kind of knows it. They love Tobias Harris as a reason to. He's a great guy. But it's not like he's signed to a multi-year contract. He's a free agent at the end of the year. So if you have an opportunity to go ahead and make yourself a better team and he has to be part of the deal, you got to do it. You got to do what's better for the team.
Kang, will Tobias Harris be a Piston next week?
I think he will be. I think Trajan's going to find himself in a spot where he doesn't feel like he can break up this team. And then that's where I think he opens himself up for criticism. I would make a trade. I've already said that. I'm sticking to it. But I don't think that Trajan will. I think he's going to keep the squad together. And if anything, it's a minor move that doesn't involve moving Tobias Harris.
Yeah, I've said it all along. That's what I expect. I expect the next Dennis Schroeder kind of trade, which would not involve moving Tobias Harris. Next question, Gator. Will the Pistons rue trading Ron Holland if they did? Would that be something that comes back to haunt them?
No. I don't think they will, because I think the player they're going to get in return if they were to trade Ron Holland in some kind of a package deal would be an all-star type player. I would firmly believe that. I like Ron Holland a lot, and I think he's going to stay a Piston. I don't think they're going to move him, but if they do, it has to be for something where you're giving up the good for the great. And he's got a high ceiling, but I don't look at Ron Holland and say, oh, that guy's an all-star, a future all-star. I don't. I think he does all these little things that I'd love to have in a player, in a solid role player, playing defense, has the hustle. He's one of these guys that's an irritant on the court, and you need guys like that. And, oh, by the way, can knock down a shot from time to time, and is seemingly a very well-liked teammate. But, no, I don't think that it would be something they rue.
Okay.
No, they won't rue the day. I like Ron Holland a lot, like you, Gator. He's obviously a culture guy, a hustle guy, plays defense, and he's bought into everything J.B. Bickerstaff has coached. But with that being said, he's not an all-star. He's not even in the Rising Star game. And I don't know if he'll ever be an all-star. So I think it's easier to find a guy like that down the road, and I don't think they would rue the day.
I think they would, but it wouldn't be for a while. He is only 20, and I think that's one that if they made a trade for him right now, they value him so much that the return would have an immediate impact. And if you win an NBA championship, nobody cares. But if Ron Holland's included in a trade, I agree with you. I think it's for a very, very good player. I think eventually Ron Holland's going to be a star. I think he is going to be a star in this league. I think he brings it to the table a lot of skill set. He just needs more time, more seasoning. But I guess if you win a title, doesn't matter. You give up that player. One more question. Jaden Ivey, will he be a very good NBA player when it's all said and done?
Yes, I think he will be a very good NBA. I think he will be a very good basketball player when all is said and done. He's got to heal from his injuries. I just don't think it's going to be here in Detroit. I think he's going to end up going somewhere else. either by trade or in the offseason they just decide not to offer him an extension.
Okay.
I don't think it's going to happen for Jaden Ivey. We're calling it early now, of course, but I've seen this happen a lot throughout the NBA. A guy just he suffers a setback and just can't get back on track where he was possibly headed. This is a young league, man. New, young, hungry players are coming in all the time. So I think, and he doesn't end up being what he should have been.
There you go. I agree. I think he will be really good when it's all said and done. And I'm totally distracted. You're right. This song
it's the best.
Derails, completely derails.
And it does sound like Kenny. Am I right?
Kind of does, yeah. Straight ahead, if you were forced to do it, what would you choose? We will get to that at 11:48 on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Okay, so we'll get back to some more mainstream stuff, but we saw this and we thought it was kind of funny. It was a debate in the office. If you were forced to, right now, right here, right now,
Okay.
and you had to do it, you had to choose one, go participate in a Winter Olympic sport, what would you choose? You have to just drop in. You're not going to be good. Got it. But you've got to go participate in one Winter Olympic sport. What would you choose?
I mean, it's not going to be hockey because I can't skate, so it takes away speed skating as well. I've never skied, so I'm going to take away all the skiing events. I think I'd be terrified as hell to try luge or bobsled. I'm not a thrill seeker, and to never have done that before, to try to get on there, or skeleton. Those are three things. That
Well, skeleton's the one where you go head first, and they're all crazy.
Yeah.
But of the crazy, that's the craziest.
I'm like just going through to see what other Olympic sports there are. I mean, it doesn't lead me much.
Well, I can think of one.
I mean, the snowboarding stuff, I've never done that.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't do that. Certainly not going to do the jumping stuff.
You're not into ski jumping?
No.
No.
I don't know what else there's left.
Curling.
Curling I could do.
Are you a good sweeper?
I could do. No, I'm not a good sweeper. But I think I could. Look, I'm not saying I'd be good because I don't think I'd be good at all. I've never done it, but that's one I would try. 100% I would try.
Given your choices,
I'm glad you had that in your back pocket.
Okay,
100%. That's the one.
all right. Kang, what about you? If you had to drop in and do any of these?
If I was forced to represent the United States of America,
Yep.
I want to be the guy in the front of the bobsled.
You want to drive it?
I think that I can jump into that thing still. Like, you know how they get that running start and then like you're holding that handle?
Yeah.
The 4-man bobsled team?
Yeah.
Yep.
I could lift myself up and get in there real quick, and everyone else just. I don't. Does that guy steer? Like he does
Yeah,
something.
oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah, you got to roll
Yeah,
there.
I think they
you might
actually-
be the second guy.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah,
If it's a 4-man bobsled, you
Right,
might want to be
yeah.
number 2 or 3.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
I
I'm
don't
just
think you
sitting
want to
there.
drive it because I actually think the way they steer those blades is you have like D handle. It's not like a steering wheel. You've got like D handles that you hang on to, like the ones at the gym that you have to like pull on one to turn the blades.
Oh yeah, no. Let
Yeah.
me get the second guy. Yeah, I'll be the second guy.
Yeah,
What
I'm
was
not
I thinking?
100% positive that's how you steer a bobsled, but I'm pretty sure it is.
Like a guy behind the guy.
Yeah.
So you'd be
Exactly.
second in the bobsled. Now, would you?
But I've been to Duluth, so I think that also gives me an advantage in curling.
I've driven through Duluth.
I've been to Duluth.
Yep. So okay. So
I've seen Duluth on a map.
Yeah. Way up there in Minnesota.
Oh, Duluth is something. So the thing is, my instinct is to stay downhill skiing.
Well, you do love to ski.
I do love to ski. I think.
But the Klobberbakken might be calling
Well,
your
that's
name.
cross country skiing, right? And yeah,
You love
I
hockey.
think the answer has got to be for almost everybody curling. Because
but you have a different skill set.
I do.
You can skate. You play
Yeah.
hockey all the time. You can ski. You can't wait to go skiing. You ski every weekend that you can.
Yep.
You've mentioned that you've cross country skied too. You know, it's a great workout. Lord knows you love a great workout. All this
So-
other stuff. The only thing I wouldn't see you doing the ski jumping.
No, I like
snowboarding. You like skiing more than snowboarding.
I think the best Olympic X Games sport is the snowcross when they have like 5 guys at once racing to the bottom. That to me looks like a blast. And I could probably do that. The issue I would have is that everybody would be so far away from me.
I
I'd
was
just
gonna
be the
say-
guy. I'd just be the guy in the back making his way down slowly, relatively
Right, yeah,
speaking.
but you'd have a great chance at not finishing last because people wipe out all the time, and
Well,
then
that's
here comes
true.
Doug Karsh.
That is true.
10 seconds later.
There are people that wipe out at those events, and the guy who's way behind sails to victory. So I guess that's possible. I'd probably go with snowcross.
You don't want to take a shift. You wouldn't want to take a
Dude,
shift in hockey.
let me tell you something.
Representing this country.
It is beyond. I regularly, okay, in C League, Beer League hockey, I am regularly humiliated. Okay. For somebody who didn't grow up playing the sport that tried to take it up at an older day, I can get up and down the ice. You put me at free skate, like when everybody goes and rents their skates and there's people out there, I look like an Olympian there. Put me on an ice hockey rink with real players who played as kids, who might have played through high school. Those guys humiliate me.
But you've played longer now. And some kid who played when he was between the ages of 5 and 20. How many years of hockey do you have under your belt now? 25?
Roughly, yes.
That's a lot.
It is a lot.
You haven't gotten any better?
No, I'm getting worse.
He's getting older, Gator.
Yeah,
I know he's getting older, but I mean, sometimes when you get older, you get wiser. It's like with golf. Hey, you don't hit the ball as far, but you hit it straighter. In theory.
I have a feeling that at that level, the game moves so fast that if I were ever to enter the zone with whatever team I'm on with the puck, that the concern would be I was going to be offsides the next time the puck came into the zone.
Sure, I get that.
I wouldn't be able to get out of the zone fast enough for the next time the puck comes into the zone.
But I'm trying to talk this through, Kang, and see if you understand why I think it should be hockey for Doug.
Yeah, go for it. You're way too confident, Doug.
No,
I appreciate that.
I'm not confident in his abilities. I just know that he can actually.
Just because he can skate doesn't mean he can.
But he's not supposed to be good in any of these things, right?
I know, but my thing is
the distance between. Here's the number one reason why Doug should be on the hockey team, and why once I say it, he's like, yeah, you're right. It's a team sport. Everything else is individual. Doug's a team player. Doug wants to be part of the team. Doug doesn't want to be the star. Doug wants to be the guy that gets the ball to the guy who's going to score.
But he doesn't want to be the reason why they lose.
Yeah, that's my concern, is that I'm going to be bringing the whole team down.
And he will be. The gap between you and a professional, and I'm not trying to speak down on you, Doug. It'd be the same thing with me or Gator.
Yeah, go. Bring it up.
It's insane. It's
insane.
canyonous. It's like, it'd be so obvious. You couldn't blend in.
I'll tell you a weird thing with hockey, okay, that I don't do with any other sport, and I don't know why. I did 16 years of sidelines for Michigan football watching these elite athletes go sprinting past me.
Yeah.
I played basketball through high school, and I ended up on the court sometimes with guys who played in Division I. The only sport that I have ever attempted that I go watch guys who are really good and go, oh my God, is hockey. I can't get over how good hockey players are. I can't get over how well they skate. I can't get over how well they stick handle. I can't get over how well they pass tape to tape. Every time I go to a hockey game and I'm, whether it's at Yost, whether it's LCA, wherever I am, if I go to a real hockey game, I invariably say, these guys are good.
The skill level's insane.
When
It's
that's
insane.
true of every sport I've ever gone to see play collegiately. So I couldn't do hockey.
So hockey's off the
Hockey's out. I think I would do the snowcross for the reasons that we stated, and you made the great point that guys fall all the time, and you
might actually
be the guy that sails to victory.
He's Doug in Heat 5, taking 4th out of 5.
The problem is that I'm so far behind, is that if everybody wiped out, they can get back up and finish. So I got to hope they wipe out twice. Here's the feedback coming in.
And that you don't wipe out, by the way.
From an unnamed texter, sorry, Gator, there's absolutely no way you can do curling. I tried it once at a company event in Ferndale. It is seriously one of the hardest things to do. Just to keep yourself upright, you have to have lower core strength. Totally no offense. You and I are similarly built. This is from an unnamed texter.
Yeah.
Hey, bro, choose another Olympic sport then.
Yeah.
Choose another winter
winter
Olympic
sport am I supposed to play?
Yeah.
Because that's it. That's all I got. And I feel like I could do it not well, do it very poorly, because I've never done it before in my life. You're 100% right, but watched it enough.
I mean, relative to the other sports he has to choose from, you want him in the Nordic combined?
I mean, I've shot a gun before.
Snowboard big air? Is that
is that for me?
Yeah.
Yeah. The biathlon?
Yeah, we're talking about the best of the bad choices.
If the biathlon is to get from point A to point B, which is 100 yards, and halfway through I have to stop and shoot a rifle at a target.
Yep.
And then maybe chug a beer and then finish off. Could I get that done? Could I actually go 100 yards on cross-country skis level?
Yeah, but the Olympic courses aren't
level. The problem is that those are like 10 kilometers, which or 50 kilometers, whatever they are. The best sport for me to compete in the Winter Olympics would be curling without question.
John in Lake Orion says it would be Luger Skeleton because they are in the same family as sledding at Shiawassee Hill in Farmington. You can't make a case. You could get down the luge run. Slowly.
Yeah, on my stomach at the end of it because I'd flip over. And bobsled doesn't work for me because I'm too big to compete in the like 2-man or 4-man. Someone's got to get either in front of me or behind me, and I'm not going to squeeze in.
What if it were you and you had to compete in a Winter Olympic sport? Which would it be? 248-539-9797, 97.1.
The Red Wings will be live here on 97.1 tonight as they take on the Washington Capitals from downtown Detroit. The Wings are trying to bounce back from a loss on Tuesday to the Kings. Tonight they'll go against the greatest goal scorer of all time, and Alex Ovechkin, who is up to 919 goals in his career. Puck drops tonight at 7:30. We have pregame coverage here on 97.1 at 7:15. Pistons also play tonight on the road against the Phoenix Suns. Michigan native Devin Booker is out for tonight's contest with an ankle sprain. For Detroit, Karis LeVert has missed the last few games with an illness. He is listed as questionable questionable for tonight's showdown. That game will be on WWJ News Radio 950 starting at 9 o'clock. Also, the Tigers cut ties with FanDuel Sports Network a couple of weeks ago after its parent company failed to pay them and 8 other MLB teams. Evan Drellich of The Athletic said the games could still be on FanDuel again this summer, or they may be broadcast by MLB. Here's a snippet from his conversation with Evan Petzold of the Detroit Free Press on the Days of Roar podcast. So you should be able to watch games all summer, or you can simply listen to them all summer long right here on 97.1. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right. We got a ton of feedback coming in on a ton of things. First of all, this from Scott and Carlton. I've been walking around the job site saying basketball, basketball for the last half hour. Thanks a lot. Sorry, Scott. I could totally do the Super G. I would promptly be the new Agony of Defeat video star on ABC. That's from Ron.
How far down the ski jump do you think I would get before I fell over my skis?
I think if your life depended on you staying up on skis, on a ski jump, before right up to the edge, you could do it.
You think so?
Yes, I think you could. I think what happens is I think people freak out and bail. Like they're like, I gotta stop. They see the end coming and they sit down. Kang, you could do it too.
I don't know about that, but I appreciate the confidence in us.
Yep.
Doug, you probably know this.
They kind of got tracks on the ski jump.
Do you get points even if you crash?
In what there's a ton of different sports where you're on skis. So
that one
on the
ski jump,
ski jump. Actually,
I
don't know how it's
You have to
scored.
register something. Well, you make it. Yeah.
What if
Or do you get
if
disqualified?
you crash before you even leave the end?
You mean?
I mean, because you're judged on like its distance. So if you crash when you land, but the weirdest sport, okay,
Yeah.
to me, the Winter Olympics is Nordic combined. That is where you cross country ski and ski jump. Like it's two disciplines. And I'm not quite sure why they combined these two, because you could combine anything.
Like Taco Bell and Pizza Hut.
You could, yeah, I guess. But you could combine luge and figure skating if you wanted. But why they combined, I know, but why did they combine these two?
I just gave Doug a look like, huh? You could?
Well, but why did they combine cross-country skiing and ski jump?
I guess because they're both skiing. I don't know why you would combine it unless some of the ski jumpers were like, yeah, I'm pretty good at cross-country skiing too. Hey, I got it. Let's
combine
out of
them.
it. Who's the best cross-country skier out of the ski jumpers? Or who's the best ski jumper out of the cross-country skiers?
Yeah. Gator, is checkers a Winter Olympic sport? It is not. But you know what?
Last I checked, it wasn't.
Here's one that used to be or has been a demonstration sport in the Winter Olympics. Dog sledding. Do you think you could dog sled if forced into it?
His own dog doesn't listen to him. He's going to get other dogs to listen to him?
Great point. You think I could be a musher? Is
Yeah.
that it? Like an Iditarod type stuff?
I bet you could.
I mean,
if forced. Again, if forced.
Let's hear your call.
no, because I think the problem. I wouldn't want to, because at some point you're going to have to, like, did they, with the reins, when they lash the reins, are they actually hitting the dogs? I couldn't do that.
I don't think they hit the dogs.
Well, I mean, you hit a horse.
It's just a lot of yeah.
Omaha! Omaha!
I would bob.
Carl!
Unnamed. I'm sorry. This is Roger in Ann Arbor. I would bobsled as long as they don't drug test before the race. Gator could totally do luge. That's from an unnamed texter.
I could not do luge. Absolutely not.
Because you'd be scared to, or
Yeah. That, and I mean, lying on your back
yeah.
and going down a track like that, look, I wouldn't go fast, but I'd go a hell of a lot faster than I ever wanted to go.
Probably.
My body weight is just going to push me to a speed that I'm not comfortable with whatsoever.
Yeah, and every once in a while there is a death in that sport, so you don't.
Great.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Regarding the Pistons and their game tonight, Zach in Phoenix writes in, funny you guys bring up the shirt. I'm going with the sole intention of grabbing one of those shirts tonight. First 5,000 fans of tonight Pistons-Suns game in Phoenix gets a Dylan the Villain t-shirt, a Dylan Brooks t-shirt. I've been to that arena. It's actually pretty cool. Went to a Suns game there 2 years ago now. Had a good time. D from Detroit. Fellas, the Dylan the Villain gets tough tonight. Beef stew will be a problem. If Dylan the Villain gets tough tonight, beef stew will be a problem. Yeah, I mean, look, we got our guy too. We got our toughness on the blue line.
We got a lot of toughness.
Mm-hmm.
We talk about Ron Holland being, a little bit of aggressive.
He's got some
at times,
edge, yeah.
But Jalen Duren is the one that if he steps, I'm running away. Like absolutely not. Not that I wouldn't from beef stew, but Jalen Duren is like even more imposing.
What better odds to have a fight tonight? The Pistons game or the Wings game?
Pistons.
Is that crazy to say?
Is that crazy? That was quick for me to say.
Yeah, it was.
I didn't hesitate.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. Last week's game had some edge. Was that a week ago or was it 2 weeks ago, whenever it was? Pistons and Phoenix. Trade proposal, send Scooble to the Brewers for Giannis to the Pistons.
But how does that benefit the Dodgers?
It's a good point.
And what about and the Cowboys? What happens?
That's right. How do you benefit the Cowboys? Yeah, that's Giannis getting dealt. Giannis getting delt's more likely than Scooble getting dealt, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
From LD, listening on the Odyssey app, LD writes in, good morning, fellas. Gator's eye is twitching because he knows the Pistons are coming up on the trade deadline and they aren't going to make a move at all.
I think they make a move. I don't know if it'll be a big move or not.
No, it's the next Schroeder. That's what they're going to get.
But if that's why my eye is twitching, great. I'll take that.
What do you guys think of the Mike Kafka hire? Is he going to pave the way to a Lions Super Bowl appearance?
I don't know what the hire is.
Yeah, until we know what his job is.
I have no idea what to expect out of it. I think there's going to be an assistant head coach title attached to whatever position he's going to take over, if he's taking over a position. He's been a quarterbacks guy, but they have a quarterbacks coach.
Another shoe needs to drop here, right? Something else has to go down.
I don't know. I mean, does he just simply step in and become the tight ends coach?
Maybe.
Which is a precursor to becoming an OC and then a head coach.
Regarding Jason Tatum and this report that he's now mulling, sitting out the entire season, Mitch in Spring Arbor says Tatum was never going to come back this season. He tore his Achilles. The timeline to return in February or March never made sense. I thought February was early, and we had heard February, but Kelly from Clarkston says an Achilles tear is absolutely brutal. I honestly have no idea how everybody ever comes back to that in professional sports after that injury. Jason in Oak Park, I'm no professional athlete or anything, but I had my Achilles operation in February of last year. My buddies are bugging me to go play pickleball. Physically, I might be okay, but mentally, I'm not there yet. I keep on telling them to give me a few more weeks. From Jason in Oak Park.
Well, I get that from everyday folk. Mm-hmm. When you're a professional athlete and you have your job is rehabbing, that's your job.
And that's
you're
like
going
all you
to
do.
the best facilities in the world, and this is what you're doing. You should be able to recover in a faster timeline than a normal average Joe. That being said, the mental part is real. If you've never experienced an injury, like a real injury in your life, like, oh yeah, I sprained my ankle, I may have broken my ankle, but that's not like tore my ACL, had to rehab for 10 months. Mm-hmm. Tore my Achilles, I was out for a year. Those are real serious injuries that obviously affect somebody whose livelihood depends on being able to have a fully functioning Achilles again. It's got to be a mental part. Tough.
I would think that it is difficult, but at the end of the day, I would hate to see him come back too early. So feel free to sit out the whole season.
Oh, right. I saw a quote from Michael Penix, who's out with an ACL injury, another ACL injury. And the quote was, "I always come back stronger from my knee injuries." Yeah, until you don't.
Yeah.
Until the next one happens, because he's had like 4 knee issues in his life in the last 8 years. But that's a guy who's got a healthy attitude about the rehab process. Hey, I know what I got to do, and I'll go do it.
248-539-9797. We got open lines. I saw something written about our Tigers today, and I thought it was a good reset that maybe we all need. And we'll get to that today at 12:16. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Hey, looking for a brand new Chevy with a payment that actually fits your budget? Head to Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield, where the deals are rolling in right now. You can get behind the wheel of an all-new 2026 Equinox EV LT for just $199 a month and only $999 down. Want even more options? How about the 2026 Equinox LT or the 2026 Trax LT? They can both be yours for just $249 a month and only $999 down. Now that's cutting-edge technology, bold design, and Chevy dependability, all at payments that make sense. Don't wait. Inventory is moving fast. Visit Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield at 696 and Telegraph today or online at sarahchevrolet.com and see why so many drivers choose Sarah. Together, let's drive.
Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97 ticket. Hey, man, we were just sitting around here and doing the show as per usual, as we've been known to do. And look down, and we get a tweet here from Javen Hunter, of course, who played at Country Day, played at Notre Dame.
Football.
Yep, played in the NFL for a few years.
That he did.
And he tweets us, God bless Scott. Remember you well from the post game back in the day with my father. Glad you were well, my brother.
Excellent. Great to hear. Yeah. His father, James Hound Dog Hunter, was a defensive back with the Lions back in the 70s, and career cut short with a neck injury. It was a play that ended his career and Ahmad Rashad's career.
Really?
Yeah. So it was unfortunate for both of them, but Hound Dog, awesome guy. He passed away 10 years ago or so. Miss him. He was great and got to meet Javen.
You had a ton of fun, didn't you? You guys on the post-game show?
We did have a ton of fun. Yeah, James would bring in some beer. He was a rep with Budweiser. Always brought some gifts for the guys. You know, I remember he gave me a golf bag one time, a Budweiser golf bag, which was really, really cool. We did a show from the NFL draft. We had a draft show from the Silverdome. We were in the bubble outside, and I was a little hungover from the night before, and Hound Dog comes in. One of the sales guys comes up and says, "Hey, you know, because it's like a party in the bubble, the extra practice bubble they had out there had this big party going on for fans and stuff." And Hound Dog said, "Yeah, get me a Budweiser, get my man a Budweiser." I'm like, "Yeah, no, I'm good. We were only on the air for like 5 minutes an hour. We were like kind of setting the scene, and then we'd throw it to Mark Champion and Jim Brandstatter." So a sales guy comes back, sets the two beers in front of us. I'm like, this is not happening for me, but you go ahead and do what you're going to do. Hound Dog takes one sip and goes, "Hey, man, what's this? What are you trying to pull?" The sales guy's like, "What are you talking about?" He goes, "This ain't Budweiser." He's like, "Yeah, it is." Come on, man. And Hound Dog's like, I've been selling this stuff for a long time. You don't think I know what it is?" And then the sales guy goes, "I'm really sorry. They just didn't have any. All they had was Miller Genuine Draft." And then he's like, "Yeah, put that aside." It was really, really funny. It was actually, that was the same draft that John Jansen was drafted.
Oh, is that right?
Yes. Yeah, it was, because I remember Jansen getting drafted, I believe, in the second round, and the Lions had passed on to take Aaron Gibson from Wisconsin, big behemoth of a tackle.
Yep.
And that did not work out well. But I loved Hound Dog. He was great. And Javen got to meet him, went to Michigan State Notre Dame game, tailgate afterwards at Notre Dame, and really, really nice young man. And then obviously found out that he had gotten married and had the child, and that's Jaden Ivey. So that comes full circle. So great to hear from Javen.
I just noticed this from Javen's Wikipedia page. He tore his Achilles. We were just talking about the Achilles injury to Jason Tatum. So anyway, all right. So I was reading a story on Yahoo that wasn't really that particularly insightful regarding Skubal and Boris and the Tigers. And it was kind of, I think it was a story to explain to the nation what the hell's going on here. So it's much of what we've heard, and here's how arbitration works, and here's why the Skubal can't bid this, and here's why the Tigers bid that. And if the Tigers win, it'll still be one of the largest raises in the history of an arbitration era. And if Skubal wins, it'll be like triple the highest ever. And so, you know, there was a baseball writer from New York by the name of Jason Minns. But near the end of the story, it's kind of making a case for Skubal. If he's still in Detroit, the Tigers should absolutely try and win with him now and do everything they can. But he writes, Detroit's organization remains in a healthy place. The Tigers, who appeared to be running away with the division in 2025 before a late season collapse, boast a quality batch of young position players, a dynamite bullpen, and one of the better farm systems in baseball. And I was like, yeah, we do. And it feels like our successes and failures in the last couple of years have heavily depended upon Skubal's effectiveness, and seeing this come to an end, which it most likely is painful. And it's led to more hostility than excitement. But it was cool to read an independent writer from the outside say, hey, they've got quality young position players now, and they've got the next wave coming. And they got a dynamite bullpen and one of the better systems in baseball. And I'm thinking to myself, if they lose Skubal, we have to remind ourselves it's not over. Skubal's been a part of teams that have not won the World Series. And if he leaves, the question becomes, does he leave via trade? And if they trade him, do they truly restock and add stuff to this already quality young core? Which is probably the best case scenario, realistically speaking, because then not only do they get more talent in the organization, they also free up budgeted money that is earmarked for Skubal that you can go spend. And, you know, the hesitation towards embracing where the Tigers are right now, I think it's mostly centered around people who doesn't think ownership would go spend that money. I don't know how you could lose Tarik Skubal and not justifiably go spend money. I will be every bit as critical as some of you are. I'm already a little bit impatient, and I'm disappointed that they haven't added more this offseason. And, you know, there's much speculation that it's centered around the Tigers resolving the Skubal issue first because it speaks to budgeted money. But if you take Skubal money that you're thinking of paying the highest, you know, the best pitcher in baseball to turn around and spend it on the open market, you can get back to being pretty damn good. And the first step, of course, is winning this division. And they're set up to be the cream of this division for quite some time. Now, that doesn't mean there's not going to be challengers in Kansas City and Cleveland, and you know they'll come at you. But at the end of the day, when you get into the postseason, anything can happen. So we've seen crazy stuff happen in the postseason. You'd love to have assurances, but there aren't even assurances when you are the best team in baseball. So, you know, I was encouraged by a reminder that we're still in a decent spot here. They could still win a lot this year.
Yeah, they are in a decent spot. The problem is, you know, pitching in the organization is sketchy. They don't have great prospects for pitching. They have some promise. Mm-hmm. You know, Jake Miller's coming off an injury, and he's got some promise. Melton, who pitched last year, I think has a ton of promise. I really like him, but I'm kind of a little bit confused at what his role is going into this season, because it seems to be up in the air that he pitched well enough to be in the rotation, and yet the thought is that he wouldn't be in the rotation this year. And does that mean that maybe he just starts off in Toledo because you want to keep the starter's arm going?
Yeah.
But they have a couple of arms, but it's not like they have a lot. And you're counting on guys. Is Casey Mize going to put it all together, stay healthy, and have a good season? Is Reese Olson going to be able to stay healthy, and is he a guy that you count on for the future? But beyond that, there's not a ton there. You know, Jackson Jobe is another one that you don't know. He's coming off injury and had all the promise in the world, but hasn't really done anything spectacular to this point. So I don't know if the pitching is where I get concerned about. The hitting aspect, the position players, there's so much promise with what they have ready to compete for a job at some point this year with the Tigers. Their top prospects are ready to move forward, or they're perched to move forward. They may not start the season with Detroit. McGonigal may not start with the Tigers this year. Max Anderson may not start with the Tigers this year. We'll see what Valencia is. If he can duplicate what he did last year, then he would belong in the majors. But that was kind of out of left field what he did last year at AAA. And Max Clark, you know, he's getting ready to make a jump as well. And they've got a lot of players. But if they don't end up spending that money that they would have had to spend, like if the Tigers could have gotten a deal done with Skubal that would have paid them $40 million a year, which now seems there's no way they're going to do that. But would they have done that? And okay, if you were willing to do that, knowing you'd get outbid by $10 million a year, if you were willing to give up $40 million for him, then you got to spend the $40 million elsewhere.
100%.
You've got to find it to spend it.
100%.
And you know, it's another year where we're going to have to wait and see what that approach is. But it feels like it's a bare minimum. And what this team has going forward, you're going to get out from underneath the Javi Baez contract soon enough. You've got other contracts that are going to be expiring, and this payroll is going to continue to go down and down and down, which means you have to recoup in the offseason and find somebody that makes sense to add to this team. You've got free agents to worry about in a couple of years. It's still not yet, but Green, Carpenter, and Torkelson are all free agents, I think, after 2029. So who stays, who goes? I don't know. And by that point, you're already brought up Max Clark and McGonigal and Briseño and all these other guys. So they should have this thing. Actually, in theory, it works really well, and they should be able to still add a couple of high-priced players while keeping the overall payroll at mid-level when it comes to the rest of Major League Baseball for years to come.
Yeah, I mean, they've got work to do.
Yes.
Let's be clear about that. But they're in a good spot. They're in a very good spot outside of this one massive problem. It's a problem, and it is a problem. Unfortunately, they're probably about to lose the best pitcher in baseball. Now, would I pay him what he's likely going to get, depending on the number of years? Probably not. I think when he signs his contract, I'm going to look at that and say, I wouldn't do that if I were the Tigers, because my guess is it's going to be longer than I'm comfortable with.
It could be, but you know what? You can make yourself an argument because of what I said previously, with all these players you have and money that's going to come off the books from, veteran pitchers that you've signed or Javi's contract. Gleyber Torres is another one that's going to come off the books after this upcoming season, that their payroll shouldn't be that high to begin with. So if you added a $50 million a year player in Tarek Skubal and commit that money for 8 years, or more, or whatever it would take, I mean,
that
you're still
when
not
you start
even
getting it to years 7 and 8 and a $400 million. That's the part that I balk at.
But here's what you can do. You and I talk about it all the time. You can front load that contract where you're paying big money up front while your payroll isn't overall that high. You can afford to raise it up. So when you get to year 8, that it's maybe a $20 million hit.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Hey, are you kicking off the new year by trying to save money with ice cold showers? Yeah, I don't recommend that. Don't do that. But I mean, if you're forced into doing it because you got burst pipes or something's wrong, make the call, man. Do the right thing and call the great folks over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Don't let a frozen pipe or a broken furnace derail your New Year's goals before January's even over with. Their local licensed experts are third-generation family tradesmen who handle the serious stuff. This way you can focus on starting the new year warm and stress-free. So whether it's your furnace, water heater, boiler, or water filtration system, schedule your appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. That's birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
The past 5 years, there have been 37 NFL head coaches hired. I mean, there's 2 more to come, so it'll be 39 once Arizona and the Vegas Raiders name their coach, and we'll see. From what I understand, they're probably both going to hire somebody from the college game. But anyway, says the guy who's got a shoot the boot guarantee riding on that fact. ESPN just ranked them 1 to 37.
Yes. I find it very interesting. You want to start in the bottom?
Well, yeah.
So the last man on the list, the worst head coach hired in the last 5 years, according
Hold
to
on.
this.
Kang, have you seen this list?
No.
Do you care to venture a guess? The worst head coaching hire in the last 5 years?
I'll let Gator go first.
Well, I know. I have the
Oh,
list.
you know what? Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I thought you had the list, Doug. Worst hire last 5 years.
Yep.
Was Patricia in the last 5 years? It has to be. Right?
No.
It was not.
I guess Pete Carroll. And Pete Carroll came in at 31st. He went 3-14 in 1 year.
Was Urban Meyer in the last 5 years?
There you go.
Bingo. Well
Urban
done.
Meyer.
37 out of 37.
Went 2-11.
Where do you think Dan Campbell ranks? Understanding in the last 5 years, we had D'Amico Ryans, and we've had Nick
Top
Sirianni.
three. He's got to be top three because, I mean, have you taken the fact
Kevin
that the
O'Connell.
Lions historically were so bad, coming off the Patricia hire, right?
Yeah.
I'll go because Detroit gets no respect. Number 2.
Okay.
Even though I think he should be 1.
Well, I think this is a really interesting list. Ben Johnson is at 8. Kevin O'Connell's at 7. Sean Payton with the Broncos is 6. D'Amico Ryans is at 5. Number 4 is Mike Vrabel, who's at number 4 despite going 14-3 and getting his team to the Super Bowl this year.
Mm-hmm.
Number 3 is Mike McDonald, who in year 2 is 24-10 and has his team playing for a Super Bowl. So one of these two guys is going to win a Super Bowl. Number 2 is Nick Sirianni, who's actually won a Super Bowl and gotten back to a Super Bowl.
So, Kang, what do you think's more likely? Dan Campbell's number 1 or number 9?
I don't know how he could be 9, but I don't think he should be 1. I put him 2 because maybe it was just me being a homer, but I guess 1. I would say more likely 1 than 9.
Number 1 is Dan Campbell.
Wow.
It says it's worth noting just how low the Lions were before Campbell arrived.
Yep.
Detroit had gone 14-33-1 under Matt Patricia and interim coach Darrell Bevell. It hadn't won a playoff game since 1991. And one of the first things new general manager Brad Holmes did was trade Stafford to the Rams for 2 first-round picks and Jared Goff, who was essentially a salary cap dump from an organization that had completely lost faith in the 2016 first overall pick. The only significant player from the roster that Campbell inherited, who is still on the team in 2025, was offensive tackle Taylor Decker. And this has been a complete rebuild in Detroit.
At the bottom of this, and who did this story? This is Bill Barnwell.
Yeah.
He says, put it this way, if you had to predict a single hire from the past 5 years to still be with his current job 15 years from now, whom would you pick? My choice would be Campbell, who's become the face of the franchise in Detroit. Wow.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd go with the 15.
15's a long
It's a
time.
long time.
Yep.
And I think we had a football question a couple of weeks ago about do we think that we're ever going to see somebody coach that long again with the Mike Tomlin. And
Yeah.
And I don't think we will. So I would bet against that. But, yeah, I would expect that the guys that are in the top 4 are going to be there for a long time.
It's really interesting. I mean, this doesn't do us any good because all that matters is winning a Super Bowl, right? It's nice to hear an outside opinion say your guy still got it, because he's listed as the best coaching hire in the last 5 years, and they expect him to be around for a long time. It's amazing, though, considering guys on this list have won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I find it to be a little strange. I mean, I love Dan Campbell, but to think that Nick Sirianni isn't.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's...
And they've had to rebuild every year with their coordinators. I think that's strange. That you've got Mike Vrabel, who's in his first year, and he's in the Super Bowl in his first year on a team that went 14-3.
Yeah.
Well, I think that goes to show you how crappy they think the Lions organization was before Campbell got here.
Clearly it does. Yeah.
Right?
Clearly.
Like, I know it seems like many moons ago, they did get to the NFC title game, and we're a half away from the Super Bowl with this organization, which coming off Patricia.
Yeah.
Jim Harbaugh's number 9 on the list. I'll tell you what's hysterical is the difference between what my opinion was and what the guy did is nobody's been greater than Liam Cohen, who took over the Jacksonville Jaguars, had the uncomfortable Duval, where he looked insane during that opening news conference. And all he did was take him to a 13-4 record, which is pretty crazy.
It is.
There are guys on this list that have already been fired.
I haven't looked at the whole list.
Mike
Well,
McDaniel ranks as the 13th best coaching hire the last 5 years. He's been fired.
You're right. yeah.
Robert Sala's 14, fired.
I don't realize that Saleh was there for 4 years with the Jets. It seemed like a heck of a lot less than 4.
Yeah. That's a guy that I have in the back of my mind, I think is going to be successful again.
I don't think he is.
You don't?
No.
Why not?
I mean, he was 20-36.
Yeah.
In 4 years. Like, if you had told me that it was just 2 years, and I would have said, yeah, well, he had an Aaron Rodgers year, and that didn't help him out. Sure, okay, give him another. It was 4 years there.
Mm-hmm. Well, to me, it's about having the quarterback. Did he ever have the quarterback there?
No.
No. And I'm not saying Cam Ward is necessarily the guy, but I think what he brings to the table, what Saleh brings to the table, you marry that with the right quarterback, and that I think you check the box that he couldn't check with the Jets. And I like Cam Ward. Don't love Cam Ward, but I like Cam Ward. And I think there's promise there, if you will. So anyway, intriguing as our guy Dan Campbell gets a ton of love with the list of the best hires of the last 5 years.
Something else is interesting. You mentioned Liam Cohen is number 11 with Jacksonville.
Yep.
Doug Peterson was number 15 with Jacksonville.
Really?
Yeah. This is what happens when you get a
All right.
5-year span.
Feedback coming in with people suggesting Gator and Winter Olympic sports. Jim says I could see Gator doing ice dancing. No?
Can't skate.
Gator would be a great dog sled musher. His boisterous voice would scare the dogs to run for their lives.
I would just want to lay down with the dogs and pet them.
I would totally be in tune with a ladies figure skating luge competition. That's from Mark. Yeah, we're like, why don't we combine those Nordic sports as well? Like ski jumping and cross country skiing. I believe they're adding ice fishing to the Olympic skater. You could totally ice fish.
Bored out of my skull.
Yeah, but you might medal. All right, we got a Who's on Top coming up next. It is Carson Anderson on a Thursday here on 97.1.
Red Wings versus Capitals tonight, coming to you live right here on 97.1. The Wings are trying to bounce back from a loss to the Kings on Tuesday. They're in good shape to do that as they haven't lost 2 games in a row in regulation since November 28th. It's also been 11 games since the Wings allowed more than 3 goals in regulation. Todd McClellan cites that as a drastic improvement from last year and a reason to look at the silver lining from Tuesday's loss to the Kings. Puck drop tonight at 7:30 right here on 97.1. Mark Ryan will host our pregame coverage beginning at 7:15. Pistons also in action tonight. Detroit is out in the sunny Arizona desert getting ready to take on the Phoenix Suns. The Suns have a few injuries tonight. Devin Booker is out with a sprained ankle and Colin Gillespie's questionable. That could be part of the reason the line on FanDuel Sportsbook moved from Pistons -4 to Pistons -4.5 moments ago. Also, remember when Jalen Green was all whining because he was picked second behind Cade Cunningham in the NBA draft? He said he was the better player and he was going to prove it. Well, he was obviously wrong. Don't forget, he was also dealt to Phoenix from Houston in the deal for Kevin Durant. Green might take the floor tonight against his arch nemesis. However, he's listed as questionable with a hamstring injury. He's also only played in 4 games this year. That game's at 9 o'clock on News Radio 950. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Yeah, Pistons tonight in Phoenix, based upon the way last week's game went and the Dylan the Villain shirts they're hanging out tonight for Dylan Brooks. This could be an interesting Piston game against Phoenix. Funny joke earlier, more likely to be a fight tonight in the Piston game or the Red Wing game with Washington. Flu going through the Red Wings?
That's what they're saying.
That's suboptimal.
Well, I think it's going through every team in the league at some point.
Going through Colorado, that's my question.
Well, I'd rather have it go through the Eastern Conference at this point.
I guess I'm leery of these back-to-backs with Colorado.
Yeah,
I have echoes of the Ottawa back-to-backs a couple years ago.
Oh,
they have no. It's nonsensical. One has nothing to do with the other, nor should it.
Correct.
And yet, psychologically, for me, that Ottawa thing scarred me. Blanket Ottawa.
Yeah, I don't know who's affected by the flu that's going around, but it doesn't sound like any of the starters. They don't expect to have changes.
Yeah.
If anything, maybe it sounds like it might be to somebody on the blue line, but Sider was out there skating today, so he's healthy. Fortunately, the team has some depth.
Yeah.
Can go through, but coming away with a victory tonight would be great over the Capitals. Love to see that.
It's time for another edition of Who's on Top. We find lists, top 10 lists. And actually, I have 2 kind of side-by-side top 10 lists here. These are the top 10 most popular dog names for 2025. The data is in. It's data, straight data. As registered, what are the top 10 dog names for 2025? Now, I will tell you that there is a list for the boy dog names and the female dog names.
Okay.
So there's actually 20 here, but Gator, you're operating the dog world. You hear what people name their dogs. You're around dogs more than me.
I'm going to go with name of a dog. I know several dogs with this name, including my brother's dog, one of his dogs, and it's Luna, Luna, Luna.
Okay.
I think that's in there.
You got 3 guesses.
The other 2 I'm throwing out there just kind of fun for me. One name that I think is a hysterical name for a dog, and it's Barkley.
Okay.
Always like that. And then the other one I saw on a TikTok or Reels video, and I think it's hysterical, and I love it. And the woman who named the dog this, she films these videos, and she's always calling out the dog for doing some things, and I think it's funny. And that's the name Jabarkus.
Jabarkus.
Yeah.
Okay, one of Gators made the Kank's shaking his head.
Please tell me it's Jabarkus.
One of Gators did very well. Luna ranks number 1 amongst female dog names.
Dude, that's like one of the number 1 kids' names, too.
Is it?
Yes. I know so many people that name their kids Luna, and people that don't even know name their kids Luna.
Really?
Yes.
Well, help us out. Gator got 1 from the top 10 female dog list, but there's also a male dog list. He got none of those.
Can I guess that Lois is not on the list?
Lois is not on the list.
Thank you.
So what do you think ranks in the top 10 of dog names for 2025? These are registered dog names. 248-539-9797. I know we got a lot of dog owners out there listening to the show. Dog owners tend to hang out with other dog owners, so you get to know a lot of dogs.
Curious. I'm waiting to hear it. But I think my brother's other dog. I wonder if that name's on the list too. I have a feeling.
If you could write it down, and you know how this happens when we're done and we get all the guesses in, you often have more. So what do you got, people? 248-539-9797. See if you can get number 1 amongst the male dogs and any of the others that come up on this list, male and female dogs. Chuck, you're on 97.1. Hi, Chuck.
Hi. I've got Max for the male dogs.
Max. Gator, do you think Max made the list?
I could see it.
Chuck Max checks in at number 1 on the male dog list.
Wow, number 1.
Number
Nice
1 on
job.
the male dog list. There's still many remaining for the male and female. What else do you think made the top 10? Harrison in Ann Arbor, you're on 97.1. Hello, Harrison.
Hi there. I'm going to guess Phoebe, as in Phoebe Cates, Thoebe for female.
Gator, do you think Phoebe made it?
Phoebe is in Kate's
Phoebe.
or Buffet. I do not.
Phoebe did not make it, Harrison, on the top 10. 248-539-9797. Ryan in Westland, you're next. Hello, Ryan.
Sunny.
Sunny.
Did you say Sunny?
Sunny.
Sunny. Sunny.
I'm going to say no, but I like it because it goes for both genders.
It did not make the top 10, nor did Funny, which is what I thought he kept saying. Funny. Funny or Sunny did not make the top 10, either male. Yeah, right. Or female. Shane in Newport, you're next on 97.1. Hi, Shane.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Well, just on the one, my uncle does have a dog named Barkley.
Awesome.
I mentioned the name, so that it's on the popular, but I got a Great Dane named Karma.
Karma. Do you think Karma made the list?
I don't, but I love Great Danes.
Yeah, she's all black, but, Karma's a bitch, so.
Karma did not make it. That's great,
I
though,
bet
Shane.
Karma's a sweet dog.
That's hysterical. 248-539-9797. Jordan in Redford, you're next. Hi, Jordan.
How you doing? I got Winston.
Winston. Do you think Winston made the top 10?
I like it. I'll go with yes.
It did not.
Oh.
Great name, though.
It is a great name.
248-539-9797. Top 10 names for dogs, registered dogs in 2025. Jay is next on 97.1. Hi, Jay.
Hey, how you doing? I think I've got a winner here.
Let's hear it.
Cooper.
Cooper. Do you think Cooper made it?
I've heard of dogs named Cooper. I'll say yes.
Number 4 on the male list. Well done, Jay. 248-539-9797. Dave is next. Hi, Dave.
How you doing?
Great.
Female dog. I'm going to say Maggie.
Maggie, do you think Maggie made the top 10?
I do.
Number 7. Well done. Now we're on a roll.
The previous dog that my brother had was named Maggie.
Let's go to Jordan in East Point. You're next. Hi, Jordan.
Hey, how's it going?
Great.
I'm going to go boy name. I'm going to go Zeus.
Zeus. Do you think Zeus made the top 10?
This is a good name. I like Zeus. Yes.
It did not.
Oh.
And that is a great name for a dog. Well done. Let's go to Brittany next on 97.1. Hi, Brittany.
Hi.
Hey.
My guess,
What's your guess?
Theo, like Theodore.
Theo. Do you think Theo made it?
If you can add like Teddy to the mix to go with Theodore, I will say with Theo, I would say yes.
Number 3 is Teddy. We'll give it to you, Brittany. Teddy is number 3 on the list. Well
I
done.
know a dog named
248
Teddy, very special to me.
539-9797. Lauren is next on 97.1. Hi, Lauren.
Good afternoon, guys. Can I give you 2?
Male or female? One male, one female is the best we'll do.
Yes, sir. Rocky and Roxy.
Rocky and Roxy. Do you think
I think
either
one of
them?
them. I think Rocky is on there. Yes.
Neither of them are.
What?
Yeah, neither of them made it. 248-539-9797. Frank, you're next. Hi, Frank.
Hey guys, I know it was big last year. Female name Bella.
Bella, do you think Bella made it?
Bella sounds like a name that should be on the list.
Interesting you say. Why do you know it was big, Frank?
Because my daughter had a dog named Bella.
Okay, all right. And Bella checks in at number 2 on the
Facts.
female list.
All
It's the
right.
second most popular name amongst female dogs in 2025.
People are doing better than I thought.
Eric is next in Ann Arbor. Hi, Eric.
Hey, how's it going?
Great.
I'm going to go with, I can do a male dog as well. I was just going to do female.
Well, go ahead. One each.
Okay. Yep. All right. I'm going to go with Lucy for the female dog, and I'm going to go with Rex for the male.
I will say yes to Lucy.
Lucy checks in at number 4.
Wow.
Rex.
Woohoo!
Rex didn't make the top 10, but well done.
But Rex is
248
still a good boy.
539-9797. Diane is next. Hi, Diane.
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 You got to have the radio off,
Yeah, that's
Diane.
why you turn your radio down. Jamel in Auburn Hills, you're next. Hello, Jamel.
Hey, y'all. How we doing today?
Good.
All right, Jamal.
For the male dog, I'm going to say Milo. That's my girlfriend's dog name.
All right.
Gator, do you think Milo made the top 10?
I do not.
It did not. Again,
Good
a
name.
great
It's a good
name
name.
for a dog, but did not
Good
make
boy.
it. Let's go to Rudy next on 97.1. Hello, Rudy.
Hey, how's it going? Just wanted to take a name for the boys list. I wanted to guess Buster.
Buster, do you think Buster made the top 10?
Buster's a good boy.
Buster didn't make it.
Buster's a great name for
Yeah,
a dog.
it is.
I love the name Buster.
Diane, you're next. And
Diane.
Diane's
Put us on
over
hold.
2. That's
Diane's
it for
pissed.
Diane. John is next on 97.1. Hi, John.
Hey, how you guys doing?
All right, John.
All right, I have 2. I just recently bought a mini dachshund, and she's a girl, and she's like copper colored, like a penny. And I found out by saying it that a lot of other people have dogs named Penny. So I think Penny for the girl.
Okay.
And then this is also a trending name for guys. And like Kang was saying, some of these names can go for humans and dogs.
Yeah.
But I know a lot of people that name their boy dog Remy. So I'm going Remy for boys, Penny for girls.
I will say Penny, yes. Remy, I've not heard.
You are exactly right. Penny checks in at number 8. Remy did not make the top 10. Take a couple more. Dave is next. Top 10 dog names
Hey,
of
guys.
2025.
Great topic.
Great.
Male Kane, female Lily.
Lily, yes. Kane, no.
Neither of them made the
Wow.
top 10. Let's go to Craig next on 97.1. Hi, Craig.
Who's a good girl?
I'm going to guess Milo.
We already have Milo and did not make
Milo
it.
was a
Sorry.
no. Still a good
Arnie.
boy, though.
Arnie is next. Hi, Arnie.
Hi, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
How about for a girl's name, Abby?
Abby. Do you think Abby made it?
No.
Abby did not. We've got the top 10 boys' names for dogs in 2025, top 10 girls' dog names in 2025. We will give them to you today at 118. Who made the top 10 and who didn't? It is Carson Anderson on 97.1. Doug Karsh here for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights, ready to warm up your winter with these hot deals. Like Lisa new 2026 Equinox LT for $249 a month for 36 months with $19.99 down. Shop their huge Equinox inventory and drive for only $249 a month. All you need to activate the savings is a GM employee discount and current lease in the household. Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights, where they guarantee the lowest price or it's free. 17.5 and Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. Call 87-SAY-SARAH or go to saysarah.com. Warm up your winter and get there fast because these hot deals won't last. Together, let's drive. See dealer for details. Offer ends February 2nd. Okay, so Scott, other dog names you want to try and guess?
I was going to throw out my brother's other dog's name is Maya.
Okay.
Maya might be on the list.
It is not.
Okay. Yeah. Is Ferguson on the list? Ferguson?
Nope.
Or Fergie?
Nope. No, Ferguson.
Leo?
Leo did not make the top 10.
Okay, that's all I'm going to go.
All right, here we go with girls' names. Their top 10 girls' names. Thank you, everybody, for guests. Sadie comes in at number 10.
Sadie. Okay.
At number 9 is Nova. At number 8, John got Penny. At number 7, Dave got Maggie. Number 6, Willow. Number 5, Ruby. Number 4, Eric got this, Lucy. These are two of Jansen's kids' names.
I know a dog named Lucy.
Number 3, Daisy. Number 2, and
Daisy.
Number 2, Frank got Bella. The number 1 girl's name for a dog is Luna, and you got that at the very beginning. The boys' names. At number 10 is Finn. Number 9,
Finn?
Finn. Number 9 is Charlie.
Charlie's a solid name. That's an oldie but a goodie.
Number 8 is Maverick.
Really? Maverick?
Yep. Number 7, Duke.
Duke is that's an oldie but a goodie. Duke's a great name for a dog.
Number 6 is Bear.
Bear, yeah, I've known many bears.
Number 5, Gus.
Gus is a great name.
Number 4, Jay got Cooper.
Yeah.
Number 3, Brittany got Teddy. Number 2, nobody got boys' dogs' names for 2025, Hank.
I love that there's a lot of these just monosyllabic men names. Hank.
Number 1,
Gus,
Chuck
Duke.
got Max. Yes, this
Max.
is naming your dog after a human name has
love
replaced the Fidos and the Spots.
Yes.
Yeah,
fun.
if they did this list back in like the 60s, what would it be like,
It
right?
would be all Fido.
Fido and Spot. Yeah.
and Rex.
I bet there would be more top 10 actual human boys' names with these names than dog names.
Yeah. You said those are registered
Yes,
names,
that would
Doug?
be, yeah, these are all registered according to purebred dog registration and canine partner mixed breed enrollment.
First time I heard somebody
Stats.
name their dog after like an actual like real name like that.
Was it a guy named Peter with a wife Lois and their dog's name was Brian?
No, but it's great. The dog's name, I heard this one when I was in middle school. A kid older than me had a dog named Bart. I'm like, that's a great name.
Really is.
This is well before Bart Simpsons. But.
Yep.
So, like, I know as a parent, I don't know if you felt the same way, Doug, when we were naming our kids.
Mm-hmm.
It was like a huge, like, man, I just want to make sure I get this right. You know, like, I don't want to mess this up. It's a big deal. Did you have the same feeling when you got your dog, Gator, or did you already know, like, whenever I get a dog, this is what's going to be, or did you felt any responsibility?
I just had a responsibility myself. There's been a pattern that I've used because I've named basically all the animals in my family, exception my brother's dog. But like growing up in the household, I basically named the dogs and cats. So I'm stuck to a theme of like sitcom characters. So when it came to naming Lois, I figured I knew I wanted to get a female dog, so I had to. There, you're cutting it in half. And when I thought of Lois, I just started to laugh. I'm like, that's perfect. It's perfect for me. Perfect for the dog. She's a pretty girl. She's a good girl. So that's Lois was easy for me. But I understand. I mean, with a child, it's way different.
I know. I was just
They
wondering.
gotta live with it. They gotta live with that name. Yeah.
Sorry, Spot.
Yeah. Dad, why'd you name me Spot? Don't worry about it. Well, you were supposed to be a 60-pound boxer, but it didn't work out.
One of our listeners, obviously a hardcore listener, suggested a dog name, Hampus Lindholm.
Hampus would be such a great name for a dog.
I grew up, my dad at the University of Michigan had a research facility, and there were sheep there, and the sheep dog was named Hamish.
The sheepdog, huh?
Yeah, there was a sheepdog named Hamish. So.
Hamish.
And I do have a sheepdog story. When we went to Australia, we took some time and went over to New Zealand, and we were watching sheepdogs work a group of sheep, and the sheep started sneaking around a little barn and getting out, and we could see it from the road, but the farmer couldn't. And he yelled at one of his dogs, "Arnold, you useless..." And then when Arnold was the only one seeing that the dogs were sneaking around the barn, so he would go run around the barn. And the farmer thought that Arnold was being useless and not doing anything. And we're like, Arnold's brilliant, but it was a sheepdog named Arnold. So There you go, top 10 dog names. Here's some names from the Senior Bowl, Gators. Senior Bowl standouts that could make sense in Detroit. I will say something about our show, a bit of a brag, and I think you're going to concur with this. And I think if you're a longtime listener of the show, you might agree with this. Scott and I do a great job of drafting linebackers. Way better than any other position. I think we've done a great job historically identifying the Jack Campbells of the world, Paul Posluszny's, the
Levante David.
Levante David. I was so mad they didn't take Levante David, but I'm not going to list them all. But we've
done very well.
There's a couple standouts at the Senior Bowl. One is a guy who was a great college player, and Jacob Rodriguez from Texas Tech. Another is a Pittsburgh linebacker named Kyle Lewis, who I understand has shown up on a lot of the best players lists. As a couple standouts to pay attention to. There is a smallish center that is apparently dominating every individual rep. And it's Miami center James Brockmeyer. And given the Lions' need, I don't think they'll go with a rookie center next year. I don't want them to. But James Brockmeyer is standing out. And then we mentioned that Derek Moore, the Michigan edge rusher, has showed out a little bit here.
I saw somebody on Twitter had a video of the offensive tackle from Arizona State.
Yeah, that kid's having a good Senior Bowl.
Yeah, and looks like that's somebody that may be pushing himself maybe from day 2 to day 1, quite possible. But looked like he would be a second-round pick. But if he's turning heads this week, then you get on the radar prior to the combine, and we'll see what happens.
You know who else is turning heads? Diego Pavia.
Can you see him at Senior Bowl?
He's 5'10".
9.
He's 5'9" and change.
He's 5'8" and 7/8.
Oh, it's a 5'8".
Yeah.
Oh.
He measured in at 5'8" and 7/8. And he said, his quote is, "I was 5'10", I promise."
Yeah, me too. Me too.
I was 5'10".
But
dude, this isn't a Tinder profile. Man. You gotta tell the truth.
If only there was a way to determine how tall he actually is. Oh, wait a minute. That's right. They measure you up at the Senior Bowl and at the Combine. If this guy grows 2 inches or 1.5 inches by the Combine, something's interesting there. Something's a little fishy.
Mm-hmm.
But look, Pavia was great at Vanderbilt.
He really was.
He was a dynamic player. He showed all types of heart and guts. And then all that went out the window with his comments after he didn't win the Heisman Trophy. He completely obliterated it. And now everybody's questioning his character because what a jackass he was after not winning the Heisman Trophy. You can be confident in your abilities, and he's obviously very confident in his abilities. But, teams look at that, at what you had to say. And
he didn't do himself any favors.
No, he did not do himself any favors. But nonetheless, he does have talent. He can make throws. He's got the ability to scramble and buy time and run for yards if he has to. He's been an accurate thrower and been throwing the deep ball well as well. He does all those things well, but he's 5'9".
As far as Pavia is concerned, I actually blame the adults in his life because that act at the Heisman, I don't know if it's going to cost him money when it comes to his draft status.
Coming there with his entourage and the gold chains and all that.
Yeah, but what he said more than anything, and acting like he was robbed, and I'm just like, dude, somebody wants to make you a leader of their organization. It's cool to be cocky, okay? I think there's something to be said for having confidence and showing belief. But an ounce of humility in that moment might have done him a lot of good. So just something, some guys that are standing out at the Senior Bowl. Let's talk some Pistons. Trade deadline is 1 week away, and there's a lot brewing. Talk about it next here on 97.1. Hey, Sam Bernstein Law has been respecting Michigan clients for more than 50 years. They show up for the people who show up for Michigan. Their firm is built on respecting the hard work you do every day. Get the Bernstein Advantage. 1-800-CALL-SAM. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Okay, I wonder if one of our teams here just lost a stud. And what I'm talking about is what feels to me like a bit of a surprise hire made by the LA Chargers, as they have hired Western Michigan's Chris O'Leary to be their new defensive coordinator.
Yeah, look at that.
We do have to give a little shout out to Western Michigan.
Yeah.
They won the national championship in college hockey with Pat Freshweiler. They won did they win the MAC? They went 10-4, right?
Mm-hmm.
And under Lance Taylor. So Freshweiler, Taylor, and now O'Leary. O'Leary was their defensive coordinator for 1 year. Now, he came from the Chargers, so he spent a year with Jim Harbaugh. Goes to Western. They kill it. They go 10-4.
He was at Notre Dame as a grad assistant, and then as a defensive assistant, and then eventually coached safeties at Notre Dame.
Mm-hmm.
Then went to the Chargers in 2024 to coach safeties for Jim Harbaugh. Then went to Western Michigan to be the DC. And all they did was have the 9th best scoring defense in FBS. And now he's back with the Chargers as their DC. I feel terrible for Western. Western keeps developing some guys and they just go.
Yeah, I mean, Lance Taylor, it's funny because I'd listened to a lot of football press conferences, and I heard Lance Taylor a couple of times over the last couple of years, and I'm like, I'm not sure he's bringing enough juice to this job, but substance matters way more than style. And Lance Taylor seems to be getting it done, and he's 42. O'Leary is 34. He spent 1 year with Jim Harbaugh as a safeties coach, goes to Western as a DC, which is a pretty damn good hire by Taylor.
Yeah.
And what happens?
Does so well, he gets back to the NFL.
As a DC at the age of 34.
Good for him.
Pretty surprising, isn't it?
It is. Bad for Western, good for him.
Yeah.
I still feel bad for Western to lose PJ Fleck after that great season they had, but it was inevitable.
Yeah.
They had such a great season that year.
Well, I mean, look,
they were rowing the boat.
The question is can you somehow, some way become the Boise State of the Midwest? Can you somehow, some way become the Gonzaga of the Midwest? When it comes to obviously what Boise has done, what Boise's done in football, what Gonzaga's done in basketball. How do you do that? How do you
I don't know how
make your place a destination?
I don't think you can do that. I don't think you keep consistency in the Midwest and the MAC, for instance, if that's what you really want to get to. I don't think you can because it's in the MAC you're hired to be hired to the next job. It's a stepping stone.
Right. Which was true of Boise and Gonzaga at one point.
Yeah, and I think kind of still is kind of true of Boise, maybe not necessarily Gonzaga, but with Boise, yeah. I think it's becoming that football. I mean, just looking at it from a football standpoint, it feels like it's a different animal. And when you have success in the MAC, you're not staying in the MAC. It just doesn't happen. You're there to move on to the next job that opens up in the SEC or the Big Ten.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way it is.
If you can do well enough.
My question is, how do you change that? Is it possible to change that?
Does NIL change that? Can you stay there? I mean,
well, Bronco grads, step up.
That's how it happens, right? You're able to hang on to a coach. You pay him enough money. You sign him to an ironclad contract with a real tough buyout.
You got to find your way into the playoff. You got to find your. I mean, the Gonzaga became Gonzaga because they kept making deep runs, right? And
in the tournament, yeah.
Yeah, Boise since 2000, okay, has gone from the Big West Conference to the Western Athletic Conference to the Mountain West Conference, and they start in the Pac-12 this coming season. They'll be in that new Pac-12.
So they keep trying to upgrade their conference ship.
And
I mean, look, they crashed the party when they beat Oklahoma in that fantastic bowl game.
Yep.
That's when they crashed the party. Like everybody, oh, Boise's, they're cute, but they don't play anybody.
They were good before that.
Well, they were good, but like they weren't. Like I said, I think people thought of them as being this cute, safe team out west that nobody's really looking at. Oh, you might have a game against BYU, whatever. But then they crashed the party and beat Bob Stoops.
Yeah.
In a phenomenal, maybe the best, most entertaining college football game I've ever seen in my life. And they've just now because of that game, then they got on the map, and now they're recognized nationally as being a really good program. I don't think they're still recognized as being on par with the Power Four conferences, But maybe this will change a little bit. I don't know. How many teams are going to be in the new Pac-12? Is it really like a Pac-5?
No, they got a full conference. They added Texas State so they could have enough for a full conference, which I think you need.
And Texas
8
State
or
is trying to
10.
do the same thing. They're trying to
Yeah.
get noticed too. So you get a bunch of those schools together, we'll see what happens. But
I mean, here's what I enjoy that we have the Mid-American Conference here. I'm no Max Slappy by any stretch of the imagination, but trying to get your footing, like what's happened in hockey was really cool, but there's no MAC in hockey. And every once in a while, a MAC team, Sweet 16 team, you get an Ohio Bobcat team making a run. Eastern's been there a couple of times. That's where Eastern's really made a name for themselves, is some Sweet 16 runs. But Western's not very good at men's basketball. There's that, but they're killing it with hockey and football right now. So, and they just lost their DC. That is, I would not have expected. I mean, maybe I should be paying closer attention to Western Michigan's defensive staff. Hell of a bump for Chris O'Leary. The fact that he was only 1 year with the Chargers surprised me as well. But
obviously he left an impression. I mean, left the NFL to get a DC job, albeit at Western, but then proves himself there.
Yeah,
with a top 10 scoring defense.
One other thing I wanted to bring up is Brooks Koepka is back on the PGA Tour today, right?
Yes, he's
today the
playing,
first day.
He's playing currently.
How stoked are you for this?
I don't know. I'm stoked. I mean, it's something to watch. I love the golf course they're playing. They're playing Torrey Pines out in the San Diego area. I think it's Del Mar. I love it out there.
Shout out Scott Wilson, my wife's cousin's husband, Scott, the one that listens in San Diego all the time. Actually, Ramona outside of San Diego. He volunteers for he'll be a marshal at these events.
It's a gorgeous course right on the water on the Pacific coast there. It's awesome. So I enjoy watching this because Koepka's in it. Does it add anything to it? I don't know if it adds anything to it for me. I mean, I'll still watch. He's playing right now. I'm a little curious, so I guess it does add something.
Yeah.
So when I get home, will I watch some of it? Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me if you did. Anyway, yeah.
I mean, it's either that or fixing up farms in rural Canada.
Yeah. How many of those episodes do you have?
I think I got caught up yesterday.
How many did you?
I just watched one. I recorded one from last week or from the other day.
Gotcha.
Yeah. It was that or what was the other show I watched? Oak Island, Secret of Oak Island.
Yep.
Another Canada.
Okay, so the largest bet on the Super Bowl is now in so far. It's $2 million, and guess who did it?
What? Why? You're allowed to turn the mic.
Yeah, you
on.
can turn the mic on.
I didn't know if
it's
I was
okay,
allowed
Rico.
to. I
No,
was
go
gonna
ahead.
Try to help you out secretly.
Yep.
Mattress Mac.
Yep.
Yeah.
He put a $2 million bet last week on the AFC to win the Super Bowl. So I guess this was before Patriots won. But
well, hey, right? Look how much money I have. I can afford to make a $2 million bet.
I mean, he makes
Look
these
at me.
bets
Look at me.
all the time.
Yeah, look at me.
Don't know how it's profit. I guess if you hit, but it seems like he loses them all.
Yeah, but look at him. He's got money to lose.
I guess.
Rico, how are you?
I'm good, Doug. How are you doing?
All right. What do you got playing
I like
coming
the
up
camouflage hat.
Do you like this?
Yeah, Montana. I like that.
Yeah, well, I don't think the Twitch crowd likes it, but I'm okay with it.
Who cares?
We care about it.
I care. What do you got playing coming up next?
Well, we're going to talk about some all-time snubs in lieu of Belichick and somebody possibly coming back to Detroit, an old name.
Got it. All right, buckle up. Guys are on deck. Thanks for listening, everybody. Gator, great job. Kenny as well. Tomorrow, back at 10 a.m. on Carson Anderson, 97.1.
The Red Wings can be heard right here on 97.1 tonight. The last time the Wings were on the ice, they fell 3-1 to the LA Kings. Tonight, they'll try to keep up a 61-day streak in which they haven't lost back-to-back games in regulation. That's right, November 28th was the last time that happened. Todd McClellan said this morning after morning skate that the resiliency to avoid back-to-back losses has to be a team effort. It can't be 5, 10, or 15 guys. It's got to be the whole group, from goalies to defensemen to forwards, to come out with a win. The Capitals enter this game reeling. They're just 25, 22, and 7 and have dropped 6 of their last 7 games. Here's the 7:30 puck drop tonight right here on 97.1. Pregame coverage begins at 7:15, courtesy of Mark Ryan. Pistons are back tonight as well for their second of 3 West Coast road games. Tonight they're in Phoenix to square up with the Suns. Phoenix is 28-19 this year and 7th in the West. The last time these two teams met, it was a real close 108-105 win for the Pistons here in Detroit. Oh, goodness. Devin Booker didn't play in that game, and he won't play again tonight, unfortunately. The Michigan native is sidelined with a right ankle sprain. Who wants to take bets that he wears a Tigers hat on the bench tonight, huh? At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Well, it is a lively start to the show. I know statewide, people don't get to hear the updates. Brendan Shabath joining us today. He had his baptism by fire. He's normally here over a breakfast biscuit. He did a good job until we hit him with the Mexicans drop. Then he lost it. We finally cracked the code.
This is what you go to radio school for, folks. Is to
Right,
get hit with
so
the
you can just have
Mexicans drop.
drops hurled at you. He did a great job. We got a lot to talk about today. And look, I am very excited about something we're going to do at 4 o'clock because it is a point proven. Man, facts are mean. So
I'm actually excited about the 3 o'clock.
All right, good. So basically, Rico just turned 2 o'clock into a diaper.
No, you said you're 4. I'm 3.
We're going to do the Hall of Snub at 3 o'clock because I can't talk about the Belichick thing and even feign outrage. I don't care. Like, he'll get in. But I thought about other great sports snubs, and we have a couple on the list, including one I think you and I will be simpatico on. But we wanted to begin with something fun? ? We want to start with something that I think people would all be good with. Look, for all the conversation and consternation about the Detroit Tigers offseason, I think we could have a moment of unity here. They are in the market for a starting pitcher. Not because Skubal's going anywhere, but because they need pitching. And they're in the mid-market. So the mid-market is generally about $15 million, 1-year deal. Generally, you don't sign Estelle Getty or one of the Golden Girls like we did last year. You sign a functioning human being who can pitch for you.
Right.
So it would be this year's Kenta Maeda, this year's Alex Cobb, except this time they'll be functional. And you started to think, well, I mean, it's just factual, man. It's been
I will never understand that signing. Ever.
It's good for Alex Cobb, man. That's a story at a bar someday down the line. And they paid me $15 million, and I didn't even have to show up.
Right. It's not like he came in and held them hostage. Like, wait, what? Are you serious? Is this
like
AI?
When Cobb got the call, it's like the Chappelle skit. Ooh, wait. $15 million. I need some music for this.
Right.
So look, I want to bring this up because I mean, could you imagine being Cobb getting that call?
I'm telling you, call him back.
$15 million?
Call him back. Call him back. That's not real.
He was on the couch watching Netflix thinking his career was over.
Right.
Wait, you're going to pay me what? I'm going to need some music for this.
Let me call you back and make sure you actually answer the phone. It's the Detroit Tigers. How can we help you?
Let's take it back to 1994. *69. Make sure it's a real number. Okay. So, I say this as the backdrop to what we're about. No, you're good. We're here till 6. I want to bring up a name. Then before anybody reacts, just hear what I'm saying. The Tigers have been continually reported to want pitching. And you've seen reports that say, hey, they like Lucas Giolito or Chris Bassett, but, this Skubal thing could force them out of that market. Let me offer you a more economically viable option. One that could be as much as half the price of those people, maybe around $10 million. A little value play. It's a familiar name. Somebody people here like. And love. And it's a little whimsical. It's a little nostalgic. But it's also a guy over his last 13 starts who rocked a 2.6 ERA. I give you Justin Verlander, 1 year, $10 million. And he finishes his career at age 43 as a Tiger. You don't need him to pitch big innings. It's not big money. It is nostalgic. I know that doesn't win baseball games.
Goodness. Is it nostalgic?
Everybody would feel good about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So who's against it?
I think absolutely nobody, unless you're only against it if it's the distraction. If it's don't look at Skubal, look at JV. Don't worry about this whole Skubal thing with us. We'll make it work out, ? But here's JV. And guess what? Any given night, he could throw another no-hitter.
Oh, it's JV. Must see JV.
Right. Make sure you're down at the park early.
One problem. Somebody should tell Rico it doesn't count if you're only no-hit through the 4th. I don't think JV's given us 238 innings. But my whole point is I keep reading these articles about the middle market. Cody Stavenhagen of The Athletic talked about this a little bit yesterday. And generally, I'm the person who would shoot stuff like this down. I'm so desperate for the Tigers to add something I semi-care about. The Verlander thing could play. Mm-hmm. I admit it. I'd watch when he pitches. I mean, I watch most of the games anyways. The point is.
But it is the nostalgic. It is, okay. Right, granted, Mike, he's not going to go out there and throw 9 innings. But you're thinking, well, what if he does?
5 and fly, baby.
What if he comes out here and in one of his last games in Detroit just throws it against the wall and says, I'm going to do this?
Oh, my. He does the Edwin Jackson, 180 pitches and 8 walks for a no-no?
It's just the drama. And it'll be JV bobbleheads and JV. It would be just pumping this up all season long.
Limited edition farewell tour, JV at the team store. Mm-hmm. Oh, baby.
This would be a godsend for this organization. And I think the fans would love it because, let's face it, Tigers fans became Astro fans the second he got traded. You wanted him to win that World Series because you felt like we won the World Series.
Guys, what do you make of it? I know it's easily written off as nostalgia or fake or no, but think about it. The team clearly is, by the reporting, not by the meanie pantses at 97.1, by the reporting, it sounds like, seems like, feels like they're at a level of budget that they're kind of comfortable with. And that Skubal $32 million, if they lose it, could make them uncomfortable. Now, it's just the way it seems. That can all change with one phone call to the owner. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked. Like right now, Eugenio Suarez is out there. Do I like him? Not really. I didn't scream and yell to trade for him last year. I was okay if they did. He was pretty ghastly in the playoffs. But is he better than what you have? Yeah. I mean, look, you could call up some of the kids. Maybe the kids could be all right, play mix and match, but you're not replacing 49 homers or an 800 OPS. You're just not going to replace that.
Right.
If that guy is out there and that guy's available on a 1-year prove-it deal, that's a call to the owner and maybe you got a shot. I'm just making a point while we're talking about, well, they kind of like Giolito or they kind of like Bassett or they're looking. I think the report I saw the other day, Rico, was like they're kind of searching the middle market. Why not bring JV home 1 year, $10 million? If he says no, he says no. His last 13 starts metrically were excellent.
No, I thought that he was going to be a trade deadline type of thing. I thought they were going to bring him back last year. Because when I brought it up, I expected you to be like, no, but
No, up until the trade deadline, though, I'm glad you brought that up. He was pretty terrible.
Yeah.
He was rocking an ERA of like 6, but he locked in down the stretch. He'd be coming to a team that's going to be in the mix because this division is poverty. If they don't win this division, something went terribly wrong. This division's atrocious.
And let's face it, you've spent money on a lot worse and gotten 0 results for it. So
I'm going to need some music for this.
Wait, they're going to pay me to rehab. How much? No.
It's hallelujah.
Right.
I mean, it's like, oh my God, everybody paid $15 million? I'm laying on the couch, my hips broke.
He became Charles Rand. Something's wrong.
Honey, you're not going to believe this.
Guess what?
So look, if you were willing to throw that money out the window, why not $10 million for JV, who rock solid down the stretch? You pair him up with Chris Fetter.
And let's face it, Mike, every time he goes out to start a game, you have a sellout. People are going to come down there to watch him pitch.
And guess what? I'm guilty. I think there's something to it. I'd love to see him finish his career here. I'll leave it to the people. 248-539-9797. Do you want a Verlander return? And look, I think most Tiger fans who call the station, they just want the team to do something. I can't force them to go out and sign a big right-handed bat or make a trade. I'm just operating in reality of budget and need and reporting. And for $10 million, I don't think there's a better option. I don't. Now, if you want to go out and mess around with the Nick Martinez's of the world, you can do that. But I much prefer this option. 248-539-9797. I'd say we'll get to the people next, but nope. We'll get to the text communications. Didn't start the day wrong, Kenny. Super Bowl coming up. Doesn't feel like a Super Bowl with a ginger in it, but here we are. One last kickoff, one chance for the universe to right the wrongs and not allow a Bobby Flay-looking QB to win this damn thing. So whether you're with Sam Darnold or praying to God they lose, FanDuel's got bonus bets for everybody. It's the last call for football and sanity on FanDuel.
Let's go Seahawks.
I hate you. Official sportsbook partner of Super Bowl 60. It's FanDuel.com/Michigan to get started. 21 and up. Present Michigan. The first online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, for those just gathering around, here's how we've started the show. Would love to get some conversation on it. I think it's realistic from a budget standpoint. I think it's realistic from what they're looking to add. I think it checks a box that isn't vital to the previous two, but it's nostalgic, and I think fans would love it. I'm asking the question, should we bring JV home? 1 year, $10 million. And as Rico and I have had so much fun talking about over the last calendar year, you blew $15 million on a guy that was on the couch thinking he was getting prank phone called. Verlander in his last 13 starts was a 2.6 ERA. It's not like there'd be a huge shift. You're not going to be putting him in some terrible ballpark. And although Comerica plays more neutral as it would pertain to park factor, this is a good park to pitch in. And you're looking in the pitching market, the middle of the pitching market. Well, that's usually about $20 million a year. Well, I keep the change. 1 at 10. And if Justin wants to pitch for a winner, he ends up here. By the way, it's the worst division in baseball. Get plenty of games against some of the homeless people you face. 3 of the bottom 5 or 6 payrolls in the sport are in this division. The lowest win totals comprehensively. This is a good spot for him to come. You could space his starts out. You could even skip some of his starts. And having that veteran bulldog here, pair him up with Jack Flaherty, who yells at himself half the time, a little bit of edge, a little bit of bite.
No, you're right.
I would be okay with this. And it flies in the face of everything I normally believe in. But I think it makes sense, especially budget-wise. Let's be clear. When you're reading articles that if Skubal wins the arbitration, they may be out on some of these pitchers, you're like, all right, well, how about this? Here's the kids' meal. You can't have the adult meal. Here's the kids' meal. So you get like small fry, single, not a double, and a small fountain pop. It's still Justin Verlander. It'd be fun.
It is.
David, David, you have a lot you'd like to comment on, including our Alex Cobb Chappelle skit. But please, go ahead.
I am against this, but for marketing purposes, I'm for it.
Why are you against it?
I'm against it because I think he's done. I think he's washed.
The last 13 starts
I
say
understand.
he's not.
I saw all of them. I know what they
You
are. I
lie.
was not happy with everything he had before that, and I'm not sure that he will replicate what he did at the end of last year. I'm just not for that. But for the marketing purposes, yes. Because what year is this? It is 2026.
2026.
We made the World Series in 2006, which means it's the 20th anniversary of that team. They will celebrate that team all year, including JV on the mound. Every time he pitches, it's a celebration of that team. So for marketing purposes, yes.
But just think, David, like, imagine JV coming out the bullpen in the 14th inning against, the Mariners.
It would be Tommy Canely, I'll tell you that much. I warned you. Go ahead. Sign a guy who only throws changeups. David, text communications. And guys, okay, take it easy. Take it easy. There's not a lot of that skit you could play. But listen, guys, Rico and I hold that skit near and dear to our heart. It's Chappelle's show and it's at its peak, at its zenith. David, the text, please.
Someone says, I agree. JV, chew it and do it for the Tigers. Oh, my. I'm still furious we didn't even contact Verlander last year. So, yes, do this now. The exact same deal for Cobb. We would have easily won the division with him and quite possibly went further in the playoffs.
It gives you another option.
Mike Rico, Verlander would be a good signing. Nostalgia is great and all, but the money that is guaranteed to him, guarantee he would go past 96 pitches. That is from Nick. Oh, my. Here we go.
We are never going to escape this Skubal Seattle thing, are we?
No, we're
Doesn't
not.
matter what I say. People are just not going to let go of that.
No, and as a matter of fact, even if Verlander was just dealing on the mound, you would if you're AJ, you're going to have to take him out of the game because you don't want people comparing him to Skubal. So I can go more, Skip. I know you can. But, things. We lost arbitration.
Things.
Would the Tigers start JV opening day for a huge marketing blitz? That is John in Lake Orion.
No, the game is already sold out, and it's Scooble. I'm just saying, if you look at the last 13 games, David, I mean, JV was getting into the 7th inning.
I know.
Multiple times here, brother. I mean, strikeouts were there.
He looked really good at
yeah,
the end of the year.
David,
Yeah,
I just
know.
got to be honest. I mean, look, I know he was bad for most of the year, but he locked in late in the year. Why can't I get that here?
A guy that can be your second, third starter, fourth starter, 1 year, and it beats. You'll get more out of him than you did.
I mean, look, I've said from the beginning, like, I do like Lucas Giolito. I think some of his peripherals, like, I'd love to get him, but all right, if there is a bit of a financial concern or if he's going to make too much money, all right, well, give me the next best thing. I think this is,
well, and here's the thing.
God
Mike,
forbid it's fun. I think it's interesting.
And it fits into what we all think is going to happen. You sign him for 1 year. Why? Because what happens the next year? Probably no baseball.
Right, it's one and done.
Right.
He rides off into the sunset.
Right.
And
it's a 20-year anniversary. Thank you for bringing that up,
That's
David.
great, David.
And yeah, this just works across the board. It, as a matter of fact, it works so much, I don't think it's going to happen.
Exactly. We all like it. It's interesting and fun.
Right.
It's budget conscious. It fills a need.
No anger,
Won't
no
happen.
controversy.
Yep.
Yeah, I think this would be a great move for the Tigers. Yeah, they're not going to do it.
Royan Clarkson says, I can't wait for the first time where JV comes in, pitches 8+ innings, and then walks off the mound, tosses the ball to Scooble, and says, that's how it's done, kid. Oh, man.
Boy, I tell you.
We tried.
Did the best I could to do something positive.
But you know it will be full spike. See,
Yeah.
JV, that's what I was.
My negativity's coming later. I thought we'd start with the good stuff.
If he, heaven forbid, Mike, he went out there and threw a no-hitter in the complete game.
On 118 pitches.
Oh. Wow.
Let's just say he did it on 130 pitches. And he got the complete game.
What is that, the Edwin Jackson
Yeah,
no-hitter?
eight walks, 158 pitches.
The phone lines the next day. Oh, well, so you can do that in the Tigers uniform.
We got to stop with that.
JV would be the second best starter on the roster, especially the way he finished last year. Bring old crazy eyes back too. Max Scherzer. as Trey in Belleville.
Come on. This isn't a Kiss reunion tour. Come on.
Well, why not?
No.
And also, I think Reese Olson is better than him. Come on.
He could be.
You
but
got to give Reese Olson some respect.
he has
You want to
be
say he's
healthy.
better than Flaherty? You want to say he's better than some guy who hasn't pitched in the MLB since 21 and pitched in the KBO? That's fine. But put some respect with a K on Reese Olson's name.
The reunion tour.
All right, to hell with it. Go get Brandon Inge.
Oh, please no. Yeah, he can have a reunion in Toledo.
No. Nope.
What's Bobby Higginson up to?
Somebody call Nook Logan. Get him back here. I don't care. We'll do it all. Todd Jones from the broadcast right to the field.
Todd Jones. No, thank you.
Send him out there in the dress shirt. He's always dressed very nice. He looks like he's at cocktail hour on the broadcast.
Papa Grande.
Yeah, we get Papa Grande. Done. Fernando Rodney, crooked cap night at the ballpark, whatever you like. We got you covered.
What's Placido up to these days?
Somewhere he's wearing a head warmer. That's all I know.
I used to love that.
Whatever you want, Kenny. We'll go full 06.
That's how I knew it was playoff time.
This is a legitimate baseball conversation, and this is what it's turned into.
All right, get Pudge back.
No, okay, all right.
I love it. Get JV so the Tigers don't have to worry about putting Scooble on the tickets anymore. Put JV on the tickets and proceed to trade Scooble.
Okay, good luck.
Wow.
Good luck, man. They have shown no indication or interest in doing that. Why? The reporting. Again, it can all change in a phone call. Do I still hold out hope? And our topic at 4 o'clock will make a lot more sense when you're like, well, why, like trading Scooble, but you still think they'd win the division? Yeah, that's how bad this division is. Let me go to Lance. He's got a word to say. Lance, what's good, buddy?
Hey, thanks for the topic. Considering the division, considering the fact that we have no idea what happens for 2027, but we know things probably are dramatically different
Yeah.
than what they're going to be for 2026. Give us a year. Give us the last of JV. Give us a hurrah. We win the division. Maybe we get lucky in the first round of the playoffs. Maybe we get to the second round, and I take it. I'd be in the stands watching that man pitch. I'd pay to see that man pitch in Detroit.
Well, and listen, I mean, that's the last of my concerns as far as the business angle, but yeah, it would be good business. People would pay to see him.
It'd be great business, Mike.
No.
It'd be
You're not understanding.
It makes good sense.
Lance, you're not understanding what I'm saying. You're right. It's that the team's pocketbooks, I don't care about. You're right. It would be good business. I wasn't factoring that into why we would do it, but you're correct. People would spend. They would be at the park. Yes. Totally right. It makes so much sense that you know it won't happen. I think that's the thing that bugs me. Also, I just had a friend text me, and I think I had to deliver unfortunate news. He goes, bring Ugueth Urbina back. I'm like, dude, I think he's dead. Isn't he dead or in jail? Can I get a quick Google on that, please?
Let me.
I think Ugueth Urbina did something bad, or
no, he is alive, but I believe he's in jail.
Yeah,
Yes.
I thought he either killed somebody or something bad happened to Oogie Urbina. That's all I'll tell you.
Oh no, he was released.
He's out?
He's out. He's a free man.
Cue
He'll be
up
here
the T Grizzly.
he'll be
First
here
day
for the
out.
reunion.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Oogie Urbina night.
Oh, when's Craig Monroe
Social
night?
Reformation night. Let's go.
Craig Monroe night.
That's where I draw the line. 248-539-9797. Woo-wee.
Chris Shelton.
Back in the game. Red pop for everybody. Good God, man. 97.1.
Hey, when Team USA is on, you can almost see the moment it happens. That spark when a kid starts believing they could be next. Now, while Xfinity can't guarantee that, they can guarantee something that's just as important. Your internet price won't change for 5 years. No contracts, no commitments. So while your kid's ordering new gear online, streaming highlight reels, or video chatting with coaches, your Xfinity internet price won't budge. And who knows, by the time the next Olympic Winter Games roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. And guess what? You're still going to be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get the best price on gig Wi-Fi. 5 years, guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years, a $10.99 a month value. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. To get started, visit Xfinity.com. Drop into an Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with store bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Just getting the day started. We just had what was both fun and sensible. I thought Cody Stavenhagen had an interesting take on it in The Athletic. Justin Verlander as that budget arm. Yes, it's nostalgia. Yes, it would be good business. But like last 13 starts last year, 2.6 ERA, got into the 7th inning 4 times. You need a pitcher. They're looking for a pitcher. It's clear there's something in the finances, according to the reporting, where if they have to pay Scooble 32, they're kind of out on some of the names you've read.
Makes sense.
Why not bring him back? Also,
Fan favorite.
I'd like to put to rest a couple of people saying bring Oogie Urbina back. Not alleged. He did a bid of 14 years for it.
Well, he only served 7, but
okay. Well, he
got sentenced.
Went after people with a machete and gasoline.
Correct. That's frowned upon.
Now, this could be a real uplifting story. Life turned around night, and we have Oogie back at the park.
Right, I mean, I haven't seen a machete at Comerica Park, so I think we're good to bring them through.
Oh, dear.
Machete night. That'd be great.
Okay, that's back. No.
When you play the Braves.
Collectible night. Right? Could you imagine
There you go.
kids running around with plastic tiger?
No, you get the stuffed ones like the Braves have.
Yes. Like a thunder stick. We could do thunder. Okay, no, stop.
Beverages served out of a gasoline can.
Stop.
Let's go.
Stop.
He got released in 2012, and shortly thereafter, he had a comeback attempt. Didn't work, but
where? California Penal League?
No, Venezuelan Winter League.
I know it well. All right, let's go over to Harry, 97.1. Harry, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike, Rico. Hope you guys are staying warm up in Michigan with all these temperatures.
We are doing the best we can.
Yeah. Well, I just want to add to the JV conversation because what you said is just hit the nail right on the head. Because Chris is cheap, Scott's cheap. They're not going to go out and get Bassett. They're not going to go out and get Giolito because Scooble the arbitration they're going to lose. So it's their losing battle there. But the $10 million for JV would be actually a decent move because you can slot him in as the number 5 starter. They're going to move up. Scooble's going to be the 1. Probably Mize will be the 2, and then Flaherty 3, then Olsen 4. Put JV 5. You only need him to get 5 innings or 5 innings, 4 or 5 at the most, and bring in the bullpen because the bullpen.
Well, and what it does too is,
for the most part,
it takes the pressure off Drew Anderson, who I have no idea what we're going to get out of him. Maybe he can become a swing arm. Job comes back later in the year. You're seeing what these teams are doing. You need pitching depth. I don't want to rely on Troy Melton. Like, it's nice that he gave them a little jolt late in the year, but he's going to need time. Yeah, Harry.
Yeah.
I'm only basing it on they're looking for pitching. That's everything in the reporting. Well, here you go. I think it'd be interesting.
It makes sense because if you get Verlander on a 1-year deal, you don't have to rush with Melton because, he showed a lot of flash at the end of the year. He played really well in the playoffs. So you don't want to throw him in spring training and just say you're going to be a starter, but you can have that cushion with Verlander.
Yep.
Or even whoever they get. Verlander, obviously, I'm surprised Chris hasn't walked into Scott's office and be like, you need to sign him because you're right. It would be must-see stuff at the ballpark.
Yeah, it kind of checks every box. Yeah, look,
Yeah.
And again, if it upsets people, I just don't care. This division's garbage. It's the worst division in baseball. It has the lowest win total for a team in first. That's you at 84. You know what your win total was last year? 83. So you didn't get a whole lot better. This division is a whole lot worse. I think the Royals are at 81.5. Then the rest of the division is all sub 79. Yeah. Like, it's a terrible division. Yeah. Your win total would be 4th in the AL East. So to me,
you're 2 games over 500,
right,
according to this.
There's limited risk in this. To me, something would have to go terribly wrong for you not to win the division this year. What's the downside of it? You signed a dead person last year. Alex Cobb and Bernie Lomax pitched the same amount of innings last year. Mm-hmm. So what's the downside? And if Justin says no, okay. Tip your cap. No big deal. We tried.
I don't think he'll say no. I think that he'll look at this as, you know what? If I got one more year in me,
finish
I'm gonna
it
go back
where
to
it
Detroit.
started.
Yep.
That's right. Oh, man.
Just makes too much sense.
Why do the things that make the most sense in sports never happen? You ever think about that doing this for a living? There are trades that make so much sense financially, talent-wise, timeline.
You know why?
Fit.
Because I think a lot of people in charge want to show you that they're smarter than you. Wait. I know that works, but what if you did it this way instead? But you don't have to. You can just do this. It works. Yeah, but I'll be remembered forever if I do it the other way.
Like when I gave Kenta Maeda a second year. Let's go to Phil, 97.1. Phil, how you doing, buddy?
What's going on today, fellas?
You tell me.
So, you kind of just touched on what I was going to say about, there is no harm in foul. I would love to see JV back here for like his farewell tour, if you want to call it. Alex Cobb, what a fool he made our organization look like. Kenta Maeda, I almost kind of forgot he was even on our roster. So with Verlander, I think it would reunite and it would ignite maybe some fans that have not been so in tune with the game in the last, say, 5 or so years. Might get him, some more people in the seats. No harm, no foul. He's not our ace, but some nights he still pitches like he's a 2 or a 3.
Well, the other thing, too, is for a team that made the playoffs, they haven't done anything this offseason that really everyone's been on board with. It's been an offseason of consternation where fans can't, you can't get 2 Tiger fans to agree on anything. And this would be one I don't see who would be upset by it. It would clearly help him. And if he regains 80% of the form he offered the last 13 games for the Giants last year, that's a really nice ad. That's before we get to the whole feels and vibes thing. It would be great.
Oh, yeah, I agree 100%, man.
Appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Absolutely right. David, text communications.
Text communications. I'd rather the Tigers sign a dead person instead of the corpse of JV. Sign a pitcher that can actually pitch.
Okay. All right. But I'll say it again. Last 13 games, he was elite. And it's on a cost per start basis. I'm basically going to pay the guy $400,000 to start. Now, if you want them to go out, they're going to lose the arbitration to Skubal. Then you want them to go spend $20 million on a pitcher. I don't think they're doing that. Because, again, every team, it's like a company. You have a budget. Every company has a budget. I mean, just during the break, Rico tried to trade somebody here for cash considerations. The point I'm making is...
No.
The point I'm making is... there's going to be a line they have to draw. We always talk about this. Like, I love dropping organizations on their head a bunch because I laugh. They take themselves so damn serious. You're not curing cancer, man. You play sports. Who cares? But I'm not gonna make fun of them if they don't want to just spend and spend and spend. They don't have a TV deal. MLB is going to be running the TV deal for a while till they sort it out. They don't have what the Dodgers have. You can't ask your team to spend and continue them. And if you continue to cite Mike Ilitch, that was a man closer to 100 than not, who tomorrow was not promised, and he was a fan. He had his businessman phase. You can't ask ownership to every owner to be that way. Do we want that? Yeah. I mean, that's the preference. Look, it's not about what the Tigers have spent. Let me be clear about this. I have continued to say this. Their payroll is middle of the road in baseball. It's not what they've spent, it's how they've spent. I don't like the way they've spent. And the last I checked, no one's going to the gulag for that opinion. It's just how it is.
And for this, yeah.
You never should have put that drop on my board. It's the best.
That would be JV coming out.
Oh, my God. Can you imagine? What a night. Rieger will have already... Rieger would enter the stadium lurched over.
And as he walks out from the dugout, he hits the back in the game.
Yes. And then first pitch, 98 on the black. Man. Oh, well, won't happen. Okay, listen, this winter, no joke. The ice, the snow, whiteouts, 1 second a roadway or a parking lot looks clear. The next, you're in a full body cast. So if you're in an accident or a slip and fall, David Feminini is the guy to call. Injury attorney in the state of Michigan for over 30 years. David has helped thousands of people pick up the pieces after an accident. Call David today at 855-65-CRASH, or you can go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, touch table on some football, I presume. David, music, let's get to it.
So yesterday, we kind of had the discussion within the Eli Manning discussion of him not getting the Hall of Fame. And both of you said you should be able to say someone or think of someone's name and say yes or no very quickly on if they're a Hall of Famer. So let's do that. I'm going to go to future years here for first ballot eligible players, and we're going to say yes or no.
Okay,
Eli Manning, Hall of Fame, yes.
No. You have no support for that. None.
I don't care.
I'm not. Okay. He's not on my list here. We're starting in 2027. The first time notable eligible players. Let's start with Le'Veon Bell.
No.
All right.
Also, total idiot.
Yes. Eric Weddle.
No. Great beard.
Antonio Brown.
No. Psychopath.
Richard Sherman.
No.
Yes.
Okay. Why yes?
David, he was one of the best when he was playing in the game.
Okay.
He was that shutdown corner. So, yeah, part of the Legion of Boom.
And why no?
I just think unless you're an all-time great player, I'm not putting a corner in.
Got you.
I just don't see it. Not for me.
Cam Newton.
But the thing is about the corners, though, Mike, if you're good, you don't have stats because they don't throw at you.
What was the next one?
Cam Newton.
No.
Yeah, I need the hat. No.
Okay, I was going to say, totally arbitrary Hall of Fame brought to you by Rico.
I think the next three would be a yes for you guys. It would be Rob Gronkowski.
Yes.
Yeah.
All-time top 5 tight end.
Yep.
Every bit as good a blocker as he was a receiver.
Weirdo.
He's a total moron, but fabulous player. Also, bonus points for not being a serial killer like the guy he played with, Aaron Hernandez.
Adrian Peterson.
Yes. One of the 5 best running backs I've seen in my life.
I wonder if he gets punished for the things that happen off the field, though.
Truth. With what they did to Belichick, anything's possible.
Ben Roethlisberger.
No.
I say yes. I mean, look.
Why no?
Go ahead.
No, just David, when I think quarterback, I don't think Ben Roethlisberger. I don't think like, oh, yeah, Hall of Famer. He was good, really good, but not Hall of Fame.
All right. Well, let me do this. You know, we did this yesterday in our Eli Manning debate where I think I won going away. Look, for Roethlisberger, you're talking about a guy who made, 7 Pro Bowls, All-Pro 3 times in his career.
Yep.
He's won a Super Bowl.
2 times.
Consistently double-digit wins. This is a guy who had, let's see, I want to make sure. He started 247 games. He went 165 and 81. Unlike bum-ass Eli, who was 117 and 117.
And won.
Then factor in, okay, now he threw some interceptions. Clearly more than you'd like to see. 2-1 TD to INT margin. 418 touchdowns. Big Ben is in for me. And again, also had some off-the-field stuff.
Yeah,
I'm putting all that to the side. He's in for me.
All right, let's move over to the next year, 2028.
Okay.
Let's start with A.J. Green, wide receiver.
No. Nice player, but no.
Chandler.
Hold on, Rico's got it.
No. No, say no.
No and no.
Chandler Jones.
No.
I'm just telling you, no eligible player.
Also, shout out synthetic weed. Wasn't that how he got out of New England?
I believe it was.
He had like some gas station pencil shavings and like had a bad night.
Yeah.
No.
Ndamukong Suh.
No.
Not long enough career.
Not enough longevity.
Yep.
He was dominant here, and then his career, I'm going to say no. Also, world-class jerk.
Yeah, well, I mean, aside from the personal things, yeah, I would say really good, not Hall of Fame.
Quarterback Matt Ryan.
No, absolutely not. 28-3, you loser. No.
Well, I can see Matt Ryan.
I bet.
Now, he didn't get the Super Bowl.
Yes or no here?
Yes.
All right. Well, these next two for sure. J.J. Watt.
Yes.
Yeah. Tom Brady.
Come on.
Well, I don't know.
I don't know, man. I'm just
I
wondering.
mean, after what happened with Belichick, maybe he has to get punished for a year.
And by the way, just to revisit the Matt Ryan thing, 4 Pro Bowls.
Yep.
Only All-Pro 1 time. It was the one magical year that they blew the Super Bowl.
That was a MVP year, I believe he had.
Right. But when you look at it, the last 5 years of his career, a losing record. I'm going to say no to it. I just don't associate. Like, look, there's no comparison to me between Ben Roethlisberger and Matt Ryan. I don't think Matt Ryan's on that level.
Let's move to 2029. Let's see here. Julio Jones.
Yes.
They are projecting that Travis Kelce retires. So by now, he'll be eligible. So Travis Kelce.
Yes, I would put Travis Kelce in as well.
Yes.
He'd be married with kids at that point.
Jason Witten.
Yes.
Yes.
And he won like the Walter Payton Award like 7 times.
Matthew Slater.
No.
Great special teams player.
Yeah, no, I don't care. Special teamers would never be in the Pro Bowl or in the Hall of Fame.
Not kickers, not punters.
No, absolutely
Kick returners.
No, I'd have a separate hall for them. It'd be like a pool house.
So Adam Vinatieri does not get in the Hall of Fame for you.
There'd be a janitorial closet for the
Vinatieri
kickers.
would get into the Hall of Fame. Money kick. Won the Super Bowl.
Aaron Donald.
Yes.
Sure.
Yes. Arguably the best defensive tackle I've ever seen.
Are we positive? All right.
Yeah.
I'm just messing around.
Why do you hate
here.
Aaron Donald?
I'm just messing with you. So let's get to 2030. Now we're getting into like just projections here.
Okay.
Zach Martin.
That's tough for a guard, man. I'm going to say the only guy who's played in the last 10 years that plays guard that would be a Hall of Famer would be Quentin Nelson when he's done. I'll say no to Zach Martin.
Yeah, I'm with you. So real quick, you wouldn't put Devin Hester in?
No. He's in, but
I know, right?
yeah.
But you wouldn't put him in.
No.
Really?
I run a real Hall of Fame.
Dude, I say he was.
You run a Hall of
He
Good.
was a game changer.
Yeah, I know. He did it against the Giants. No.
There.
Honey Badger.
No. Nice player, but no.
All right, so I'm going to put these next 4 in here. We can just have a discussion because, yes, they get in. They always get in, offensive linemen, but how do you judge them? You got Jason Peters, Tyron Smith, Frank Ragnow, Teron Armstead.
Well, Ragnow's out. Didn't play long enough.
It's like so tough.
Armstead would be a cut below Peters and Teron. I'd probably put Teron Smith and Peters in. I'd probably leave the other 2 out.
Yeah, I got Peters is definitely in.
Also, shout out Jason Peters being a tight end at Arkansas.
That's crazy.
You can pull the highlights. It's wild.
And I think as far as the offensive lineman it goes, it's were you an all-pro, not Pro Bowl, because Pro Bowl doesn't count. But were you an all-pro?
So those are people that are going in, not going in. Eli probably never gets in.
He's not a Hall of Fame quarterback.
Devin Hester wouldn't be in if it was up to Mike.
Correct. I run a Hall of Great.
Just because he did it to your Giants.
Well, I'm going to ignore the last part of that, and we'll stick to the interesting note that was in there, which is the odds on Triple J. Now, I mean, I'll say it again. Look, man, I would love it, but you can't talk trade with a lot of Piston fans. You get a lot of fans, oh, man, the chemistry, it's just amazing. We couldn't possibly. But if you're talking about Triple J, I got bad news for you. It's probably Duran going the other way. You haven't gotten anywhere trying to get a deal done. And his time is running out. You'd get a guy who's signed. You'd get a guy who does things that Duran doesn't do. Not that Duran isn't good. He is. But you're going to get a guy who's been a defensive player of the year, a guy who can shoot the three, a guy who plays, obviously, elite defense. No, I mean, I'd explore all things to make this team better because if I'm going to give Duran $40 million a year, $35 million a year, you're going to have to expand your game. And that just for me, I'm probably not apt to do that, but I'd love to. Man, that was
he would be on the list. Hey, I would trade him in a heartbeat. Yeah, I would ship him off the
not a heartbeat. You're going to get people attacking you.
Sorry,
I'm just saying he's a good player, but if
beat of a heart,
if Jaren Jackson's available, I think it's interesting. You're the third most odds there because I have no faith that this team would ever make a move like that, ever. And, I mean, look, you got a guy in Duran who's going to restricted free agency. Jaren Jackson signed. Mm-hmm. You want to talk about floor spacing? That'll do it. But I don't want to go down that road because I can't even get people to want to trade Tobias Harris. There's no point in having a conversation on people of this caliber. You'd have to give up things you're very uncomfortable with.
No, you would.
So let's keep the train moving. I don't want to – we did plenty of Pistons talk yesterday. The Bill Belichick thing, Rico and I are aligned. We're not going to feign anger because I don't care. We don't care. He'll get in. All right, he didn't get in now. Does it make certain people in the NFL petty? Yes. One of the voters who said no to Belichick explained his rationale. And to be respectful, it's just the typical old guy sports writer arrogance. I have no interest in it.
Babe Ruth didn't get the unanimous.
Right. Ichiro, another one. Yeah. One guy said no. But we thought about this as, we talked a little bit about Belichick yesterday and a little bit about Eli. The idea of the greatest snubs in sports in your lifetime where you go, okay, that guy got screwed. And we have plenty of them in Detroit sports. And it was funny because Brendan, who's doing updates for us today, who's normally in the mornings, he guessed what one of the snubs on the list was, and he had no hesitation. He's like, this is number one.
Said it instantly.
Yeah. And he said, K9 not getting invited to New York, 2021. So when you want to back that up with facts, not feelings, guy led the nation in rushing, guy led the nation in yards after contact, guy had the signature game of said season against the best team in said season, who were cheating, by the way. And when running backs win the Doak Walker, they go to the Heisman. Right. It's not about winning the Heisman. It's that he didn't go. Then you go, well, Aiden had a good year. Right. It was about half the year that Will Anderson had that year. K9 getting snubbed was a snub. It just was.
No, it was, Mike. It was like he had his signature moment. He should have been there. I'm not saying he had to win, but when I found out he didn't even make it, and then, I don't want it to turn like, oh, well, it was Aiden, you're mad because it was a Michigan guy. Like, well, Will Anderson was actually better than him still.
And the Heisman's not a defensive player award.
Right.
So just save it.
In order for a defensive player, you got to be like Charles Woodson. You got to do something else. You got to return kicks. You have to do something. And it was like, okay, yeah, but did you see Will Anderson play? So now that one, that was one.
That was a snub. But like, what are some of the other ones? I am not gonna sit here and do a Belichick thing. No. It's just that's not important to me.
I had a snub that I have two. One was I took a lot of heat for this because it just so happened later on I went on an Alabama radio station. But it's the only time you've done radio shows, you've done interviews on other stations. So don't give me that.
Try to avoid them.
Yeah.
Carry on.
But it was the one time that I didn't get the Heisman Trophy correct, that I took McCaffrey over Derrick Henry. And the interview came full stop once I shared that award, and it was basically his entire fan base attacking me. Like, how in the world did you not have, like, nobody stayed up late to watch McCaffrey play at Stanford. But that, to me, I thought he should have won the Heisman that year. But the biggest one in my lifetime, Isaiah Thomas not on the Dream Team. Isaiah Thomas should have been on the Dream Team. You put Christian Laettner on the Dream Team. Isaiah Thomas not on that Dream Team.
That's a snub.
Yeah.
Like I even had one that most people won't care about, but like I think Shaq got screwed because Steve Nash was the little darling of the NBA. Shaq got robbed of an MVP in 05-06. Stuff like that. Now, that one no one here is going to pay attention to. You and I agreed with one, though. Tayshaun not being in the rafters.
Because you retire everybody's number.
Kelly Tripucka.
It's the standard is the standard. Did you play?
Yeah.
Yes. Here's your number, retired.
Before I forget, I do need to do something. TJ texted, and he's right, and I want to make a correction. TJ said, I take a lot of bleep, but guard slander isn't one of them. We do need to put Zach Martin in. I said maybe no to Martin. Martin, 9 All-Pros in. So it'll be Martin and Quentin Nelson.
But yeah, it's based on, for offensive line if you have all pros, but
he'll be in.
Hey, TJ Jansen said tackles were better, so.
Okay.
Just want to throw a log on that.
248-539-9797. Give me the snubs. Look, we just got rid of a snub when Fedorov had his night finally. You could say that.
Yeah.
But the Belichick thing, I know, it's pretty bad. But I wanted to think creatively on this. So give me your biggest Detroit sports, or we could expand it, snub. Somebody just got screwed. I think the K9 one is one of the all-timers locally. That was just dumb. David? Kenny?
Yeah, I have a snub. This one actually bothered me a lot when it happened. 2016 Cy Young voting. Justin Verlander came in second to Rick Porcello. He had a better WAR, pitched more innings, less hits, way more strikeouts. The only metric that he didn't outdo Porcello in was wins. They care so much about wins, but everything else, he outclassed him at every turn.
Wins is such a useless statistic.
I agree.
Like Felix Hernandez, I think he won the Cy Young with like 11 wins. Why? Seattle was terrible. Wins for a pitcher are largely irrelevant if you get no run support.
True. I don't think it's irrelevant, but I know new baseball analytics people do, but I still think that it means something.
Still means something to me. David, Tex, what do people have to say?
Well, I want to give you mine here because a lot of people probably don't care about this one as much as I do, which is a lot of things in life. But it is the 2003 Heisman voting. Jason White won that one. He had 40 touchdowns, threw for over 3,800 yards. But I think Larry Fitzgerald got robbed that year. Larry Fitzgerald had 92 receptions, over 1,600 yards, and 22 receiving touchdowns. He killed it at Pitt, and I think he should have won the Heisman that year. Got robbed.
He did. It's a quarterback award, though. As you could, that one I can agree with. But quarterback award, David.
There were quarterbacks that had more yards than Jason White that did not come close.
Because a lot of times, what I have found out when it comes to the Heisman, once the media sinks their teeth into a player, they hype that player up and they tear everybody else down to make sure that their player is
Timeout.
there.
I gotta just add this. If this was an actual deal and the Pistons didn't do it, they should be contracted. Like I was thinking, all right, if I'm Memphis, I'm gonna need Duran's not even in this deal. You ready for this? Mm-hmm. This one's by Yahoo. Pistons get Jaren Jackson Jr. Here's what they give up. Tobias, Ron Holland, 3 first-round picks. The last one's a pick swap. That's it?
Yeah.
And I can put Jackson and Duran on the floor together with Cade? Check, please.
Once again.
Oh, my Lord.
Flow chart makes too much sense.
Won't happen. Okay, good talk. We'll get the people involved. Wow, if I can pull that move without giving up my big. Now, again, I wouldn't have a problem because I'd rather just pay Jackson and then reallocate the funds later. But if you want to keep them both, that's fine. That go the rest of the season. Imagine what that looks like going to the playoffs. That's pretty nasty.
Now you got something.
All right, stop ignoring the cold. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical, they do a complete furnace checkup. They'll make sure it's running properly and safely. Right now, only $79, $30 off the regular price. You can call today. Spots fill up quick. And don't forget, Mastercraft does plumbing, electrical, generators, you name it, all at discounted prices. So do it now. It's mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
Two 248-539-9797. Biggest snubs in sports. This is off of the Belichick not getting into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Who in your lifetime of watching sports has been that biggest snub that you still to this day can't believe? Mike and I both said Kenneth Walker not being invited to the Heisman ceremony. I still can't believe that. And Isaiah Thomas not going on the Dream Team. I think that was because Michael Jordan did not want him there. That was a snub. Christian Laettner was on that team.
Yuck. Yeah. By the way,
Shaq, Christian Laettner.
I still can't get over that trade by Yahoo. if that's all it took to get Jaren Jackson, I know it's a separate topic. Who locally would say no to that? How would anyone score on the Pistons? You're keeping Ausar, Jaren Jackson, Duren.
Well,
wait,
who's
scoring?
The fact that you have those two as your final line of defense means you could be overly aggressive playing defense, because if you go for the steal and miss, don't worry, they got your back.
Like if that call came in from Memphis and it's Holland, the 2 picks, a swap, and the dead body of Tobias, I'd say yes faster than Alex Cobb when the Tigers called and he was watching Golden Girls. Sorry, I just can't let that go. I go, that's it?
I know.
Damn. All right.
We can do it later. We can do it now.
Hell, I'd offer, here, let me take a page out of Doug's book. It's an open line format. Feel free. Call in. David, what do the texters have?
Call me now.
Miss Cleo? Oh, my. Did you ever see the documentary?
Yes.
It's actually sad.
It really is sad. It is.
What's worse, the fact I watched a Miss Cleo documentary or the fact I was sad about it?
No, the fact that it was
Kenny, you'd have to look
story.
it up. She was a phony a psychic in the late 80s, early 90s.
Wasn't even Jamaican.
But she had a thick Jamaican accent.
Right. But she wasn't. It was.
Call me now. Right, exactly. Yeah. She'd be out there just telling people their husbands were banging other chicks, and you're like, that might be irresponsible, Miss Cleo.
No, but no. It was a good documentary.
That might be a little irresponsible. You may have just ruined someone's life.
Good documentary. Another one. Mel Brooks. Good documentary.
Terribly sad. David?
I agree with you, Mike. Shaq got snubbed. And honestly, the year after when Nash won again, Kobe was snubbed.
Yes, Steve Nash is a rat.
Yeah, but media
He
darling.
didn't vote for himself. He is a media darling. That is true.
I just know when Shaq went to Miami, he improved him by 20 games. That is the most valuable player. He changed the league where he went at that point. Not when he became the big Shamrock. We're talking about Shaq when he was Shaq.
Not the big cactus?
That's correct.
Obviously, Derrick Henry rushing for 2,000 yards and them giving the MVP to Aaron Rodgers.
Wow. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Let's go to the people. Go to Rick on a cell, 97.1. Rick, how you doing, buddy?
Gentlemen, I love you, Enrico, and I agree with you on Kenneth Walker for sure. That's just too obvious. Enrico, if Jordan says I'm not going, if Isaiah goes, easy explanation.
Oh yeah.
My take, Mike, Enrico, check this out, brother. We got to make the world right. TJ can still set my nets. John Cooper, best coach in hockey, longest tenured coach in the NHL. 4 Stanley Cups, winning 2 of them. Coaching Team Canada at the Olympics this year. The man has never won Coach of the Year. It's unbelievable. And Coop's too classy, and he's too smart. And he makes little things about other Tocchet getting it, and he's taking Tocchet to be his assistant for Canada this year. But the hockey world will not be right until Coop gets what he's deserving of.
All right. I mean, look, this is a little niche, right? But Kenny is shaking his head. Kenny agrees with you.
Absolutely right.
This is not a more widely known one, but yes, it qualifies.
Mike, I think he's second or third and wins all time as a head coach.
So
the guy's unbelievable.
So
man.
what's the holdup?
100%. And my hockey boys usually get it all right, but I'm just saying here in Detroit, I mean, let's make this thing right.
Well,
all the hockey guys in the area, they know what's up.
Let me offer this to you. Hockey's getting something wrong again. You own the attention right now. The NFL's basically done. Your league has really never been more competitive, and you're going to take 3 weeks off in Tuscany. What is wrong with this league? Rick, come on.
Thank you, gentlemen.
You know what?
Thank you, gentlemen.
They already put the vacation time in.
You get my point. Right. Only hockey. Imagine, the NFL's in a stretch drive, and they take 3 weeks and just vape out.
Right.
It's only hockey.
Right. Week 12. Let's just go ahead and tap out for 3 weeks.
Kenny, they got a roof on that arena in Milan yet?
It's finished.
You sure?
I think so.
It's kind of looking like Aztecs football field.
A stray for what?
Thank God, it's somebody else but me.
Wow. Where's the other net? We didn't have room.
Don't worry, David. It's just a partial stray.
It's a communal penalty box. There's only
Another
one.
straight from you now, huh? Wow.
The same people who built that 94-yard field at Cass Tech. Yeah, hockey arena. The blue line's crooked. We had to shoehorn it in there a little bit.
Why is there only one face-off dot in the zone?
Poor sport, Kenny. Back to you.
Let's go to James, 97.1. James, how are you, buddy?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Good, James.
This is for me personally. It might not be the biggest one in sports, but I think Vince Young not winning the Heisman in 05 was a snub. I mean, he was the first player in NCAA history to pass for over 3,000 yards and rush for 1,000. I mean, don't get me wrong, Reggie Bush was electric, but I mean,
you know what the problem is, James? The signature moment came after they gave the award.
Yep.
That Rose Bowl would have cemented it. That was one of the finest games ever.
And if they voted at the end of the year, it was his.
Oh, 100%. There's times where I get bored and I'll rewatch that game. I'll find it on YouTube and I'll watch it all over again. It's one of the best collegiate football games probably since the early 2000s. But I mean, I think if you take Vince Young off the Texas team and if you take Reggie Bush off the USC team, I think USC still gets to the national championship. I don't think Texas gets there.
No, you're right, because they still have was it Lindell White?
Oh my God, yeah, the touchdown machine.
Yeah. So you know what, James? You may be correct.
What was the I got James, hold on. Who was the kid and he dropped he was bench pressing and he dropped a bar on his head? Was it it was Lindell White's partner the next year, the running back. Was it Stephon Johnson?
Yeah, I believe that's who it was.
Yeah, I think he like wrecked his voice box. The whole thing was horrible. I know, it's useless information.
I think he was projected to be the next best thing after Reggie.
Yes.
I believe they're projected to be a top draft pick, too.
Yes. James, I appreciate it that you were there to save me because Rico's looking at me like I'm a space alien.
No,
Thank you.
Like, wow, crushed his throat?
He has larynx. He dropped a bar.
Yeah,
useless information.
But Vince Young, yes, if that would have happened. I mean, that shows you how much Fernando Mendoza won the Heisman this year, because his Heisman moment also happened in the national title game.
How about Jim Costa slandering my Verlander idea? Just texted me.
I saw.
He's washed, he's this, and I'm like, okay, but Jim, you left out the one part.
Right.
Last 13 starts last year, a 2.6 ERA.
But you know what? He's paying customer costume.
Not with the Tigers, he's not.
Oh, he's not?
No.
Oh, okay.
So, yes, Stephon Johnson. That was his name.
Wow.
09.
Good call. I mean, good pull by you.
I'm a loser. That's totally ridiculous. I remember that. I'm sorry. I'm kind of embarrassed. Let's go to Chris. Chris, how are you, buddy?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good.
All right. So I got one for, like, the local sports, and then I have one for myself, but I also have one to ask you, Mike, being a Yankee fan and of the age group. So, like, the local one that everyone says, and I seriously believe, is Sweet Lou Whitaker. I believe he should get in. I look at some of the second basemen. I can't believe Jeff Kent got in, but that's for another discussion, I believe.
Okay.
But so
hold on,
you,
Chris.
Mike,
Chris, real quick. As far as Sweet Lou goes, I always said I never understood if I were the Tigers, I would have just went ahead and honored him so that the baseball would honor him. But it's like, well, if you're not going to honor him, Detroit, why should we put him in Hall of Fame?
that's actually a really good thought. You know, maybe that was the whole thing that why they didn't even think to put him in. All right, so Mike, you're of the age and you're a Yankees fan.
Yeah.
It's more of a what if. I mean, you probably had the Hitman poster on your wall when you were a kid. Don Mattingly.
Yeah.
Even now, how does he not get in?
I think what ended up, well, it's not I think, I know. His back robbed him of another 3 to 5 years of prime.
And the same thing that happened. The same thing that happened to my favorite player, David Wright.
Yeah.
So they're both what if.
Yes, and it's unfortunate. Don Mattingly was my favorite Yankee growing up. He never swung at the first pitch. He had one of the sweetest swings in the game. It's just his back It took him out, and he didn't get into that phase. And here's the other thing: he didn't play on winning Yankee teams. He didn't get to
those bad teams.
He didn't get to play on those core 4 teams because his back blew out. And if he had just gotten that World Series or just gotten another 2-3 years, another 1,500 ABs, I think he gets in. I think it's a lot like Phil Simms for the Giants. He didn't get to win that second Super Bowl. Jeff Hostetler won it because he broke his ankle at Buffalo in like week 15.
So 2 Super Bowls get you in?
No, Phil Simms deserves to get in. Eli Manning couldn't wash Phil Simms' balls.
So, real quick, before I get off the line here, did you have that poster of him in the white pinstripe suit?
Guilty as charged, yes.
Awesome.
That's back when sports posters were a thing. You could go to your local sneaker store and they'd have all the sports posters.
I know one that you did not have, but I always thought it was the cool thing was the New York Sack Exchange.
Of course. Well, the Christian Okoye one was good, where the thunder and lightning in the background. The best one might have been Roman Hammerlick, the rookie edition when he played for the Lightning. The whole poster was lightning.
No.
It was everywhere.
I think it was Patrick Ewing just sitting on the city of New York.
Good one. Kenny, you have to understand, back in the day, you had posters of your favorite players.
Is this your new bit? Is explaining to me things that I obviously already know?
It was on paper.
Kenny, you weren't even born when these things were
They
around.
used to have these things called fax machines. And what those did...
It's on the line.
Who wants to talk about floppy disks right now?
I don't think we're talking about the same thing, David. Rico?
The Kardashian curse is officially on the line for the big game, and Fanatics Sportsbook is letting you bet on it. As you may have seen on Jimmy Fallon this week, Kendall is picking New England. Now it's time to make your own call. Are you betting with Kendall or against her? Fanatics is giving you a 100% money line profit boost to use on the outcome of the game, so it's up to you. Bet with or against Kendall Jenner on the big game, only on Fanatics, America's fastest growing sportsbook. You must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Max wager applies. Not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app.
Oh, Rico just thought of another snub in the break, David. He brought up Roger Craig, and the only thing I could think of was the moment he fumbled his chuckles trying to run the clock out in the 1990 NFC title game. Here's young Mike's reaction.
So I purposely skipped over him when we went through that.
Okay.
Just because I did not want you, Rico, to
No, because here's
they were running
Roger
out the
Craig.
clock, David.
No,
they didn't.
no.
I don't even know if they had to run the damn play.
You know what? Sometimes coaches outthink themselves, but not another one. If you make the Hall of Fame, if you somehow change the game, if you've done something that, you know what, nobody ever did this before, and from here on out, we're going to be doing this now. So, yeah.
And I still can't escape that Jaren Jackson Jr. trade. Rico, it's so underpriced by Yahoo. Even if it required I add Jaden Ivey. Even if I had to add a fourth first-round pick. Jaren Jackson Jr. on this basketball team.
Karis LeVert or Duncan Robinson.
Because think about this. The idea of when people want to critique Lauri Markkanen, they say, well, he's soft or his defense. You ain't going to say that about Triple J. No. Now, I know he couldn't play over Ben Carter in a tournament game.
And you know what?
My point is, it
took you almost 34 minutes to bring that up. I have been sitting
But it's
saying,
serendipity. He would come back to the scene of the crime to right the wrongs in the city of Detroit.
I would need them to go get Ben Carter and put him on the Motor City Cruise.
Just his bionic leg.
Just call him up right in time for the playoffs.
Right there, David.
Like it's Ben Carter night at Jaren Jackson Jr.'s debut. I don't. Any Piston fan who wouldn't do that deal, feel free to call. I'd love to talk to the creature that doesn't want to do that deal.
Yeah, of course you would, Sparty.
He's a defensive player of the year who can shoot the three. You would have twin towers. He's signed. He's young. And you're giving up nothing. Nothing. I'm sorry. I'm with you. Pistons championship window? We're ready to go. David?
The communication system. Carmelo Anthony got snubbed of a championship from Pistons management and Darko Milicic. This one seriously says, the year that Steph received the unanimous MVP, LeBron should have gotten it that year.
Okay. And that's fair. There's always, I feel like the NBA MVP controversy, every 7 to 10, we get a doozy.
Yeah, because all of a sudden it's like, well, you can't let the Joker win too many, so we got to give it to somebody else.
Dude, he could win every year.
Even though his numbers were better this year than it was the previous year when he actually won.
I'd be afraid not to give it to him. His brothers look like they could whoop your ass. My God.
How about changing the game? Once again, he just showed you don't need to hit the gym. No. You don't need to do all of that extra stuff.
I love him that he'd rather be at the horse track than the basketball court. I love him.
Okay, you know what? Let's bring this full circle. If they were still doing posters, it would be funny with him posting up with a cigarette hanging off his lip.
100%.
And a beer can in one hand and the ball in the other. On the court. Like that's what he looks like to me. Like you could tell that when he goes to the bench in the timeout, you know what, pass me, give me a cigarette real quick.
Yep. I still can't believe it, and it's not, he's got the pair of brothers, and it's not the one who's got the mohawk, Strahinja, I believe is his name. That dude looks like he could wrestle a bear.
Wanting to play with Cookie Moore?
The other one played for U of D. Poor U of D. They get a Jokic. The wrong one.
Biggest snub would be Woodson.
Wait, I think they had an Elijah one too.
Did they?
Apparently, the apple fell from the tree, careened off a branch, and rolled down a hill. If you're Akeem's kid and you end up at U of D, might want to check the birth certificate.
He was not as tall as his dad. I'll just put it like that.
Biggest snub would be Woodson over Manning, and I'm a Michigan grad.
Yeah, and the fact that didn't Woodson sign with an agent? All right, we'll leave it alone. It's fine.
Yeah, he
but Woodson's also the best defensive player comprehensively I've seen in college. I mean, you just couldn't go to his side of the field.
Right, but I was shocked. I thought Manning was going to win that because he was just like, that was the media darling. And it was Charles Woodson.
Here's a different one that I don't hear much of.
Yeah, hold on real quick. You ever heard Marcus Ray ever tell you the story of what happened at the actual Heisman Trophy ceremony? Next time you're watching it, you'll look and see in the crowd. And in the crowd, you see Eli and Marcus Ray, I guess, sitting next to each other.
Okay.
They got into a fight.
What?
So when they come back.
What was Eli, 10?
They're
separated?
They had to separate.
How old was Eli?
I don't know. But
Hold on, time out. Eli played at Ole Miss. It was like 2000 to 2004. So let's backtrack this. So Eli would have been like 14 years old. He's getting in a fight.
I don't know if they got into it that they had to separate them during the commercials. So when you come back, and it's funny, he was like, watch it. And sure enough, the next time when they come back, there's people in between them. And they were sitting next to each other.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
Okay.
They should have showed that during the commercial break. That would have been nice.
All right, I want to have a conversation. We have found someone who wouldn't do the Jaren Jackson trade. This is good. I want to understand. Because for me, I'm still in shock.
It seems so easy.
At what Yahoo put out there. But Aaron says he wouldn't do it. I'm thrilled. Aaron, thank you for calling because I want to understand.
Thank you. I think it's quite a different reason. Any major trade, including JJJ, you're going to have to buy a Harris. And you heard his interview last night, if you heard his interview last night, or a couple nights ago against Denver. He talked about how much he wanted to be here. He's happy to be here, and loves the city, loves the team. And that's the kind of thing we're hoping we hear from like a Skirball, right, for the Tigers.
Okay.
I don't like the idea of trading a guy that came here after a 14-win season, and he gave us some legitimacy. Other free agents see that, maybe I can make a move with the Pistons. And he comes here, and then we trade him and banish him to NBA oblivion to the Memphis Grizzlies or the Pelicans or the Brooklyn Nets or Michael Porter.
All right, I want to be clear about something, though. He's done at the end of the year. You'd be acquiring a guy who signed through the 2029-2030 season. Like, I appreciate Tobias's sacrifice he's made while making $28 million a year here. But, like, we're acquiring one of the best, guys age 26, 27 in basketball.
And I get it, Aaron. You feel like he's stuck with the city, but yeah, he's going to be gone, and you get to upgrade and you win.
Right.
And you know what? When you win, I promise you, Triple J will say great things about the city of Detroit too at the parade.
Well, I'm a Spartan, and so is he. Don't get me wrong. It's attractive. I think if the Pistons weren't already number one in the conference, I think you have more to risk, or you have something to risk by shaking up that chemistry. And maybe if the Pistons weren't in the number one, I might feel differently. But Tobias, I think if we win or we lose, he's going to re-sign here.
Look, I'll just say, and Aaron, I'm glad you called, but I got to tell you, you're turning Tobias into like Claudette Colvin here. I mean, what are we doing? I'm sorry. Tobias is more impactful in this city's history than Rosa Parks. I mean, he's made real sacrifice.
There's Barry Gordy. There's Tobias.
Oh my God, but he loved us when nobody else did. That's what the money's for. Here's the other thing in this sappy romance story about Tobias. He's an empty husk in the playoffs. He's not a playoff player. He's leaving. I can bring in someone who's in their prime to pair with my superstar. And we're making the case that it'll break your heart to trade Tobias because he what he did for us
when the team only won 14 games. Okay, guys, I will say
I gotta get some ice for my cup and some caffeine. I gotta collect myself.
There's a difference between the regular season and the postseason. Yes, you're number one right now in the East, but come postseason, Vegas numbers don't have you as the team representing the East for a reason. But hey,
I'll just say it again. You are talking about a guy who's made 3 All-Star teams. You are talking about he was a
defensive player of the year.
He's just 3 times all NBA defensive team. This is a guy who is a unicorn player, Rico. He's a unicorn. And you would pair him with Duren. Who's scoring? Like, who is scoring on you? You will have recreated what Michigan does to people. You are not, you're inside the 3-point line. You simply don't score. And and we're talking about Tobias like we're having a memorial. Oh, man. Okay. I'm glad Aaron called. I'm not mad at him. I'm just mad that somebody.
Interesting perspective.
I'm mad at him.
Okay.
I saw David. Yeah, he went to Angry David again.
All right. You know what? I'm just going to tell you, America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim. Circa Resort and Casino, all the biggest games, best viewing experience, and it's built for you, the fans. 6 pools, 3 levels, perfect view of that big screen. It's at Circa, right in the heart of Vegas. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. That's circalasvegas.com. All right, David, we'll get the texts. I have a story. It's just one of our "We're living in a simulation" headlines. We'll get to a football today. And then I have something for you from the facts are mean category. But I want to see if anyone vibes with it. It's Tiger related. It's about whether you've gotten better this offseason or not. And I often knock the division, but I know I'm right. But I want to just talk through something and see what the reaction is. But we'll do that in the 4 o'clock. David, text first.
It's honestly been ridiculously frustrating seeing all these fans be so content with being in first place only in a depleted East. What about championships? John and
But look at what Tobias did for the civil rights movement.
Someone said
got ourselves a regular Claudette Colvin. We can't trade him.
And the dam is opening, guys, but we love him. We can't trade him, even if it makes us a championship team. Shut up. Just shut up. Jim from Jackson.
Here's the thing, and it was brought to my attention by a listener. Memphis could end up waiving him, and you can get him back.
And it's possible.
They may say, Tobias, don't bother flying here. Just stay at home. Yeah. Right. And then you can have him back.
And I'm back to a 50-win team, 60-win team. Dude, I said, let me talk to someone who actually wouldn't do that trade Yahoo proposed, and we found the person. But the problem is, none of the rationale makes sense. You're adding...
No. The rationale, Mike, is that he fell in love with a player like a lot of people do, and you don't want to get rid of that player.
Right. He's an expiring contract veteran.
But he was down for this city when this city was down.
He got paid.
When they only won 4. David, he did it for free.
No!
He did it for free. They only won 14 games.
That's
and
what
you know
the
what
money's
happened?
for.
The Pistons said, hey, we only have 14 wins. We don't have a lot of money. So is it okay if we play you in cheese?
You know what's nice?
Said yes.
If you went league-wide, okay, and polled guys who cover the league, give me your top 10 playoff choke artists. Tobias is on that list. He had to be exiled from the city of Philadelphia for his playoff performances. And you got people here acting like they're going to run the offense through Tobias in the fourth quarter of a closeout game.
He's Uncle T. He wears the championship belt all the time.
What championship belt? We don't have one.
Well, the team has one.
Yeah. Ooh, great.
Along with their videos.
Right, and Za'Darius had a Super Bowl ring that he had made.
And you know what? And he even had his own song made by his girlfriend.
David?
From Ryan, make that trade all day. You show your players and the fans that you're serious. Plus, with that core, Detroit could actually become a destination.
I'll tell you right now, if that deal by Yahoo, Ron Holland, Tobias Harris, noted community expert, and 2 first-round picks plus a swap. If that's the deal and you land Jaren Jackson Jr., I actually think you could compete in the NBA Finals. That 3-headed monster? Are you kidding me? You want to close out games?
It'll give you a shot in a 7-game series.
Man.
Kevin in a car says, if I hear the word chemistry one more time, I swear.
Oh, I know.
Why don't fans want to win? This is ridiculous.
Because Detroiters fall in love with players, and it becomes they're like you. They're tough and they're gritty and they're not flashy.
You.
They're like you, except they have about, on AAV average, about 24 million reasons they're not like you per calendar year.
But they eat at the Coney.
No, they don't.
That's why they love J-Mo so much. They embrace the city.
Okay, you know what? Embrace this. I want to win. Now, let me offer you from our We're Living in a Simulation, President Camacho, Idiocracy headline of the day. May I?
Let's go.
Me. Lunatic Luigi Mangione fan posed as FBI agent in botched bid to break accused CEO killer out of New York City jail. I hearken back to...
Roll that back one more time.
Mm-hmm. So you remember the dude who straight up murdered the CEO of United Healthcare?
Yeah.
In Midtown Manhattan?
Yeah.
And then
on the streets.
Magically got busted at a McDonald's in the middle of nowhere?
Yeah.
Right. Luigi Mangione. a Luigi Mangione fan who was posed as an FBI agent tried to break him out of prison. Do you know how?
Just showing up saying he's going to be extradited.
A pizza cutter toting lunatic. It's from New York Post. Posed as the agent. It's a Minnesota native named Mark Anderson. Minnesota, clearly. We have a lot of things happening. 36. He approached the intake area at the Metropolitan Detention Center before 7 p.m. Wednesday night. He's a New York City pizzeria worker. He made the head-scratching claim he had an order signed by the judge to free the accused cold-blooded killer. One problem, he's being held without bail. When asked to show his credentials, he took out a Mankato, Minnesota driver's license and said that he had weapons in his bag. Staff guarding the area searched his bag. They found a barbecue fork and a pizza cutter. After throwing a stack of papers at bureau staffers, Anderson was arrested and charged with impersonating a federal agent. What was the plan, Mark?
I mean,
what was the plan here when you left the house?
So it was like Chappelle is the president, just slapped the cups across the table. Run!
I'm going to get a pizza cutter and a barbecue fork.
No.
Wait, you got to hear my idea.
Hold on, no. Just think about the night before. Guys, I got it.
Yes.
This is how we're going to do it. I'm going to go there, and I'm going to say a judge is saying that. Nobody's going to question me, but if they do, I got weapons in this bag.
Mind you, he's one of the highest profile killers in America. No bail.
This'll work.
Mid-trial.
You got a fake ID? No. I got my driver's license. Think it'll work? Absolutely.
Just another day in 2026, everybody.
Yeah.
By the way, guy killed somebody. He's got fans. 97.1. All right, let's touch table on some football. David, if you'd be so kind.
Not quite football, Michael. So, based on our discussion regarding Eli Manning and things that you don't like about him and that you don't like him,
okay,
we decided to come up with a list of people that you don't like, that you hate, and you have to blind rank them.
No. Well, hold on. First of all, if you didn't get this cleared through the Godfather of Sports Radio, this is an absolute, this is a crime. This is Stoney's pride and joy when he fills in. You can't take this.
He can sue me.
If you take this from him, what does he have?
He has
He's got his days with Wojo and nights
this-
with his sister. I don't know.
Okay, this is his bit. I don't feel right about this.
Go ahead, Rico. You can present this list to him one at a time.
You know what? One at a time, and not to get sued. We'll make it a little different.
Okay.
I'm going to give you 11 names, and you'll be allowed to take one out.
Okay.
I'll give you your honorable mention.
Okay.
Mike Milbury.
Okay. Matt Millen on ice. Really destroyed my love of hockey. But time has faded. I think the time allows, you know what, to hell with it. No, Milbury's got to stay on the list.
All right.
I hated his smug press conferences. He was wrong in every prediction he made.
Oh, no.
He traded a young Todd Bertuzzi for no reason. He said that Martin Straka couldn't play in this league, and then the guy went and had 40 goals the next year. He traded Roberto Luongo to draft another goalie. He's on this list.
Okay. What number would you put him, Mike?
I don't know yet. Let me hear the rest.
No, you got to give me a number. 1 through 10. You only get to swap out
He's
one.
Matt Millen on ice. I'm putting him at 6.
Okay.
He ruined my love of my Islanders, my childhood team. Piece of garbage. And that stupid haircut. He had one of those things. It looks like he was wearing a wig. Milbury was such a putz. And he drafted the wrong Lindros. We got Brett. Guy got a concussion, was out of the league in 4 minutes. Go ahead. And he traded young Brian Berard. Keep it going.
You sure?
Yeah.
Get it all out.
No, I'm good.
Okay. It's fine. And guys, that was just an honorable mention right there.
Yeah, we should speed it up a little if we're going to get through all these.
Raheem Morris.
No, doesn't qualify.
Okay.
Look, Capri Pants, auto no. Defensive guy whose defenses are never good, auto no. Need to put a mirror under his nose to see if he's breathing, auto no.
Okay.
But he doesn't make the list because he only hurt me and Cookies on an occasional cash the ticket thing.
Charlie V.
Oh, DJ Rob City? One of the all-time griffs. One of the worst free agent signing in Pistons history. Total bum. More interested in nightlife than basketball. Let's just put old Chuckles down at 10. Because most people don't even remember he was a person.
Diego Pavia.
Woo-wee! I'm going to need some music for this. Okay, this is a guy who I actually used to like. But his behavior down the stretch and then going to the nightclub, and he's in Vegas every week, and he's telling Heisman voters to F themselves, all while his grifter family is along for the ride, only to measure 5'9", 180 at the Senior Bowl while threatening to sue to play another season. Let's put Pavia at... I'm going to put Pavia at 8. He really is rising up the rank for me of hatred.
Joe Shane.
Ooh-wee. This is a top 5 selection. I hate this guy. And he's only got a job because the Giants owner is sick and they don't want to do a GM search. So what they did, they basically turned him into Milton from Office Space. I'm going to need you to go ahead and move your stuff to the basement. John Harbaugh doesn't report to Joe Shane. He reports to ownership. Shane, I got to put him at 5. He's right there with Mike Milbury, except the pain is fresh. His malfeasance is actively hurting me. Milbury was 25, 30 years ago.
Deion Sanders, Coach Prime.
This is tough because I was in on the Deion con early. and all he did was prove me right. So he didn't really hurt me. And I think the rest of the world has discovered his con a little bit, right? Mm-hmm. So it lessens the pain. I'm going to go 9 for Coach Prime.
Okay. Coach Prime at 9.
I'm keeping track. Don't you worry.
Okay. Al Horford. And remember, some of these you don't have to even put in there.
2022 finals. Al, how many times are you going to go underneath the screen and Steph Curry drills threes? Oh, hey, look, here's Al Horford playing drop cover again. Al, you're one of the smartest players in the league. If there's one person you can't do that to, it's Steph. Plus, he was always chewing that mouthpiece, and it drove me nuts. Put Al Horford at 7.
All right. How about John L. Smith?
Oh, boy. I mean, listen, again, time has taken away some of the hatred. It's been nearly 20 years. I don't think he's a bad human, so that helps him. I probably wished I moved Shane and Milbury up a level. Can't do that now. Well, we're just going to have to put John L. Smith at 4. I can't put him 1.
Well, like I said,
hold
on. Or you could just say pass.
No. Okay, so I could still keep someone off the list?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Well, hold on. I kept Raheem off the list.
You did. You can keep one more off the list.
I don't hate John L.
Okay.
I don't. I just don't. And
then he's not on the list.
All right.
All right, Mike. How about we go with Eli Manning?
Oh, baby. Top 3 for me. I don't like silver spooners. I don't like the fact his famous family is what saves him. I couldn't stand that he never used his nostrils and always was a mouth breather. He's not a Hall of Famer, yet every Giant fan is busy cleaning his chandelier. Eli, for me, number 3.
Okay.
Can't stand him. Never could stand him. And he caused so many arguments with my father. Family strife.
I can only imagine those Thanksgiving Day dinners. Mike, Derek Jeter.
Wow. The way he strung up the Yankees those last few years. He was an absolute defensive butcher. Then we had to listen to all the crap about how we couldn't move him down in the lineup. But, man, did he hit a lot of good moments. I think I hate Eli more than Jeter. Jeter at least won things. I just got tired of how he treated the organization down the stretch. Give me Jeter at 4.
Okay. 3 left. I'm going to give you. 1's not going to make your list. Spin the wheel. And we stop at Sam Darnold.
Number 1. I can't stand him. Can't stand the sight of him. I can't stand the way he talks. I can't stand the way he plays, holds the ball forever. And he finally, after all this nonsense about, I've won 25 games the last 2 years, he finally stepped up in a big spot. The guy was drafted a decade ago. Can't stand it. Guy's got more lives than Costa's cat. Now he's going to win a Super Bowl, and he's going to be the latest in these broke bleep losers to win a Super Bowl. Brad Johnson, Trent Dilfer, Jeff Hostetler, Sam Darnold. Can't stand him.
You know what, Mike? I'm going to give you one that we'll just call it an honorable mention.
Okay.
He won't go on the list. Ben Carter.
I don't hate Ben Carter. Okay. My angst lies on the man who played Ben Carter.
All right. There's 2 left. 1 is going to be your number 2, and 1
won't make the list.
Won't make your list.
This is tough.
David, should I give them both at the same time or one at a time?
One at a time.
Deuce Tatum.
I'm going to disqualify it because he's a child. And I blame his father for bringing him on the court before the NBA Finals where you play like a complete cat enthusiast.
So it should have been Jason Tatum, not Deuce.
It should have been Jason Tatum.
No, but again, he's a kid. I don't think it's appropriate to put him on this list. The kid's probably barely potty trained. You can't be on the all-hate
Before
list.
I give you the final one, is there anybody you want to move? Sam Darnold at 1.
Oh, yeah.
It's supposed to be no movement.
We can't change it.
No. So Stoney can't sue us. We're going to change the game a little bit.
No
movement.
Okay. I have learned to play this game.
At number 2, I give you Kyrie Irving.
Oh, baby. Burn that sage. Back in the game. This is perfect. Yes, he slots in right under. I'm going to put as many as 4 people right underneath you, Peter. Kyrie embodies everything I hate. What we call a faux intellectual. Guy who's not smart, but boy, he wants to tell you he is. Yeah. Then he gets on the lecture tour. He's an eternal martyr. He's also a world-class weirdo who's a flat earther, burning sage and stuff. Then he threw all the young players on the Boston Celtics under a bus. Oh, what happened, tough guy? Thought you wanted to be a leader. Now I got to get away from LeBron. I have to spread my wings and fly. Oh, it's not so sweet when you're a leader anymore, is it? Then he goes and he has surgery for a deviated septum or whatever the hell he had, and he missed a playoff. He missed a game 7 with the Celtics.
Man, couldn't breathe. So, Mike, at number 10, Charlie V. At number 9, Deion Sanders. At number 8, Diego Pavia. At 7, Al Horford. At 6, Mike Milbury. At 5, Joe Shane. At 4, Derek Jeter. 3, Eli Manning. 2, Kyrie Irving. And at 1,
oh, baby,
Sam Darnold.
That's right. I'm prepared for him to win a Super Bowl. I'm ready. Stoney's game done our way. That's tremendous. So many more names I could think of. That's tremendous, though.
Deuce didn't make the list.
He's a kid.
Oh, man. You know what? When it comes to watching the big game, I can do it from my basement. Thanks to Matrix Basements, they hooked me up, guys. You've heard me talk about it. They took a totally unfinished basement. They came up with a design, and before I knew it, about 7 weeks, actually, I had a brand new finished basement man cave done exactly how they prepared it. So, you know what? It wasn't any bait and switch. They did exactly what their plans were. They can do the same thing for you. And they're offering the Build Now, Pay Later program, no interest, no payments until the year 2028. You don't have to wait for your dream space. Head over to matrixbasements.com, get the free consultation, and if you start right now on this Build Now, Pay Later program, you could be enjoying and watching the Final Four in your brand new man cave basement. Matrix Basements can deliver your dream space and make your payments easy with the Build Now, Pay Later program. Build now, pay later, absolutely zero interest and zero payments until the year 2028. Build now, pay later, and enjoy your brand new beautiful basement sooner.
Okay. I want to bring this up because I do think it's a little bit, it's relevant. And there's something going on in New York too that kind of relates to this. Like we all kind of were like, oh no, don't. Oh, the team looks the same, but it's not. When Scott Harris said that, Brian Cashman kind of tried that today. It's not going well. Now, I just wanted to bring this up because we talked earlier about the Verlander thing. The win totals are out for Major League Baseball, and I think there's a couple of fascinating things you can parse out of this. Now, if you're one of these people who goes, they're just numbers, what does Vegas know? Turn channel. This isn't for you. Turn on some Kids Bop. Do whatever you call your wife. Do whatever you like. But Vegas, they don't give out discounts. Hey, remember when the Lions over-under was 10.5? People thought that was free money? How'd that go for you? I want to bring this up because this has been an offseason of consternation. And again, it's not just from the boogeymen at 97.1. The fan base, you are divided. The people that cover this team are divided, nationally divided. And it's with the backdrop of the Skubal situation. But when Scott Harris said, look, the team it looks the same, but it's not, that drew the ire of a lot of fans. So I think it's interesting, the Tigers win total, but also what I say about this division and why I'm always hesitant to truly go cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs about what this team does because I don't know how much of it is real. The AL Central is trash. It is a poverty division, 3 of the lowest payrolls in the league plus. And it was borne out today by the win totals. The Detroit Tigers. Now, Kenny, have you looked at the show sheet or no? Okay.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Oh, so you know. All right, so we don't need to do the quiz. So the Tigers win total is 84.5. 84.5. Why is that relevant? Well, for one, it's the lowest win total of any division winner by 5 games. Not even close. The next closest would be the Chicago Cubs at 89.5. All right? But when you contextualize it further, this is how you know this division is so garbage. And I'm going to tell you why this matters. So the Royals are at 81.5. Basically, will they have winning year? Yes or no? Every other team, Guardians are like 78,
No.
Twins are 72,
No.
White Sox are at 18.5. So this division is horrible. You'd be 4th in the AL East with that win total. And guess what? It wouldn't be 84.5.
No, because you would have to play all of the teams in the East.
So you'd be lower. You'd be 3rd in the West. And again, this is why we said go for it. But it's also, if you don't believe the Tigers have had the type of offseason they should have, Vegas is telling you that. Do you know how many games you won last year? 87. You know what your win total was? 83.5. Your offseason has netted 1 more win. And Vegas is saying you will be worse than last year.
And that was 87, and with that rocket start where you were the first team to 50 and the first team to 60.
Oh, don't worry. Every update guy we employed at the station, 1st to 20, 1st to 25, 1st to 30, didn't make World Series.
Funny it stopped after 1st to 60.
So here was my point in all of this. A, it is just understand. It is okay to love your team. I think the Tigers are going to be a good team, but it is good in the context of this division. And that is why when the things they do and don't do, it becomes warfare amongst the fan base. And when you look at this, Rico, this is what really jumps out to me. We sat here in hour 1 and we go, well, can we get Verlander for $10 million? Can we? I brought up briefly, and I'm not on the Suarez thing. I wouldn't be mad if they signed him. No, that was a joke. But I would love to know from the people, like when you see this is a baseball team that certain people in town want you to believe they're the Dodgers, and they deserve to have their ass kissed into eternity. Well, now let's look at the Carfax. You play in a Rudy Poo division Vegas is saying you're only a game better than last year's total, you're worse than last year.
I think that's important. That's Vegas. Vegas doesn't care. They're not buying jerseys and hats and tickets. They're saying this is what the data tells us. So it's unbiased, in my opinion. And they're saying,
right,
you're barely above a 500 team.
I wonder if the 84.5, are they baking in a Skubal situation? Are they baking that in? That maybe he's not here?
Mike, I don't think so, because you had him here the entire time. He won a Cy Young and you won 87 games. So I think that they're saying, we don't think you're going to have a hottest start that you started the year off with, but you're not going to tank as badly as you did at the end of the year either.
Then again, AL East, Yankees are at 91.5. The Jays are 89.5. Red Sox are like 87. Like, it's laughable how bad this division is. And yet, by the number, you didn't take a real step forward. So for the people who are upset at what Scott Harris said, and maybe you got attacked in your friend group, I think it's okay to feel that way. And look, these numbers aren't mortal certainty, but they're pretty spot bang on more often than they're not, meaning you're in that range.
I was about to say, think of them as a guideline. This is kind of where you're pegged in this society. Okay, you'll probably be here. You'll win this division. Division's not great, and you'll barely go over 500.
This is the other problem I have. This is why I've never been able to fall in love with it. And again, it's baseball. This isn't the Israeli-Palestine conflict. We don't have to get upset or get angry. I don't like the style of baseball they play, and I don't respect it as it pertains to championships. I think they can be good, but when push comes to shove, I just don't believe they're beating those teams, even as coin flippy as baseball can be.
No.
So, Rico, this was my thing. You have Tarek Skubal, and in the last 2 years in games Skubal pitches, you're 24 games over 500. In the games he doesn't, you're a flat 500. So what does that say about the actual team they've built?
Skubal or bust is what it is.
So what does that say about the team they've built? You see what I'm saying?
No, I got, because Mike, their style, because eventually in baseball, you just need some stars to be stars. You just need.
You mean you don't pinch hit for your star like they did Riley Green?
No, you just need your stars to go out there and be stars, especially in the playoffs, because that's where legends are made, that people will talk about, oh, well, did you see what this guy did and this guy did? And yeah, you don't have that.
Okay. I mean, David, and if you say, Mike, the numbers don't say anything to me, I don't care. Well, then good. You should have gone to Kids Bop. But these numbers mean something to me. It matters is that when I tell you the AL Central's bad, yeah, guess what? Earth agrees with me. This is a joke of a division.
Whoa.
I still think you could trade Skubal and still win it.
Well, that's the crazy thing about the numbers to me, is that you're right. This division is bad. This division is worse than it was last year. So them saying that you're only a game better isn't really a good thing, because you should be way better if the division has gotten worse, and it's not saying that.
Well, and that's the point, is that we all said if they're keeping Skubal, you've got to have a more, I don't want to say an all-in offseason, because that's probably a misnomer, a more aggressive offseason. Do they still have an opportunity to surprise everybody? Sure. Do I have a lot of faith? No. But if they had signed, let's say they signed a Eugenio Suarez, which I have no idea if they would or wouldn't, and I don't even love the player. But guys, no offense, no permutation at third base is giving you 49 home runs this year. Like, it's okay to say that, whether it's Lee, whether it's Max Anderson, whether it's, whoever, Colt Keith, you're not getting 49 home runs out of that. Optionality be damned. So I just wanted to know what you guys took out of that. Because that's pretty sobering to say we have the best pitcher in baseball and we're barely above 500, according to Vegas.
It's saying that you have not surrounded that best pitcher in baseball with other stars. And that's what I was hoping that you would do at the winter meetings. Okay.
Yep.
Go all in. We're going to bring in a couple bats and another arm, and we're just going to go for it. And because you're in a bad division, you're going to win this thing, and you're going to win it going away. But instead, it says that it's really Skubal and the Skubalettes.
So it's just another team, just like we talked about with the Pistons, that are regular season good, doing well against teams that, aren't good. like the East with the Pistons and the Central with the Tigers, and you're doing nothing to be a difference maker and say, you know what, we're going to go for it.
Because, David, they all signed that NIL deal with the Coney Island.
By the way, the Dodgers, in case you were wondering, their over-under's 102.5.
Oh,
my God. 102.5.
That's it?
You got to bet a team to go 103-59. Oh, my God.
They do have an all-star team.
248-539-9797 if you care. Super Bowl's coming up, and it's the last call for sanity. We must prevent Sam Darnold from winning a Super Bowl. FanDuel will help you do that. He's winning it. I know he is. The Super Bowl 60, FanDuel is making sure you're in on it. They've got bonuses galore for the big game, whether it's an SGP, the side, the dog. Listen, it's going to be Ginger Palooza. I know what's about to happen. FanDuel.com/Michigan to get started. All right. FanDuel.com/Michigan. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, let me get a couple of the people. And hey, you don't have to feel any type of way. I think this explains, I think it gives validity to how we feel on this show. It just kind of is what it is. Vegas doesn't have feelings. There's no animus or agenda. They're not boogeymen. They're basically saying you're the same damn team as what they thought of you last April. And the fact that you outperformed and won 87 games, they ain't giving you credit for it. You're at 84.5. You have the best pitcher in the sport. A man who over the last 2 years is 24 games over 500 when he pitches, and you're a 500 team when he doesn't, and they have you barely being better than a 500 team in by far the worst division in baseball. Go ahead and play in the NL East. 3 teams with win totals above 89. You think you'd have an 84.5 in that division?
Let me help you with that. No.
Right. So my point is, be careful getting high on your own supply. It's my problem with this town. Baseball has always been this way. You only pay attention to your team. NFL, you see everything. Even the NBA, we root for an Eastern Conference team. You know what's going on in the West.
Yeah.
Baseball is always this very insular, the 4 walls of my house. Well, understand, you play in a homeless shelter. That's what this division is. And it bothers me that we have Scooble, and it's his last go-around. And you know what Vegas is telling me? It doesn't matter.
No, they are. They're saying you're going to be the same team as you were last year. Maybe 1 game better. So,
David, I'll get to the people, then we'll get a few texts.
But hey, same. What did he say? Same.
No, it hit me because
new
Cashman
players
said the same thing. He goes, the team may look the same, but it's not. Or there's a lot of similar faces, but it's different. Cashman tried the same thing.
I'm about to say, how'd that go over in New York?
Well, the difference the difference is if you wanted to, and I hate doing this, if you wanted to give credence to between Harris and Cashman, who was more accurate, it'd be Cashman. He can say, I have Garrett Cole coming back, who died last year and didn't play, right?
Yeah.
He can say, we acquired 50 people at the trade deadline. I mean, the Yankees were busy. Rebuilt their whole damn bullpen, added positional people. He could say it. Hey, we're not the same team we were last opening day. He'd factually be correct. It's a little different here. It is. I mean, obviously, you signed Drew Anderson or you got Kenley Jansen. It's not that you didn't add. It's just from a functionality standpoint, when I look at the lineup, it's the same. So let's get to the people. We'll go to Dwayne, 97.1. Dwayne, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Mike, how you doing? It's one of these things. It's funny. I was on hold for a little bit, and I was thinking, it's refreshing to finally talk a little bit of baseball with you, but you got to think the book on baseball is struggling a little bit, that maybe we could get a shout-out to him. But anyway, my main question was Verlander. With Verlander, if you could get him to go for 10-10, that eliminates 20 games off your schedule. And if you could get him for $10 million, why not?
That's where I'm at. His last 13 starts last year, he had a 2.6 ERA. He went into the 7th inning 4 times, and they were in a wild card chase. And for $10 million, half the cost of what, say, a Giolito or Bassett might cost you. And I think, and look, I know I'm not like fun guy, but it would be fun. Like it would be, I'm in the interesting business. That would be interesting.
Wouldn't he pack the stadium every time he pitches?
100%.
Each and every time. And that's not even saying a bobblehead night or a jersey giveaway.
You get to face the Little League teams in this division. If I'm Verlander, I get to play for a winner. I get to face Little League teams. And I know the park. This is a very good pitcher's park, albeit a little more neutral on park factor. It's a good place to pitch. Yes.
I got another one, too. Are the Tigers going to go through this like they're going through with Skubal this year? Are they going to have the same problem next year with Casey Mize?
No, it's totally different. It's totally different based on Skubal's a back-to-back Cy Young Award winner who is out of our years and is going to free agency. Look, Mize, God love him. He's worked his way back from injury. He can be in my rotation. It's no,
not
Dwayne.
the same.
Totally different. It's just not
even.
Yeah. How about that? His contract would feature 1 less zero.
See, and I understand his question. It's going to be a different situation. But as a fan, I could see fans out there wondering, could this ever happen again? You got all these guys in the minors they're talking about.
Well, I'm going to ignore the last part of that.
I don't know if they come out great or not. But say they do. They win awards or they do this and they do that. If you're doing this to Skubal, who's to say you wouldn't do it to them? So I get that sentiment. as a fan. I'm worried about that in the future. Of course, things may change with a new CBA, but I'm worried about that.
Hey, it may change if somehow they came to some agreement or something. But no, I mean, let me get to Terry and then David. I want to hear from the text. Terry, go right ahead. How you doing?
Great. How are you?
Good.
I wanted to ask you, is this Tigers team the best they're going to be with Skubal right now, or are they going to get better? Because if they're the best right now, then why are we not buying all in and just seeing how far we could go?
It's a question for them, not me, Terry. I don't have the answer. I mean, this is, look, whether it's the best or not, this is your last go around with them. That's it. I mean, yeah, if I could fast forward to 2027 or 8, let me be very clear, because I feel like this gets lost in the picture for a lot of people in this town. I understand what Scott Harris is building, and I do think the future is very, very bright on paper. But that future will not feature Tarik Skubal.
No.
So therefore, that has been my difference of opinion. So, Terry, if I could fast forward to 2028 and I had Skubal, I'd probably pick you to compete for the World Series. But that's not how life works. I can't do that. So this is the last go around, and they're telling you 84.5. You didn't do enough.
Right. And you see, if we add Verlander, we could keep winning those 2-1 games, those close nail biters, which they've done all last year.
Yeah, well, I think also the other thing with Verlander is he would be a little bit of a distraction, and every story won't be about what you're going to do with Skubal. At least when Verlander hits the mound, it's going to be about JV and his return. And as David said earlier in the show, the 20-year reunion, you'll be talking about positive things. Because other than that, it's Skubal.
Yeah, and I want to say it again. I mean, Terry, don't gloss over it. Guys don't pitch 7 innings very often. This is a guy who down the stretch in his age 42 season was doing it in a pennant chase for the Giants last year. It matters. I mean, I want that. I want that possibility. It's very rare. I think he did it 4 times, and if it wasn't in the month of September, it was his last start in August into September. 4 times. You know how valuable that is?
Very.
For $10 million? You paid Estelle Getty 15 last year, and he didn't pitch.
That was problematic. I just like the fact that every story won't be about Skubal and is he going to return.
David, text communications. I haven't screwed that up yet today, Kenny.
You're on a roll.
I'm really trying. I got to break a 20-year habit.
I gave you the mulligan.
Thank you.
The Detroit Tigers will not be a 500 team this year. There is bad mojo in the air with this team. I think we're in for a low-scoring nightmare this year.
I just, so much would have to go wrong to not be 500. David, I can't say that. I know I'm Mr. Negativity. I can't say that. This division is so bad.
Will a lot have to go bad to not be 500? Because 81.
Yeah, buddy, you'd have to lose 3 pitchers and 2 of your big bats. Rico, look at the division.
Understand. You're projected to go 84.5.
The division we haven't
The division is the baseball equivalent of Along Came Polly. Rainmakers! This division is terrible.
And yet, we still haven't won it. It's been horrible the last 2 years.
How dare you? How dare you use facts?
Yeah, that just means
just another mean guy at 97-1.
The Vegas thing holds up. That's 4 losses. 4 losses where Skubal comes out the game and they blow the lead.
David?
Oh, man.
I just want to,
pitching is not the concern to me. Situational hitting is. Still going to strike out too much and no punch from the right side of the plate. Harris did not address this again. That is TC and Royal Low.
There's still time, but as we sit here today, no, he hasn't.
Guys, I think if Vegas was baking in the Skubal not being here situation, the win total would be more like 79 or 80. Dan in Ypsilanti.
Tell you one thing. If you were in any other division in baseball, it's probably 79 or 80. If you were in the NL East, yeah, good luck facing those monoliths. Phillies, Mets, Braves. Yeah, okay. Count your blessings. You're facing the Chi Sox, the Twins. I mean, even the Guardians, their payroll's 10 cents.
I'm just looking at that win total for that East, the AL East. Oh, my Lord. If you would, please.
Oh, yeah. You'd be right down there with Tampa Bay at 77.5. But I'm sorry. I don't mean to bring reality to it. 97-1.
All right. When Team USA goes on, you could almost see the moment that it happens. It's that spark. It's when a kid starts believing they could be next. Now with Xfinity,
They can't guarantee that, but they can guarantee something just as important. Your internet price won't change for 5 years. No contracts, no gimmicks. So while your kid's ordering new gear online, streaming highlight reels, or video chatting with coaches, your Xfinity internet price, it won't budge. And who knows, by the time the next Winter Olympic Games roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. And guess what? You'll still be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with the Xfinity Gold Medal celebration. Now through February 22nd, get their best price on gig Wi-Fi. 5 years, guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years, a $10.99 a month value. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. To get started, visit Xfinity.com or just drop into an Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Well, I'm going to ignore the last part of that, and we'll stick to the interesting note that was in there, which is the odds on Triple J. Now, I mean, I'll say it again. Look, man, I would love it, but you can't talk trade with a lot of Piston fans. You get a lot of fans, oh, man, the chemistry, it's just amazing. We couldn't possibly. But if you're talking about Triple J, I got bad news for you. It's probably Duran going the other way. You haven't gotten anywhere trying to get a deal done. And his time is running out. You'd get a guy who's signed. You'd get a guy who does things that Duran doesn't do. Not that Duran isn't good. He is. But you're going to get a guy who's been a defensive player of the year, a guy who can shoot the three, a guy who plays, obviously, elite defense. No, I mean, I'd explore all things to make this team better because if I'm going to give Duran $40 million a year, $35 million a year, you're going to have to expand your game. And that just for me, I'm probably not apt to do that, but I'd love to. Man, that was
he would be on the list. Hey, I would trade him in a heartbeat. Yeah, I would ship him off the
Not a heartbeat. You're going to get people attacking you.
Sorry.
I'm just saying he's a good player, but if
beat of a heart.
If Jaren Jackson's available, I think it's interesting you're the third most odds there because I have no faith that this team would ever make a move like that. Ever. And I mean, look, you got a guy in Duren who's going to restricted free agency. Jaren Jackson signed. You want to talk about floor spacing? That'll do it. But I don't want to go down that road because I can't even get people to want to trade Tobias Harris. There's no point in having a conversation on people of this caliber. You'd have to give up things you're very uncomfortable with.
No, you would.
So let's keep the train moving. I don't want to. We did plenty of Pistons talk yesterday. The Bill Belichick thing, Rico and I are aligned. We're not going to feign anger because I don't care. We don't care. He'll get in. All right, he didn't get in now. Does it make certain people in the NFL petty? Yes. One of the voters who said no to Belichick explained his rationale. And to be respectful, it's just the typical old guy sports writer arrogance. I have no interest in it.
Babe Ruth didn't get the unanimous.
Right. Ichiro, another one. Yeah. One guy said no. But we thought about this as, we talked a little bit about Belichick yesterday and a little bit about Eli. The idea of the greatest snubs in sports in your lifetime where you go, okay, that guy got screwed. And we have plenty of them in Detroit sports. And it was funny because Brendan, who's doing updates for us today, who's normally in the mornings, he guessed what one of the snubs on the list was, and he had no hesitation. He's like, this is number one.
Said it instantly.
Yeah. And he said, K9 not getting invited to New York, 2021. So when you want to back that up with facts, not feelings, guy led the nation in rushing, guy led the nation in yards after contact, guy had the signature game of said season against the best team in said season, who were cheating, by the way. And when running backs win the Doak Walker, they go to the Heisman. Right. It's not about winning the Heisman. It's that he didn't go. Then you go, well, Aiden had a good year. Right. It was about half the year that Will Anderson had that year. K9 getting snubbed was a snub. It just was.
No, it was, Mike. It was like he had his signature moment. He should have been there. I'm not saying he had to win, but when I found out he didn't even make it, and then, I don't want it to turn like, oh, well, it was Aiden, you're mad because it was a Michigan guy. Like, well, Will Anderson was actually better than him still.
And the Heisman's not a defensive player award.
Right.
So just save it.
In order for a defensive player, you got to be like Charles Woodson. You got to do something else. You got to return kicks. You have to do something. And it was like, okay, yeah, but did you see Will Anderson play? So now that one, that was one.
That was a snub. But like, what are some of the other ones? I am not gonna sit here and do a Belichick thing. No. It's just that's not important to me.
I had a snub that I have two. One was I took a lot of heat for this because it just so happened later on I went on an Alabama radio station. But it's the only time you've done radio shows, you've done interviews on other stations. So don't give me that.
Try to avoid them.
Yeah.
Carry on.
But it was the one time that I didn't get the Heisman Trophy correct, that I took McCaffrey over Derrick Henry. And the interview came full stop once I shared that award, and it was basically his entire fan base attacking me. Like, how in the world did you not have, nobody stayed up late to watch McCaffrey play at Stanford. But that, to me, I thought he should have won the Heisman that year. But the biggest one in my lifetime, Isaiah Thomas not on the Dream Team. Isaiah Thomas should have been on the Dream Team. You put Christian Laettner on the Dream Team. Isaiah Thomas not on that Dream Team.
That's a snub.
Yeah.
Like I even had one that most people won't care about, but I think Shaq got screwed because Steve Nash was the little darling of the NBA. Shaq got robbed of an MVP in 05-06. Stuff like that. Now, that one no one here is going to pay attention to. You and I agreed with one, though. Tayshaun not being in the rafters.
Because you retire everybody's number.
Kelly Tripucka.
It's the standard is the standard. Did you play?
Yeah.
Yes. Here's your number, retired.
Before I forget, I do need to do something. TJ texted, and he's right, and I want to make a correction. TJ said, I take a lot of bleep, but guard slander isn't one of them. We do need to put Zach Martin in. I said maybe no to Martin. Martin, 9 All-Pros in. So it'll be Martin and Quentin Nelson.
But yeah, it's based on for offensive line if you have all pros. But
he'll be in.
Hey, TJ Jansen said tackles were better. So
okay,
just want to throw a log on that.
248-539-9797. Give me the snubs. Look, we just got rid of a snub when Fedorov had his night finally. You could say that.
Yeah.
But the Belichick thing, I know it's pretty bad. But I wanted to think creatively on this. So give me your biggest Detroit sports, or we could expand it, snub. Somebody just got screwed. I think the K9 one is one of the all-timers locally. That was just dumb. David? Kenny?
Yeah, I have a snub. This one actually bothered me a lot when it happened. 2016 Cy Young voting. Justin Verlander came in second to Rick Porcello. He had a better WAR, pitched more innings, less hits, way more strikeouts. The only metric that he didn't outdo Porcello in was wins. They care so much about wins, but everything else he outclassed him at every turn.
Wins is such a useless statistic.
I agree.
Like Felix Hernandez, I think he won the Cy Young with like 11 wins. Why? Seattle was terrible. Wins for a pitcher are largely irrelevant if you get no run support.
True. I don't think it's irrelevant, but I know new baseball analytics people do, but I still think that it means something.
Still means something to me. David, Tex, what do people have to say?
Well, I want to give you mine here because a lot of people probably don't care about this one as much as I do, which is a lot of things in life. But it is the 2003 Heisman voting. Jason White won that one. He had 40 touchdowns, threw for over 3,800 yards. But I think Larry Fitzgerald got robbed that year. Larry Fitzgerald had 92 receptions, over 1,600 yards, and 22 receiving touchdowns. He killed it at Pitt.
He did.
And I think he should have won the Heisman that year. Got robbed.
He did. It's a quarterback award, though. As you could, that one I can agree with. But quarterback award, David.
There were quarterbacks that had more yards than Jason White that did not come close.
Because a lot of times, what I have found out when it comes to the Heisman, once the media sinks their teeth into a player, they hype that player up and they tear everybody else down to make sure that their player is
Timeout.
there.
I gotta just add this. If this was an actual deal and the Pistons didn't do it, they should be contracted. Like I was thinking, all right, if I'm Memphis, I'm gonna need Duran's not even in this deal. You ready for this? Mm-hmm. This one's by Yahoo. Pistons get Jaren Jackson Jr. Here's what they give up. Tobias, Ron Holland, 3 first-round picks. The last one's a pick swap. That's it?
Yeah.
And I can put Jackson and Duran on the floor together with Cade? Check, please.
Once again.
Oh, my Lord.
Flow chart makes too much sense.
Won't happen. Okay, good talk. We'll get the people involved. Wow, if I can pull that move without giving up my big. Now, again, I wouldn't have a problem because I'd rather just pay Jackson and then reallocate the funds later. But if you want to keep them both, that's fine. Go the rest of the season. Imagine what that looks like going to the playoffs. That's pretty nasty.
Now you got something.
It's 5 o'clock, brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. Detroit Tigers free press writer Evan Petzold predicts Zach McKinstry will beat out Javier Baez as the Tigers starting shortstop. Quote, the winner of the shortstop job is only keeping the seat warm for top prospect Kevin McGonigal, who's expected to arrive for his MLB debut at some point in 2026, end quote. Joey Votto, the ex-Red, will become a part of NBC's MLB coverage that just in. The Red Wings host the Capitals tonight at 7:30 here on 97.1. The head coach Tom McClellan spoke about his lineup after the morning skate. Washington has struggled mightily lately, losing 7 of their last 10. Simon Edvinsson has officially been placed on injured reserve. That official a couple minutes ago. Justin Holl and Sheldon Dries have been recalled. The Pistons take on the Suns in Phoenix tonight. All the pregame over on WWJ at 8:35. Karis LeVert is out for Detroit with that same illness. Grand Rapids native Devin Booker will also miss another game with an ankle sprain. The Izzone announced on Twitter that MSU students may not line up at the Breslin Center tomorrow more than 30 minutes before the doors open due to the dangerous wind chills expected. The Spartans hosting number 3 Michigan. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Welcome in. Hour number 4. Nice to have you. Hopefully your workday is either done or close to it. And we'll get you to 6 o'clock, Odyssey.com Rewind. We just talked about MLB win totals and what the Tiger total means. Thought it was a good conversation, and we move on. I want to make a note here for Kenny before we get back into our maybe wistful, nostalgic player acquisition.
Okay.
Kenny, article out of New York, and I just want to make sure I'm understanding this right, as a non-hockey elite. The Islanders beat the Rangers last night. They're going to go to try to sweep the season series for only the third time in franchise history tonight. That's not what anyone here would care about. But Artemi Panarin, the bread man, as he is affectionately called, is sitting out and will continue to sit out through the All-Star break, and it's not load management, it's roster management. That's the official word from the New York Rangers and general manager Chris Drury. Now, that means they're either close to a deal, like today, or they're simply putting him on ice so it's effective bubble wrap so that when they trade him.
I got to think that there's either a deal or deals in place.
Okay.
But let's not screw this up. So
Just wanted to make note. He's sitting out. He's sitting out again tonight. They've already informed him they're not offering him a deal. And when Chris Drury comes out and says, you know, he's a great teammate and he's friends with a lot of guys in that room, you're basically doing the obit. So here's my question.
Not quite. What was it? Granderson, they yanked out of the game in the middle of the game when he got traded.
Oh, my God. You're going way back. Kenny, where does the bread man end up?
There's been a lot of teams swirling around. I'm not exactly sure because a lot of teams, he ends up on a playoff team. Let's start there.
Correct.
He ends up on a team in the top-ish of their – I could see him landing on a Boston. You know what? When trades like these happen, I could see him landing on a Vegas because why the hell not anymore? He could end up in Florida. He could end up – I mean, Toronto was talking about getting him at one point. But, yes, you were right in assuming that, yes, his go bag is at the door. He's been told to get ready because the taxi's about to pull out in front of you.
Wings are dead in this conversation?
They're not. They're not dead, but also – I mean, how many years in a row can we say, oh, they should add this guy, they should add this guy? And
look, and I understand people will say, well, look, I want to add a blue liner, you know, especially Edmondson being hurt, but that doesn't sound serious.
He fits the criteria of what this team is supposed to be adding. They want a top 4 defenseman and a top 6 forward.
Yeah, and Panarin would certainly be.
Yes, he would absolutely be there. Plus, change of scenery, get out of New York, which is a very toxic situation.
And New York
to be
can't
right
score
now.
in a whorehouse.
100%. You put him, you insulate him with some of our talent, which I know you aren't super impressed by, Mike, but believe me, he would add a lot to this roster and kind of complete the circle.
Look, I respect what the Wings are doing a hell of a lot more than.
Sure.
Well, I'd see. This is going to sound like a shot. It's not a shot. I'm just saying.
Oh boy.
No.
Whenever you preface something like that.
No, I there's no animus in my heart. We just got done telling you. It's why I don't go crazy about what the Tigers do. They're doing it in a homeless shelter with this damn division. Even the Pistons with the East. Last night, no Jokic, no Braun, no nothing. Tonight, no Devin Booker. Man, wake me up when I can watch NBA basketball featuring two teams where everybody plays.
See you in April, my friend.
So that's my point. The Wings are doing it in the beast that is the East. It matters. The NHL's hard. There's no freebies. There's no teams with $5 payrolls like MLB. The NHL's difficult, and what the Wings are doing should be respected. I think for me to fully believe that it's going to materialize into something, you either have to believe that John Gibson is going to be Mike Richter down the stretch and just continue to stand on his head, or my way, let's get better. So I just wanted to bring the Breadman note out there for Kenny, because you don't see roster management very often as a reason why a player is sitting out.
Oh, yeah, his bags are packed. He's about to be shipped out.
Just,
all right.
You know what? Go to the airport and we'll text you the city.
Well, I know that's the player you want.
So, yes.
Because he's from your favorite place, the mother.
Yes.
Russia.
Yes.
And just for accuracy, it was Austin Jackson pulled from the game, not Granderson.
You know what?
I knew it was an outfielder.
Good on you, David. Excellent job as the ombudsman. I wanted to bring up a player acquisition. Cody Stavenhagen of The Athletic had something interesting. And I'm the last person to usually support something like this, but I kind of dig it. Tigers are interested in starting pitching. We've read that report for weeks. And they're kind of looking at the middle market. Okay. Well, we've also read the reports that if they lose the arbitration to Skubal, they're interested in guys like Giolito or Bassett. They might not be in on those guys anymore. So the name Justin Verlander came up. And no, it's the leading reason why you do it is not because you'll sell jerseys or people will go. His last 13 starts last year, he had a 2.6 ERA. He pitched 7 strong innings, 4 of his last 7 or 8 starts. Like, he was good in a stretch drive for a team trying to make the playoffs. And he signed 1 year at $15 million, i.e. what you gave Estelle Getty, Alex Cobb. This year, the thought process, maybe 1 year, $10 million, gets Verlander. How is that bad? He'd play for a winner. We just got done talking about what a poverty division this is.
Right.
So he's going to get a friendlier shake.
Right.
And he knows the park, and it's a good pitcher's park.
Fans already love you.
Yeah, what's the problem?
You're going to sell out every time you go and take the mound. There's nothing bad about this, which leads me to think that it won't happen. But yeah, and then, as David pointed out earlier in the show, it'll be the 20th anniversary of the World Series, of the 2006 World Series. So yeah, this is like a win-win. You bring him here, and I think it's also going to provide a nice little distraction so everything won't be Skubal talk. You can go nostalgic with Verlander, and you can have some fun, and it won't be, well, what are you going to do with Skubal? Are you going to re-sign him? Is he going to walk away? Is he going to leave? And yeah, just to see him go out on the mound, and it'll probably never happen, Mike. But yeah, when you go down to that game and Verlander's pitching, you're hoping that maybe you watch history and you see his final no-hitter.
How about just final 5 innings? Man ain't throwing a no-no now. Come on.
You can dare to dream.
But I thought it checked every box. I thought it was interesting. I think it's compelling. I think it helps the team. And what's the downside? For $10 million, yeah, I'd rather have him. And I understand if we're going to nerd out, you want to talk about the Nick Martinez's of the world, and he can be a swing man. And okay, that's fine. I need Hatteberg at first. I get so tired of this. This style of baseball is exhausting. Totally and utterly exhausting. So that's just where I'm at.
Well, yes. I mean, I would love to have stars. I mean, you only have to go as far as the Dodgers, but it'd be nice if you had a few other players on this team that in crunch time you can lean on and depend on, that they would go up there and they would get the big.
I can hand the baseball to a guy down the stretch who might give me 7 strong innings.
Yeah.
Yeah, that you're old school. No, I just
okay, fine.
It matters.
You know what? Call me old school. I don't care. Yes, I do like it when pitchers actually went out there and played and didn't worry about the pitch count and their arm falling off.
I gotta be honest too. Like I said this to you before, it has nothing to do with the Tigers. It has everything to do with the sport. I'm actually hoping there's no baseball in 27. This sport needs a reckoning. It needs a financial enema. because a division like the Central shouldn't exist. There shouldn't be 3 bottom 5 or 6 payrolls in the sport in the same division. No, because we're going to have a floor and we're going to have a cap. Like this has to stop. It's ridiculous.
Well, as I stated,
25 of these damn teams start the year, they got no hope.
Yeah, I said it. I think I did the show with Stoney. I think you were gone. If I had to pick one, I'd have to have a floor. I'm okay. Okay, if you want to overspend, fine. You can keep the luxury tax, whatever.
All right, what's the floor?
But you got to have a floor where
Set me a number.
everybody has to at least spend 140.
Here's your problem, though. Okay, you want it to be 140. All that's going to do is inflate the AAV of contracts. But if you put the cap plus the floor, you begin to normalize and recalibrate what player values are. Like, Rico, as long as
that's fair.
I'm
saying if I can only have one,
something's better than nothing.
It means, okay, you on the bottom, get up or get out.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
Yes.
If you're an owner that can't hit the floor, I can't do that. Well, bye-bye, sell the team.
Right. Hey, you know what? We got to spend $50 million a year. That means you got to go out and get a player or two that can really help your team out. Shocker. I'm sure your fans will be so angry that you just brought in 2 high-priced players.
Right. No, and look, the problem's in the sport
But
economically.
I get it. If you have them both at the same time, now you almost become like football where you can only have X amount of players on your team.
The talent
and then
spread,
you got to make the hard choice.
The talent spread would breed parity. It would allow I hate the idea, like going into this season, there's really not much drama. This division is garbage. The Tigers should win it unless in unison 17 of their players fall down a flight of stairs ass first. That's not engaging to me. Then you get into the fact that baseball is a death march of 162 baseball games. I mean, just wake me up when it's over. Now, the NL East, where you go to war and it's Mets, Braves, Phils. The AL East, where it's Red Sox, Blue Jays, Yankees. There are compelling divisions. This is not compelling.
There are, but I mean, up until the Dodgers just recently, there was parity because there wasn't a back-to-back champion for a while.
Right, I'm saying divisionally speaking, what we're dealing with this AL Central, it allows the Tigers to do nothing. And not because they're good, because the division is so bad, get away with it.
No pressure, no looking at the Joneses, because the Joneses are on vacation.
Man, Jones is on the floor passed out.
Well, because here's the thing, and I know
in the man cave drunk.
Everyone looks at the Dodgers, but at some point in time, the Giants have competed and spent money out there.
Padres.
The Padres, if they didn't have ownership
Arizona.
issues right now, they wouldn't have done it. So
Arizona.
Yeah. So you're right. Every division kind of does something except
this.
Here we are.
I do wonder what's it like for other GMs when they look at the AL Central and like, God, I wish we played in that division. We wouldn't have to do all of this.
The response? It's just probably anger that they know they're going to have to move their family because they don't run a team here.
Right, you're Cashman, and you're just like, my life would be so much easier. You're running Philly, you're running Atlanta, you're running some of these,
and you're running into a brick wall, or you're here and you're looking around, and it's the last episode of Fresh Prince.
Right,
there ain't nobody here.
You got 3 teams actively not trying.
Shy Sox.
I forgot about the Shy Sox. I don't even think about them.
No, they're putrid. They're basically the Rockies of Chicago.
Right. So, I mean, for Detroit, it comes down to what? Cleveland and you?
Yeah, Cleveland, by the way, whose payroll is basically straight out of 2003.
But, yeah.
Minnesota, we're for sale. We're not for sale. All I know is the payroll keeps going down.
They're the wild card, I guess.
The wild card?
No, I'm saying out of the
Buddy,
group.
The Minnesota Twins are a smiling poop emoji. They are crap. Joke franchise. Okay, good talk.
Maybe the bag catches fire.
97-1. All right, David, text. We'll see what everybody's got to say. Myriad of topics. I think the JV thing is interesting. Again, Cody Stavenhagen, The Athletic. It's credible. It's a credible case to be made. Why not? Makes you better. And yeah, it checks some of the ancillary boxes. It's interesting. It's something you want to watch. Hey, there's no downside. This division, you could sign a dead person and put him as your fifth starter. You'd probably win it. David, go ahead.
Well, they actually did.
Good point.
And good for you for calling them text.
Dude, I'm almost through 4 hours without saying.
No, yeah, I'm giving you your flowers.
We're just going to keep going so you don't say it.
He's pitching a perfect game, boys.
Don't talk to me.
Speaking of, I'm against it. We moved on. Why don't we bring back Stafford also when he finally becomes washed? Because that's what JV is, washed. Jared in Woodhaven.
Jared, did you ignore the last third of the season where in a playoff chase he was awesome?
Jared is upset because he went to Houston, he won a World Series, and he doesn't need to come back here. I think that he's one of those types of fans.
If the guy was washed, I'd openly say it. I'm the same person who mocked you signing Maeda and Alex Cobb. Like, since when? I'm not sitting here making stuff up. Like, if you don't want him, we got to pick a different reason.
Saying, right? You're bringing him here on a 5-year deal to be your number one.
1 year, $10 million. That's half the cost of probably Lucas Giolito.
And guess what, guys? Yeah, it's a little bit of a bonus. He's from here. It'll be a reuniting with the team that he started with. But if you just don't want him here, that's fine. I don't think it is this one of these charity cases. He may actually help you win this bad division.
See, I completely understand where both of you all of you are coming from on this. I am just, and maybe it's just me being upset that the team didn't do more and have more quality signings.
David,
I'm just like, no.
I can't change that though. You have to.
Know.
You're not wrong. Headline. But I can't treat every possible addition as a non-starter because of the 7 or 8 other things they didn't do.
And that's the problem that I'm having.
I'm trying to just get better.
No, you're right. And that's the problem that I'm having in my head. I'm like, we could have more quality, better. And this is not it for me. So I'm just a no.
Tell you one thing, the Eugenio Suarez thing is bizarre to me. Now, I don't really like him. I wasn't on the, trade him, go get him, scream and yell. That was never me.
And he wasn't a big difference maker for Seattle either.
But yeah, he had a couple of big hits, but I'm with Rico on this. But it's just this idea he's out there. And there is seemingly, I was reading comments from, unnamed executives. There's no market. This is still a guy who had a 49 home run season playing in arguably a bottom 3 offensive park. Now, I know we don't want to block the kids, but like on a 1-year prove-it deal.
But the no market always leads me to wonder, does somebody know something? Like, why is there no market? Like, is this something off the field was what I'm trying to say.
I've got none of that. I've heard none of that. I don't know, man. Go ahead, David.
Imagine Kenny with 8-foot daiquiris riding a carousel for a JV start. Bring him home, guys. Scott in Carlton. You would be doing that, Kenny, wouldn't you?
No, I wouldn't be. I'll go to the ballpark because I like going to the ballpark. It's not a JV thing for me.
Back hair.
But this does feel a little bit like it checks the daiquiri box, though, doesn't it? It gets your daiquiri crowds in there.
Yes.
It's a JV start. Let's pack the ballpark because every single time he pitches, that thing is going to be filled up.
And if it's not, they'll give away something JV related.
Nort in Pinckney says the Red Wings are all bark, no bite, always in the conversation for a trade, but never gets anyone.
What do you want me to do? I can't argue it. Maybe there's this deadline's going to be vital. They have no excuse. They're in a prime position. If not now, when? It's the same thing. I could tell you the Tigers' ultimate window will be 2028 and beyond. Because at that point, now again, if there's no baseball in 27, that's going to be a real problem developmentally for your minor league system. It's going to be a problem for the kids to just not play for a year. But I understand where it's headed. It just won't feature Skubal. But like with the Wings, if your window doesn't begin now, then when? So yeah, I would. Again, Grand Rapids being amazing is whatever. You take what's in Grand Rapids and you begin to weaponize it. You don't go all in. You don't do stupid things, but you can get better and make this season meaningful, meaning no disrespect to anybody out there, but like making the playoffs is not an accomplishment in year 7.
No.
That's owed. It's not an accomplishment for the waiter to bring you the bill. That's just a part of the job. You know, like a round of applause, like you landed the plane. No, that's your job. That's what the money's for. I'd hope the plane isn't upside down. That's what the money's for.
This just feels like we got slow service at the restaurant. The food might eventually
but the point
come.
I'm making is, Kenny, with the right impact, maybe this becomes we can win a series or two. We could be in the mix. So I'm hopeful. I just have gone from expectation to hope. Because expecting things is just Rico sneering in the corner about a Coney Island and mocking you. And he's right. That's the worst part.
This is mean and hurtful.
It's not mean and hurtful. It's accurate.
Sneering in the corner.
Yes.
Giving you facts.
The Wings are holding out for McDavid in 2 years, guys. What are we talking about? He will not stay in Edmonton.
Oh, okay. All right. So just wake me up in 2028, I guess.
Yeah,
All
so
right.
are 31 other teams, man. What are we talking about? He's the best player of a generation of my lifetime.
Yeah, and Steve doesn't like giving out term. Enjoy what you got to give him.
This takes me back to when LeBron was going to be a free agent the first time, and Pistons fans, we're just waiting for that big free agent year. LeBron's a free agent.
Oh, Piston fans are classic. It's always about next summer with the Pistons.
Or you fill up on bread and free agents the year before the big free agent year. Shout out Charlie V and
Ben Gordon.
Yeah, we got a steal here. Everybody else is like, okay.
Yikes.
I'm very on board with Verlander. Plus, this seems like it would be the easiest marketing for the Tigers since the Cabrera farewell tour. That is from Connor.
And look, you add him to the mix where he would be in a classification of pitcher, like a Melton, like a Drew Anderson, back of the rotation. You could skip starts where need be, bring him along, and then look, as long as the wheels don't fall off, this is a guy I'm very comfortable based on what he's done his whole career, but also what he did last year towards the end. Hand you to baseball. I'd love it. Rico said it best early. It's like that Jaren Jackson trade that Yahoo put out there. It makes so much sense and it won't happen.
Right, it's just taking away all the joy. Like, yeah, it's never going to happen because it's a win-win for everybody.
Yep.
One more here says, Wings need Panarin bad. He automatically makes us a contender. He brings elite skill, elite puck movement, and even more elite power play than we have already. Get it done. That is from Jared in Woodhaven.
Listen, what's the cost? I think there's going to be a ton of people involved. Can they really outbid you? No. My thing is, I don't know what the Wings are looking for. Because at every deadline, there are players that seemingly are perfect fits for where they're at on their timeline or how they could be better, and they never go after it. And okay, you didn't want to do the Hughes thing because you didn't want a smaller defenseman, and Evanson's our physicality. Okay, fine. But man, that's still the best left-handed defenseman in the game, and he's 26 years old. I just view that like not wanting Jaren Jackson Jr. because you'd have to give up. It's like, no, the result is what I'm after.
Correct.
I don't know what they want because I don't know if anything makes them happy. They've done nothing.
My bigger concern, though, is there's teams that are more serious about winning than you are that want him. Vegas wants him. Minnesota wants him. Carolina wants him. All teams that are way more serious about winning the bigger goal than you.
It's why Kenny, and listen, I don't want to put bad juju out in the universe, but it's why I could totally see this Wings team having this blessed season and being a first-round exit. That's what scares me. The NHL is a war zone. It is not for the faint of heart. Like the Pistons, there's no way the Pistons are getting eliminated by an 8 seed or whoever wins the stupid little pity tournament. Hockey's a whole different thing. And in the East, you got to load the war chest.
Yeah.
Especially for a team that doesn't have a ton of playoff experience. You got a few guys that have been through the wars.
Well, let's hope that this is the year. As you say, that you weaponize
this
your
time,
farm system.
it's for real. I'm hopeful. That's all I am. I can't expect it. All right, 97.1. Well, I'm going to ignore the last part of that, and we'll stick to the interesting note that was in there, which is the odds on Triple J. Now, I mean, I'll say it again. Look, man, I would love it, but you can't talk trade with a lot of Piston fans. You get a lot of fans, oh, man, the chemistry, it's just amazing. We couldn't possibly. But if you're talking about Triple J, I got bad news for you. It's probably Duran going the other way. You haven't gotten anywhere trying to get a deal done. And his time is running out. You'd get a guy who's signed. You'd get a guy who does things that Duran doesn't do. Not that Duran isn't good. He is. But you're going to get a guy who's been a defensive player of the year, a guy who can shoot the three, a guy who plays, obviously, elite defense. No, I mean, I'd explore all things to make this team better, because if I'm going to give Duran $40 million a year, $35 million a year, you're going to have to expand your game. And that just for me, I'm probably not apt to do that, but I'd love to. Man, that was
he would be on the list. Hey, I would trade him in a heartbeat. Yeah, I would ship him off the
Not a heartbeat. You're going to get people attacking you.
Sorry.
I'm just saying he's a good player, but if
beat of a heart.
If Jaren Jackson's available, I think it's interesting you're the third most odds there, because I have no faith that this team would ever make a move like that. Ever. And I mean, look, you got a guy in Duran who's going to restricted free agency. Jaren Jackson signed. Mm-hmm. You want to talk about floor spacing? That'll do it. But I don't want to go down that road, because I can't even get people to want to trade Tobias Harris. There's no point in having a conversation on people of this caliber. You'd have to give up things you're very uncomfortable with.
No, you would.
So let's keep the train moving. I don't want to. We did plenty of Pistons talk yesterday. The Bill Belichick thing, Rico and I are aligned. We're not going to feign anger, because I don't care. We don't care. He'll get in. All right, he didn't get in now. Does it make certain people in the NFL petty? Yes. One of the voters who said no to Belichick explained his rationale. And to be respectful, it's just the typical old guy sports writer arrogance. I have no interest in it.
Babe Ruth didn't get the unanimous.
Right. Ichiro, another one. Yeah. One guy said no. But we thought about this as, we talked a little bit about Belichick yesterday and a little bit about Eli. The idea of the greatest snubs in sports in your lifetime, where you go, okay, that guy got screwed. And we have plenty of them in Detroit sports. And it was funny because Brendan, who's doing updates for us today, who's normally in the mornings, he guessed what one of the snubs on the list was, and he had no hesitation. He's like, this is number one.
Said it instantly.
Yeah. And he said, K9 not getting invited to New York, 2021. So when you want to back that up with facts, not feelings, guy led the nation in rushing, guy led the nation in yards after contact, guy had the signature game of said season against the best team in said season, who were cheating, by the way. And when running backs win the Doak Walker, they go to the Heisman. Right. It's not about winning the Heisman. It's that he didn't go. Then you go, well, Aiden had a good year. Right. It was about half the year that Will Anderson had that year. K9 getting snubbed was a snub. It just was.
No, it was, Mike. It was like he had his signature moment. He should have been there. I'm not saying he had to win, but when I found out he didn't even make it, and then, I don't want it to turn like, oh, well, it was Aiden, you're mad because it was a Michigan guy. Like, well, Will Anderson was actually better than him still.
And the Heisman's not a defensive player award.
Right.
So just save it.
In order for a defensive player, you got to be like Charles Woodson. You got to do something else. You got to return kicks. You have to do something. And it was like, okay, yeah, but did you see Will Anderson play? So now that one, yeah, that was one.
That was a snub. But like, what are some of the other ones? I am not gonna sit here and do a Belichick thing. No. It's just, that's not important to me.
I had a snub that I have two. One was I took a lot of heat for this because it just so happened later on I went on an Alabama radio station. But it's the only time you've done radio shows, you've done interviews on other stations. So don't give me that.
Try to avoid them.
Yeah.
Carry on.
But it was the one time that I didn't get the Heisman Trophy correct, that I took McCaffrey over Derrick Henry. And the interview came full stop once I shared that award, and it was basically his entire fan base attacking me. Like, how in the world did you not have, like, nobody stayed up late to watch McCaffrey play at Stanford. But that, to me, I thought he should have won the Heisman that year. But the biggest one in my lifetime, Isaiah Thomas not on the Dream Team. Isaiah Thomas should have been on the Dream Team. You put Christian Laettner on the Dream Team. Isaiah Thomas not on that Dream Team.
That's a snub.
Yeah.
Like I even had one that most people won't care about, but like I think Shaq got screwed because Steve Nash was the little darling of the NBA. Shaq got robbed of an MVP in 05-06. Stuff like that. Now, that one no one here is going to pay attention to. You and I agreed with one, though. Tayshaun not being in the rafters.
Because you retire everybody's number.
Kelly Tripucka.
It's the standard is the standard. Did you play?
Yeah.
Yes. Here's your number, retired.
Before I forget, I do need to do something. TJ texted, and he's right, and I want to make a correction. TJ said, I take a lot of bleep, but guard slander isn't one of them. We do need to put Zach Martin in. I said maybe no to Martin. Martin, 9 All-Pros in. So it'll be Martin and Quentin Nelson.
Well, yeah, it's based on, for offensive line if you have all pros, but
he'll be in.
Hey, TJ Jansen said tackles were better, so.
Okay.
Just want to throw a log on that.
248-539-9797. Give me the snubs. Look, we just got rid of a snub when Fedorov had his night finally. You could say that.
Yeah.
But the Belichick thing, I know, it's pretty bad. But I wanted to think creatively on this. So give me your biggest Detroit sports, or we could expand it, snub. Somebody just got screwed. I think the K9 one is one of the all-timers locally. That was just dumb. David? Kenny?
Yeah, I have a snub. This one actually bothered me a lot when it happened. 2016 Cy Young voting. Justin Verlander came in second to Rick Porcello. He had a better WAR, pitched more innings, less hits, way more strikeouts. The only metric that he didn't outdo Porcello in was wins. They care so much about wins, but everything else, he outclassed him at every turn.
Wins is such a useless statistic.
I agree.
Like Felix Hernandez, I think he won the Cy Young with like 11 wins. Why? Seattle was terrible. Wins for a pitcher are largely irrelevant if you get no run support.
True. I don't think it's irrelevant, but I know new baseball analytics people do, but I still think that it means something.
Still means something to me. David, Tex, what do people have to say?
Well, I want to give you mine here because a lot of people probably don't care about this one as much as I do, which is a lot of things in life. But it is the 2003 Heisman voting. Jason White won that one. He had 40 touchdowns, threw for over 3,800 yards. But I think Larry Fitzgerald got robbed that year. Larry Fitzgerald had 92 receptions, over 1,600 yards, and 22 receiving touchdowns. He killed it at Pitt.
He did.
And I think he should have won the Heisman that year. Got robbed.
He did. It's a quarterback award, though. As you could, that one I can agree with. But quarterback award, David.
There were quarterbacks that had more yards than Jason White that did not come close.
Because a lot of times, what I have found out when it comes to the Heisman, once the media sinks their teeth into a player, they hype that player up and they tear everybody else down to make sure that their player is
Timeout.
there.
I gotta just add this. If this was an actual deal and the Pistons didn't do it, they should be contracted. Like I was thinking, all right, if I'm Memphis, I'm gonna need Duran's not even in this deal. You ready for this? Mm-hmm. This one's by Yahoo. Pistons get Jaren Jackson Jr. Here's what they give up. Tobias, Ron Holland, 3 first-round picks. The last one's a pick swap. That's it?
Yeah.
And I can put Jackson and Duran on the floor together with Cade? Check, please.
Once again.
Oh, my Lord.
Flow chart makes too much sense.
Won't happen. Okay, good talk. We'll get the people involved. Wow, if I can pull that move without giving up my big. Now, again, I wouldn't have a problem because I'd rather just pay Jackson and then reallocate the funds later. But if you want to keep them both, that's fine. Go the rest of this season. Imagine what that looks like going to the playoffs. That's pretty nasty.
Now you got something.
Okay, Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything? We pretty much ran the gamut today. Tomorrow, I'd love to tell you it's a football Friday, but they insist on this ridiculous 2-week gap to the Super Bowl.
So it'll
I
be
hate
Media
it.
Day Friday.
Oh God. Oh, that is.
I'm kidding, Dave. I don't know if it's Media Day.
No,
Friday.
it's just
Media Day is Sunday.
Right,
Guys,
but you know
the
it's
Super
always
Bowl-
so ridiculous.
The Super Bowl should be this weekend. I think we can all agree. There is absolutely no reason to have a 2-week gap.
And here's why it's going to really hurt the NFL, because this is not a marquee matchup.
No.
So people are losing interest fast.
Yeah. Look, here's the other thing. Like, I don't want to be a doomsdayer, but you do realize it's only going to get worse. The NFL is going to go to an 18-game schedule, plus there will be a second bye week. So newsflash, the Super Bowl won't be.
But good
the 8th.
news.
It'll be the 22nd.
But good news.
What?
You get the Monday off because it'll be President's Day.
But that's their design.
Right. I get what you're saying.
But it's not good news, because then essentially football goes to March.
But then you go from football to that Monday, it's the combine.
NFL all year round.
He did it again. He just connected that ice bridge that Idris Elba was operating in that movie.
The Bifrost.
That's right. Rico standing at the telescope. He just did it. Football 360. That's what they're going to do.
Because that's what they'll do. They'll play the Super Bowl and then all this stuff, and then as they're in the Super Bowl, it's what you got now. Your future starts next week. Combine in Indianapolis.
Okay, now if
Like,
they're
what?
smart, they work this out with the NCAA and say, here's the deal. For the playoffs, we'll power this down for 2 weeks, let teams get healthy. You do your little thing in that 2-week span, and then when you're done, we take over.
How patronizing. You do your little thing. David, text communications.
Someone says, how dare you not put Dave Gettleman on that hate list?
I don't even know if Gettleman's alive. It might not be appropriate. That's as bad as Deuce Tatum. He's a kid.
There's limits here. You can't be too young, and you have to be alive.
I think that's fair, right?
I just figured Deuce was going to be on there. I'm like, between Deuce and Kyrie, which one?
I blame his dad.
What about Tony Romo? We kind of wanted to stay away from media, so that's why we didn't include him on that list.
We didn't win media. We
yes.
all know who would be a U of D's own.
The guy that can't find it on a map.
Wait a minute. What do you mean? What do you mean? I mean, how did I get to Grand Rapids? Thought it was this way.
I'm staying away from this. Didn't realize U of D was in Sarnia.
I can't get it out of my head.
I know.
When Kenny says it's dangerous down here.
Yeah. Are we going to play Gus Johnson bingo tomorrow?
We could. Yes.
I'm trying to see how to do this. We may do a draft.
Yeah.
Of.
But you would
what
need to
he says.
prepare 30 phrases.
Right.
And
So
we
I'm-
each get to draft like 6.
Yes. I'm coming up with different phrases as we speak.
All of his worthless, unprepared, tired bits. And then we draft and play Gus Johnson bingo tomorrow.
You know,
night watching
Tom
the game.
Izzo, you know, he had the football pads out.
Iron Mountain.
Tom Izzo football pads.
Boys with mooch. When I walked in, I thought you were talking about me.
Well, that might be a you problem. Someone's a little insecure.
Actually, I did too, to tell you the truth. The way you said it, tired old bitch.
No. You're fine. You're in our good graces.
Oh, now I'm very sad.
We also do need the over-under on what time he stumbles into Breslin tomorrow night.
Now, Rico, understand, it's not when I walk into the, well, we don't get to be in the court area. Because sometimes I hang out, in the concession stand and greet the people and stuff like that. Do some tailgating.
Well, can we take a picture? Like, can you get actual timestamp picture of Wojo walking in?
You have to see me walking in to the Gilbert Center entrance thing there.
You need to be by the
Do you
Tom
even
is
know
a
where
wax
the
statue.
You even know where the entrance is?
Yeah, but what happened to the statue?
It's probably melted.
What, the one of Morgan Freeman?
Oh, no, the wax statue?
Yeah.
What happened? Is it not there?
No.
It melted?
No, I noticed it recently.
Can they melt the Magic Johnson one and we get a new one?
Oh, yeah.
I don't mind the Magic Johnson
That thing, it looks like Morgan Freeman.
I think it's kind of
It's
cool. I like
ridiculous.
it.
Bill Russell, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine too. It doesn't look like magic.
Russell was like, nah, I'm good. Okay.
No, in all seriousness, I was wondering what happened to the Izzo statue.
I have no idea.
Only me.
You know what? I know what happened.
Counter Stallions came. And
No,
stole it.
no. They sold it to pay for the renovations.
That's right.
At the stadium.
That's right. You know what happened to the Tom Izzo statue? It disappeared when Tuck played with his lightsaber. Oh,
Hey.
cash that thing in. We got a bill to pay
It was
here.
in the back seat of Tuck's truck on the way out of town.
They're looking for the last thing
It
to
was in the
sell.
back seat of the slingshot.
Hey, case got dropped. He's a happy
It did.
man.
Yeah, you say
Tuck left town with 2 pit bulls and a Tom Izzo wax figurine. I'm keeping the painting, Todd.
It was a gift.
It's in his basement.
God.
Painting was a gift.
But see, I just did one of my old bits talking about money. in
I know.
Michigan State,
Yeah,
right?
okay.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Right down. I'll go right down the line. Give me one after another.
I think he'll get there after tip-off.
Do you think he'll be rooting for
No,
Michigan?
no.
He'll get there after tip-off. They'll do all the pomp and
But he's not working the show tomorrow. He can leave at 4 o'clock. Be responsible.
Why don't you two do an executive dinner at the Roadhouse?
Oh, I like this idea. Tape it.
You two could break bread over a patty melt.
At the Roadhouse?
Yeah, that's where, you know.
Harrison Roadhouse?
That,
Is
that would
it?
actually.
Yeah.
That would. Wojo would have to get there earlier.
But then I
though.
wouldn't get to have one of the brats
Well,
or the melting moments.
No, like
we
that's
know.
ever
We know.
stopped you.
We also know his well-established rule about dinner companions.
Yeah, only his fake aunt.
What? No!
Oh! Wait a second. I didn't know that about you.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Let me think about it. I had dinner with Terry Foster once.
I love when he throws the once.
Oh, and Drew Sharp. I had dinner with Drew.
What about Rob Parker? Come on.
And I had dinner with Rob Parker.
Right, as we're leaving, Wojo's going to look at me like, you're going to get that tray?
Rico's always got to take it there.
No, we'll walk in. I'll say, not by the kitchen either, all right? Give us a good table.
Wow, I never realized that about you.
Shut up. That's not. I would have dinner with Rico.
Can
maybe.
anyone? Hey, listen, you're the one who goes to dinner with your fake aunt down at the Knights. No one's ever seen her.
Yes, they have. I sent you a picture with just her fingers around the menu. She was hiding behind the menu.
Did Stoney take the selfie?
He's got no problem dining with Stoney.
Come on. How about you two pregame before a huge Michigan State
Why don't you
game?
call in? I'll be on the air at 6. Why don't you guys call in?
I don't know. What?
Yeah, shocking.
Oh, boy. That's Wojo talking to John Yu while he was late to the game.
On the phone going there. I had to have dinner.
Oh, John,
with
you won't believe it.
I'll write a book.
He made me late. I had to have dinner with this horrible, awful.
Yeah, I'm sure. What's his next book about? The SS Britannia? You got any other boats he wants to write about?
The Minnow, the SS Minnow.
Can't write about the cheating scandal, but hey, here's a book about a boat that sank 50 years ago. All right, we're out here.
What the hell's wrong with you people?
Everything.
My God.